Yeah, I know. Hang out on air live and going away later this year. I got to figure out what to do until then. Okay. And now let's see if I can do a better job than I did yesterday about getting us going. So I'm going to attempt that now. And there I am. Woohoo! That's awesome. Okay. Now I know there's going to be echo here in a minute. So, hey, Ryan, let me hang on while I get and there I am. Woohoo! Hang on while I get my act together. Now I know there's going to be echo. There we go. Now I need to do the pop out chat kind of deal. I'm working on that. I was horrible about this yesterday. I couldn't get started, but there's a reason for this live. I would have never, I wasn't planning on going live until I got into work today. And when I got in from work today, someone said, "Oh, you got something from Amazon." I'm like, "Oh, really?" Because I haven't ordered anything from Amazon yet. I intend to. Hey, Fiction Junk, how you doing, brother? So anyway, bottom line is, I'm like, nah, it's got some weight to it, but it's the wrong uh, shape for. Let's see if I don't screw this up. It's the wrong shape for the bird that's coming my way. So, courtesy of MD95 TSI and the drone network. So, the shape of the box was just wrong. You know what I mean? I could tell it wasn't a bird. And I really hope I'll have that by this weekend. Mainly because my brother's coming down. Or up, I should say. It always drives me crazy. I hate when people say down when they're going north. So my brother will be coming up here because he's in Central Florida. Hey, Lewis, how you doing, Luis? He's my pronunciation. And it says thank the title of the video. Hey Kenny, how you doing, brother? Ryan, hey. The title says unboxing. Well, I gotta tell you, it's out of the box. Okay. Uh, I don't know who sent it. I'd like to know. If you don't want to be mentioned, um, that's fine. That's cool. I get that. Um, but I'd like to know personally. You know, if you want to remain incognito, that's cool. I get that. You don't want everybody hitting you up. Hey man, can you send me one too? Whatever. But somewhere, I'm sure somebody is somebody who knew my shipping address and knew that I was working with a piece of crap Harbor Freight soldering iron. And okay, Kenny. Well, you know, really, I wasn't really begging. I was just explaining to people that I don't know. I was just explaining to people that uh, why I was scared of certain tasks because I had a piece of crap Harbor Freight soldering iron. And I'd like to explain something to some people because listen, I took electronic school in the 80s, I guess it was. And in the 80s, you know, what did you work on? Hey, Michael, how you doing, my brother from another mother? Wow, I will soon be flying, you fool. Mike, how you doing, brother? The Anyway, hang on, I got some homework. Let's see, just in case anybody cares to join, they're welcome to. Not going to do it on here, but hit me up and oh crap, I minimized the wrong thing. Let's see, let me do this. Here, this will work. Do this right here. You, of course. And, you know, somebody else. If I have you on Messenger, I'll send you a link. But my point was that, let's see, where am I at? Right there. I gotta get rid of that. I'll close it. Okay. So anyway, let's see. Why am I not seeing myself? I know why. Hang on a minute. There we go. That's what I want. Remove it. Now I refresh this page. There we go. That ought to work. There we go. Woo. Okay, I wanted to see how many people were here. That's all. There are 9 people here because I'm not counting my alter ego. Um, that Ed character. You know, you got to watch out for him. Actually, it's me you got to watch out for, the flying lunatic. But I wanted to bring up something. Okay, I was going back to when I was took electronics in the '80s. Hey, Crystal, how are you, babe? Hi, Adam. How are you, man? The way we were taught, treat our soldering iron because it was an iron. That's what it was. And in the end of it was a piece of solid metal, and when you filed it down, it looked like copper. Okay, and cool, Adam. Did you get some good flying in today? That's awesome. I'm glad you're doing good, Crystal. Great to see you, babe. Carlos, of course. Um, but anyway, the way we were taught is, you know, you file that puppy down where you see good copper and you coat it with some good old 6040 rosin core solder. And it worked great. And I've told people, a couple people to do that. And the thing is, okay, today I received this. I have no idea who sent it. It just was at the shop when I got in from work today. So it's pretty cool. Hey JP, how you doing, brother? Let me take care of some business here for you. There we go. Wrench you up. So anyway, it was a total surprise. That I knew it wasn't the backup bird that is coming my way. That MD95 TSI and kind of orchestrated. Well, hey Farmall, how you doing, brother? Um, but it was Lewis, the Dugas RC that put what's the word, a bird in somebody's ear, and of course MD95 TSI says, yeah, I'm down with that, and so Sunday a week ago, I guess. Um, I get these all of a sudden these text messages or something going on like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Links being sent and stuff like that. I'm like, "Oh shit, sorry, I missed that." And so it was Mad Dog was putting together a bird for me. So he's already flown it, but he held it back. Oh, cool. The he held it back because he didn't like the cam he had on. It was too shaky. He was like, the way Ed flies, he'll crash this thing in no time with that camera. So he hit somebody up. No, I don't, Mike, but I'll figure it out. And that's what I was going to say was that I was telling people to follow the tips. But see, when I got these tips, you can tell, you can just tell they're not meant to be filed. So there's a difference between, I don't know, all tips are not created equal. And the other thing is they tell you not to tap the solder off. They tell you not to tap it. Because it has a ceramic heating coil in it, whatever. You know, the only thing that pisses me off when I see this, they give you numbers, and that's the way most soldering stations are, but they give you numbers, but you know, it seems like they give you a little chart in here that kind of tells you, okay, if you turn it to 2, it's going to go to about 300 degrees, whatever. They don't tell you that. So how are you supposed to know? That is so I won't have to use wire cuts, RJ. Not much. Hey, not much, Mark. This just showed up out of the clear blue sky. Um, and I've made inquiries. It came anonymous. I'd like to thank somebody. So that's all. And that's why I kind of came here. And also to retract my statement about filing tips on soldering irons because tips are not all created equal. Yeah, I'm looking forward to using it. Since what Mark, you know, I guess I was vocal. I think somebody. And it's 60 watts. Okay, so it'll go up to 60 watts. My Harbor Freight Special would only do 30, and sometimes hotter is better, man. In and out, quick. You know, because the lower wattage iron takes longer to get the flux to flow. You know, depending upon what size connection you're making. You like that shirt, huh, Fatiga? Yeah. Yesterday, I honored the drone network and okay. Well, now I know who is responsible, but I won't mention his name unless he cares to come in and share. But I I thank you, brother. I love you. I love you, man. You're awesome. So so it was. I can't believe. So that must have been from last night. I can't believe it's here already. You know, that's what was confusing me. Now I got to try not to say his name. Or do you want me to? I don't know. I just got a message on Messenger. Somebody, I sent a couple messages out there. I'm like, who's responsible? And so at least now I know who to thank. Yeah, I know, Michael. I can't wait to try it. I gonna order a new motor for the Batman this payday. So Friday the order will go in, and a week later I'll have it, or maybe 10, and I get to use it then for sure. So there you go. Oh, I will. I will definitely put it to use. And it's got the cool whole bunch of different tips. And hey, Shannon, how are you? You sent a couple 3-inch packs today. That's cool. That's cool, Adam. Or excuse me, Mike. I get y'all confused sometimes because I know y'all hang together. Dude, is it hot up there like it's hot down here? Hey, Crystal, when'd you get your power back, man? It must be miserably hot in that tin box. I haven't lost my power, and the window shaker I have in this place can't keep up. So how are you doing, Shannon? Doing all right? Roger, how are you? I'm not sure what that means. Hi, Rebel X. Okay. Well, at least it wasn't too late. So did Russell learn how to play poker? Shit. Man, I was it was only bad. Hey, I will say this, Mike. At least I was working in the AC today for most of the part. All right, Kenny. I appreciate you stopping in. It really was to be just a quick. Yeah, I said unboxing. The this never. It was already out of the box. I just had to know what it was. I had no clue. It just like out of the clear blue sky, and so I felt obligated, and I can't do I can't do the pre-recorded stuff, because I just get all lost, and with you guys in here, it kind of keeps me going, and because I'm not going to write it down and then read it. I used to be good at public speaking, but not so much anymore. So anyway, thank you, Luis, I should say, and I guess I'm just gonna call it a day. You know, I kept putting it off, and Shannon, I understand, and it's scary. I have done very little in that for the most part. I've soldered on a couple receivers and BTX and minimal points. And in some cases, I was lazy and just soldered wires together. Hell, the last time I replaced the motor on the Batman, I didn't want to screw up these pretty solder joints on the EFCs because I knew I would. So instead, I spliced them. And RJ keeps talking about wire nuts. Well, I didn't want to have to go into B Helly's suite to change the rotation. So instead, where the splices are, I used wire nuts, fired it up, and made sure it was spinning the right direction. So I changed direction by swapping 2 wires, and then I soldered it with real solder instead of the wire nut. RJ will never let me live that down. Actually did a I know how getting preoccupied is. You got 3 youngins running around there, so I know how that goes for sure. No, I know you're innocent. I know who the culprit is now. I'm just not mentioning his name right now because he hasn't told me I could share that information. But it's a good brother, and I guarantee you all know him, you know. So Shannon, that's cool, man. That's awesome. I can't wait. And this the one that's bad? I think it is. I don't know. It does feel nah. I don't know. One of these motors is bad. I can't remember which. I get her ordered. Let's see. It must be the one that I've got the leg wires cut with. That's this. But I'm just gonna order a new motor for it because I'm pretty sure it's a motor. I hope it's a motor. I hope it's not the ESC because I'll cry then. This, the camera on top, Shannon, is just I don't know, maybe you can even see it. What does it say on that side? Firefly. It's the Firefly, and but the FPV cam is just a $20 POS. I need to get a better one. Oh, really? A new one, eh, Brother Pool? What is that one? I thought Miss Daisy was the latest build. Hey, you're happy, I'm happy, brother. I really am. Well, what do you want me to call it? It was $20. What do you want for $20? I mean, I'm not disappointed. It was just what I got, what I had the budget for at the time. And 800 TBL, I think. And might say more. I can't remember. I think it's only 800 bucks from FXT. And so, I mean, it's viable. I Thanks, Carlos. I've been pretty busy actually, which is oh, it was a BNF. Okay, not one you built. Gotcha, gotcha. And see, Dan, I applaud you for doing your builds. I applaud anybody that builds because I'm lazy, and it's part of it is, I guess, is matching the ESCs with the right motors and the right front frame and all that, because I know all that goes into it. I mean, I certainly y'all don't just slap crap together and hope it works out okay. I mean, there's got to be some kind of formula for it, I would think. Certainly, there's a formula for, okay, am I going to primarily fly 4S? Because most birds that fly great on 4S, if you want to take it to 6S, you shouldn't use the same motors usually, because the lower voltage motors generally have a higher KV. You throw 6S at them and they'll fly apart. Think about the RPM. But something mechanical can only go so many RPMs before it flies apart. No, I know, Mike. That's because you're experienced. You probably got better eyes than me too. So I'm just saying. Yeah, you do all right with that ProMark Warrior there, Michael. It looked like on that one video like you needed to trim it a little bit, but oh really? Cool. How are you, Rebel X? So what do you do? I have to look at your channel. See, let me just do this. I didn't mean to do that. You're live now. What are you doing live, Rebel X? The Rebel X is live, but he's here. How does that work? You have no videos. Where am I at? I got lost. Where am I at? There I am. And I lost my chat too when I did that. Where's my chat? Right there. Woohoo! Oh, it's music. It's a music. Okay. Well, I'm down with that. Or Alexa, is that all you do is go live? You're just a live guy? Because you have no videos, that's why I'm asking. I know a few people like that. That were pretty cool. So there you go. Yes. Yes, it is, Eric. He replaced the body on it. How did you break the body, Michael? I don't know, Raymond. Okay, Raymond, I'll repeat, I'll reshow. Because this showed up at work today. Okay? Now, so I know the title says thank you unboxing. Well, I'm thanking somebody who may speak up, but if they prefer to remain anonymous, that's fine too. But at least I know who it is. But anyway, it came, I get this box. So much for the unboxing part. Came in this big envelope, but I knew there was a box inside. It didn't say who it came from. Didn't say anything. And I knew it was the wrong shape to be the quad that's being gifted to me by MD95 TSI and Drone Network. So, at the urging of Lewis, we put a bug in their ear. Okay? It was the wrong shape. I just knew it was the wrong shape for a new bird. So I'm like, well, what the hell could it be? It weighs too much to be nothing, you know? And so I went to open it up. I'm like, oh my God, how is that possible? So I'm, hey, pew, pew, pew. How are you, your worship? So, hey, Shane, how you, brother? Oh, cool. That's awesome. What were you at before, 18 or 19? So you got three out of me, you know. Everybody check out Shane Beats. He's a whooping fool. He can fly damn whoop now. They vary, Roger, anywhere from 1S up to 6S. Now, I'm sure there's drones. You should have seen the BFQ. Who saw the BFQ? You know, you can figure out what BFQ means. I'm sure the acronym. The first word is big, and the last word is quad. So there you go. It's a BFQ, a big frickin' quad. Okay, let's church it up a little bit. Okay, three. I wish it could have been more, Shane, because you're a great flower brother. Man, it's huge, man. It's huge. It's 8 feet from motor to motor. So actually, the wingspan is more. I mean, it has 3 foot props on it, so it's like 11 feet across. But from center of motor diagonally is 8 feet. It's huge, and I wish I had the link for it because I'd put it up. Everybody should see it. It's on whose channel is that on? Somebody here has to know. Uh, it's one of the FPV YouTube guys. It's either Josh Winthrow, I think Chuck Chuck It did it. Chuck Chuck It has a video of it. Crystal went live with it. It's awesome. I mean, this thing is huge. It, they put they put some 5-inch quads in front of it, and they all look like loops. I mean, other than obviously no prop gourds, but that's the size difference. What are you talking about? I must have missed no mark from now on. I thought channel. I don't know what that's about. Stop. No drama. We don't do drama. So, yeah, you catching anything? You catching any? First of all, Dan's always drama. Not really. I just messing with you. Yeah, I know, Dan. I don't know. You've been around a lot longer than I have. Let's see. I'm just. Let's see. I'm about 18 months. 18 months in. Really? What did you change out? What bird did you change the FC out on, Raymond? Was it a replacement? And see, here's another thing. Everybody, you should back up your birds because if you've made settings and you like them, then save it. Okay, Shannon, appreciate you stopping by. I really do. Thank you. The new build from 2 weeks ago. What happened? Just didn't work right, or it screwed up? And okay. An HG Whoop. Which one are you thinking about? People like the Mobula 7 HD. I'm not suggesting that, by the way. I'm just saying a lot of people. Uh, that'll do it, Raymond. Well, I guess you were flying, weren't you? Deadhead in the trees rough, man. You know, dead on. That's the beauty of a whoop. Now I'll tell you that. Adam sent me a B3 frame for the mobile, and I deadheaded a pine tree, and it just bounced right off of it. No problem. Okay, the Beta 75. I've seen some good footage from those Shane Beats. I think what's his name? Old guy on a drone has one of those. So check out old guy on a drone, and I know he has footage of his. And let's see, he lives in the Melbourne area, and the day he flew it, and let me tell you something about Melbourne. I mean, I'm in Florida. I'm further north than him, but I know all about Melbourne. I've been to Melbourne many times. Raymond, did you watch the launch last night? I'm sure it was the wrong time of the night for you. It was at 2:30 in the morning. But it you get a lot of wind when you're on the coast. The sea breeze. So in the afternoon, the wind almost always comes off the ocean, blowing towards the land, because the land gets hot because of the sun baking down on it. The hot air rises, it pulls the cool air in from the coast. So it's always windy on a good day. That's why the Melbourne area is one of my favorite places to sail a Hobie Cat. Yeah, I know. You should have just got up early, Raymond. You're further south than me. You probably could have seen it great because there weren't any boomers out, thunderstorms. At least up here there weren't. And I was awake at 11:30, and I was going to go watch it because that's when the launch window opened. And then right about that time, they told, oh, they're going to wait until the end of the launch window is at 2:30 in the morning. I actually set my alarm for 2:20 in the morning, and when it went off, the alarm that is, I hit cancel and rolled over and went back to sleep. Melbourne is a very cool place, Raymond. I have family there, and the best sailing I ever did was on the Indian River. It's awesome. Oh, I love it down there. You know, it really is. Yeah, I watched that video yesterday. You gotta you gotta work those edges, Dan. You gotta work those edges, man. I'm telling you. And plus, okay, who fishes in the middle of the damn day anyway? It's all hot. The fish are all on siesta. You gotta go deep to get them in. Because it's freaking hot in Florida. I know you're over there on the west coast. Them rivers are warm. Excuse me while I replenish myself. All right. Well, that's better. I know it's different where you're at, though, Eric. You're fishing in bloody streams. That water's cold. What's the water temperature where you fish right now? Most of your places. I guarantee you it's a easy, certainly no more than 72 degrees. Down here, I don't know what the water temperature is here, but it's not. I ain't about now. It's getting to be like bath water. I don't know. I don't know how hot you like your bath, but oh, 63. It's still 63. Oh crap. See, like, okay, where Dan is, where I'm at. I don't know what the ocean water temperature is here now, but it's easily in the 80s. I can tell you that. There's no way it's not in the 80s. And I don't know. I just that what I've always learned is what I've always known. I mean, I've been fishing all my life. Not that I'm any great angler or anything, but the morning and the evening are usually the best times. Yes, it is, Dan. It's hot. It's like bath water. It'll get worse before it gets better. That's for sure. There's some rivers that stay a little cooler, because they're spring fed. Was that the Hillsborough River you were in, Dan? What river are you in? I lived in Tampa for a couple, 3 years. A lot of fish like cold water. They like it colder than it is down here. I can tell you that. They don't like to eat. They don't like to eat when it's hot or the sun's out. A lot of times. Yeah, I can believe it. I don't know what today. Let's just see now. It's been pretty hot. We didn't have any. Right now, currently. Oh wow, it's only 84 degrees. I think they're lying. Feels warmer than that. It's warmer than 84 degrees inside here. It's 83 in here. But it feels like 91. Apparently today's high was 92. I don't know. Sure. Hey, well, what I know, most of the day I was working inside, so that's cool. I'm outside tomorrow, so that sucks. Okay, Hillsboro, Hillsboro River. Yeah, River Hills Park. I'm thinking I've been there, Dan. I'm thinking I have. Jupiter is a cool place too. Jupiter is very cool. Yes, they are, Carlos. There's a reason they call them sea cows, although they have whiskers. And kind of, they look like a freshwater walrus without the horn because they're freaking huge. Although a walrus can kind of move around on land, and manatee ain't doing that. Yeah, well, there's plenty of there's plenty of humidity here too. Don't think you got it any worse there than I don't know. I tend to think I get more of a sea breeze here on the East Coast than you do on the West Coast, Dan, because the temperature disparity between the Gulf and land isn't as great as between land and the Atlantic Ocean, because the Atlantic Ocean is deeper. The Gulf gets way warmer than the Atlantic Ocean ever does. It, and it's the Hillsborough River. It's got to be tidal, but is it spring fed further up? You look majestic, D. Well, you need to, Shane. It's hard to tell how majestic you look when you got goggles on your face. So that's the only way I've seen you is when you're whizzing by yourself in your drone. Well, I mean that's cool. Dan, I watched your live after the fact and commented on it actually. Um, it's just I worked during the day, so I caught it when I came home, I think, and I saw your voyage with what Ryan RDV Ryan was calling, saying your guy up front looked like Ned Beatty. That's from Deliverance, the movie Deliverance. I'm like, he doesn't look like that. So I watched the chat, gave you full view, brother. Support when I can, when I'm around. Like a manatee? I don't know. I don't think a manatee looks that majestic. I mean, okay, they're kind of graceful. The um, the it's funny because my uncle, where I did the best sailing of my life, like I said, was on the Indian River, technically Melbourne, but just north of Melbourne. Actually, just north of what used to be called O'Galley, but Melbourne kind of swallowed O'Galley up. But my uncle had a place there, and he had a beautiful dock that went like 100 feet out into the river, and they used to leave their water trickling into the water, and the manatees would come up and drink. And so that was very cool. Albany, Georgia, huh? Okay. Okay, you're in Texas. There's some very cool people out there in Texas. Well, I don't know them personally. I have actually have some family in Texas. I think they're around Fort Worth, though. I tell you what, Raymond, Georgia. I I used to hate Georgia. I hated Georgia to no end when I was a kid, and not because I ever lived there. We were always passing through. But when I was, my grandparents had a place in North Carolina, and the my grand this was before 95 was complete, by the way. Hey homie, how you doing, brother? Great to see you, mate. Good day. Um, but they had a place in North Carolina and halfway between Hendersonville and Asheville, a place called Fletcher. And my this was before 95 was Interstate 95 was complete. So grandpappy, my grandfather, had a route he took. And it's called the Woodpecker Trail through Georgia, 121. And it was the ugliest, longest drive through Georgia. It was like 5 hours to get through Georgia. That's how long it took to get through Georgia. The whole trip was 8 hours. You spent five of it in Georgia with nothing but pine trees and red clay. That's all you saw. And then when you crossed in right about, you get to Augusta. And there was some cool stuff to see. There was this, to the left of whatever road we were on, I guess it was 25. Um, there was this huge chemical pool that was the weirdest color blue. And I was like, damn, we're getting close. And then you'd be in South Carolina, and then you go through the Greenville watershed, and then you were in the mountains. And that's where we were going. And so for a long time, I couldn't stand Georgia. It was like, that's the ugly, man, there ain't no way I would be there. But then I've met people since then, and I know there's some beautiful parts of Georgia. It's just that I hated it for the longest time because we always went through the ugliest, most boring part of it. So that's all I knew. Parts of parts of Georgia are pretty rough, but parts of every state is pretty rough. So there you go. That's my take on Georgia. Copper sulfate lake. I don't know what it was, Wakey. It looked like something that was it was bluer than copper sulfate. But it looked chemically like that. I know one thing, I wouldn't have gone swimming in it. I can tell you that right now. Now, no, good point, Eric. You've been through Texas, have you? Texas is make Georgia pale in comparison, I'm sure, to some of the ugliest stretch of roads there are. I've I've only been in the East Texas. We flew commercial there one time. I didn't see any cooling towers though, Raymond, and I don't think it was from that. And this was like a long time ago. Yeah, well, it's kind of like breathing water here too, Adam. It's pretty damn humid. Georgia's got no monopoly on heat and humidity. I can tell you that right now. I will tell you this: I have not lived more than 5 miles from the ocean in Florida since I was a kid. Because I've been to I said to pretty boring too. Oh yeah, it's pretty flat. You know, hey, you know what makes it an exciting ride, Dan? If there's tornadoes around, that that can spice up that journey. So that's cool. So when so Dan, your new build, how much flying did you do with that? Is that posted yet? Put a link up if you will, if you put the video up yet. Or did you just do the old hover test? Oh my goodness. I just got word that a Batman motor is on the way to me. I don't know what to say. The love that I've been shown, and oh, so you flew a full pack. Awesome, Dan. The love that I've been shown is just incredible. You know, uh, so I have something else on the way. I have a replacement motor for the Batman coming to me. I was not expecting that. 93% humidity. Wow. Well, what's the temperature? Don't give me that centigrade crap. 93%. Was it raining? Nah, it's not raining if it's 93%. That'd be 100%, wouldn't it? That's pretty miserable. You wish you could sit home and print things all day. So you printing, Mike? That's right. You got a printer, didn't you? What are you doing with your printer, Eric? You know, I sent you an invite. You said you wanted to come in. Oh, 54 degrees. I guess that's bad. Because if it's humid and it's 54, it goes right to your bones, don't it? Full of Brandon. What's a Brandon? Okay. So what's a Brandon, Adam? Yeah, I know. And Paul, that's the thing is like here it'll do that. It'll, I don't know, about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the thunderstorms will come by. And it'll feel real good when it go over and cool shit down because thunderstorms, the clouds are real high. So when they drop their rain, you got rain coming from way up high. So it's freaking cold rain. It's cold as hell. And that's kind of what do you call that? Cold as hell. Hell ain't cold. Hot. Hell's hot. But very cold because the rain's coming from like 40, 50,000 feet up in the air. So it comes by and it hits the hot ground and the hot asphalt and all that. Well, what does it do? A shower passes by here in Florida. Usually, when a thunderstorm comes by, wait 10 minutes, it's gone. Sometimes 20, but then it's gone. And what happens? Sun comes back out and it hits all that water laying around and it just you feel it coming up. It's like you might as well be in the steam room. Okay, well that's cool, Eric. I know exactly how it goes. Yeah, okay, all right. Good point, Carlos. I like the way you think. You know, it feels like it burns. That's for sure. Because I've touched dry ice before. Glad I didn't stick my tongue to it. Actually, Ryan, Indigo Ryan, his intro to his video, unless he's changed it, he's he got that effect with some dry ice because they ordered some Omaha steaks. That's why I can't afford drone parks right now, because there's old ladies ordering Omaha steak. Right, homie? That's funny. Hey, Explicit, how you doing, brother? Just, I don't know, man. Every time I do this, it meant that it's a thank you to he who doesn't may not want to be named. I don't know. I'd be glad to say his name. I'm very appreciative. But I got sent a soldering station by this very good brother whom you all know, and but I don't want to say his name unless he gives permission. So yeah, see, hey homie, when Eric says he's going to take a shower, I always wonder where Tiffany is, because that's how some of the children have been conceived, from what I understand. Well, explicit, I'll tell you what's good. I got me a new solder station that somebody gifted to me. Came out of the clear blue sky. I was totally shocked and surprised. And I didn't know who it was for a while until they owned up. They have owned up and confessed to their good deed, I should say. And I'm not mentioning their name until they tell me it's cool to do so. If it's not cool to do so, that's cool too. I just think I thanked them, and I know who it is, and so I appreciate it very much. Yeah, I know, explicit, and what I was working with before was a 30-watt Harbor Freight Special. Okay, and I managed to make a good joint here and there, but it's gonna be cool to have more control, because this one has variable temperature control and a variety of nice looking tips, you know. And so I'm looking forward to using it, actually. I don't know. It doesn't say. There is no marking on the box at all. Let's see what the instructions.
Did I hear somebody say something about some Omaha steaks?
Yes, you did hear somebody say something about the Omaha steak.
Oh yeah, what was that?
Well, I was talking about you and your intro,
Oh,
and how you made your intro with the dry ice that came with the Omaha steak.
I tried to do it again too because we got another big order in. There was a whole bunch of dry ice this time, more than I've ever gotten before. So I was gonna try and do one for all the quads, and I was waiting for nighttime because this window right here, even with the blinds and everything, during the day there's still a lot of light leak. So I was waiting for nighttime, and by the time it was dark, I set everything up and went to the freezer, and that shit was gone. So I got to be quicker next time.
So it disappears that quick?
Yeah, apparently so.
I mean, even in the freezer, it went away.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Hmm. Well, you got to figure what the temperature of that stuff is. I mean, it's
I
pretty
know, but
darn cold.
it was fast, dude. It was fast. It was in like 6 hours, 7 hours, let's say 8 hours. I don't know, but it was fast.
I tend to agree with you, Carlos. Um, However, I have appreciated every package I've gotten, but most of them have been gifted to me. So, what are your thoughts on that, Ryan?
On what? I missed it.
Omaha steak.
They're good. They're I don't know. I think they're pretty good. I like them. We enjoy them a lot. They're easy. I mean, their food's good. So even if you suck at grilling food, it still comes out awesome, and you win. So
Well, to me, the thing with them is because they're frozen, right?
yeah,
To
yep,
me, okay, here's the deal with that. Because to me, the only way I've had meat that was better is if it was fresh, and then
exactly. Yeah,
and then you gotta kind of cook it right away. So from what I understand, the way they do it, they kind of flash freeze it so it keeps it more like fresh than it would be.
yeah. I agree. But I'm spoiled.
So,
We have butchers around that have amazing foods, and they'll do like they'll soak foods for you. Like they do. One of my favorites is they do this chicken in like habanero juice and lime juice and a little garlic oil, and they soak it in there for like a day or two, and then you get it and you take it straight to the grill, and it's amazing.
well, then
That's
why the hell are you doing Omaha steak then?
well, those butchers are a little bit of a ride. It's not like they're not near us, but and I think Jamie gets like gift certificates for Omaha all the time, so that's why we go there.
Mars, how are you, brother? Drone man. I don't know why that is. You must have got a stupid mailman because I get mail that address all the time when you type it in wrong, but I appreciate the gesture. It's okay. Yes, explicit. No, that's Alfred, and he wants something, and apparently he's not happy with the food he's been given, which means he's out of luck because I guess he's just going to go hungry. So you fried your F4 bird. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I mean F4 board. So I guess you need another board, do you?
Yeah, I'm gonna order a replacement. I was just gonna do the whole stack. It's like 45 or $50, and Paducah's like, you don't have to do that. You can just get the flight controller for 20, and that kind of makes more sense. So I'm just gonna get the flight controller for $20. But I have a new plan. So I think I'm gonna order a Marmot, the Armatan, and put the F7 in that. And I have a friend sending me some pretty cool racing motors. So I think those are going to go on the Marmot. And then the F4 board's going to go in the Source 1. And I will leave this one as is. This is an Omnibus S4. And it flies nice. I just was flying it around in the driveway. And it's awesome. It's
Is
very
that
fast.
is that the one with the 5043s on it?
Right now, I think there's 5046s. Yeah, these are
Uh,
5046. So I could try the 5043s, but I might just go right to the 5040s because I know they're nice and calm. Because, dude, I mean, granted, I did my test with a 850 instead of a 1500. So this battery's tiny. This battery weighs nothing once I put a real battery on there. Or check this out.
5046 cyclones, huh, Mike?
4S is cool, but 16S is way better. Just kidding. Yeah, 5046 Cyclones. Yep. Yep, that's what's on here. It's fast, man. This thing weighs nothing, so it's quick.
You talking about the Zor Johnny props explicit? 5051 tries, huh? Damn, that's a lot of pitch. My Batman came with 5042.
Nice night
Okay.
train.
And I just recently changed them to the 5043 wind dancers, and they're awesome. So I've only flown it a few times on these, but they're more pitch than I had been flying before. And yeah, I know that's kind of your screen picture. Oh, that's Mike's screen picture.
I got 50. These are 5043 wind dancers right here.
You're
I
all
could put those
green.
on.
Oh, that's awesome, Marv. You Jim fan? Jim fan, I don't know. I like the Jim fans. I like them, and they're pretty sweet. I like, but when I got a Batman, it came with 2 sets of props, and they were nice. And you know, some people talk about they like some flex to their props, and these have some flex to them, but they just feel like they're made out of good stuff. And then when I went through all my Batman props that came with it, I knew I had to get more props on the way, and so I just did a search, and a Maker Fire had some that said 5042, so I ordered them. But you could tell they just weren't the same kind of plastic. All right, hurry back, Raymond. And but I flew them for a while, and then I watched somebody. I think it was Josh. Josh Winthrow did a thing on the Azure Johnny prop, and I needed props for the Batman, and he mentioned 2 other props, one of which were the Jim Pham 5043 wind dance. The Johnny props I had to wait 2 days, a week for, I think it was, and the wind dancers I could have in 2 days. So I opted for those.
Yeah.
So I've not tried the Johnny prop, but I like the clear ones, Eric, because I don't know. There's something fluorescent about them that to me it's easier to find them because somehow they're kind of fluorescent with the sun. You run 5043s on yours too, huh? I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm sure somebody here does. A lot of that. Anybody? I know Beduga flies a bird he calls a frog, but I haven't heard the term frog light. So, anybody familiar with that? You should send him a message. I mean, is it a 4S bird? I know Mike and Adam both have some recommendations for 4S batteries. Let's see if I can think of who it is. Trying to think of what the names are now. China Hobby Line was one that there's Mike. Mike, what do you know about the frog light? And what were those batteries you and Adam were talking about yesterday? Oh, it was Adam talking about it. Yeah, they are badass explicit. I love the wind dancers. So are yours 5043s too? Yeah, all I have is 4S pack, Mike. That's all I've ever flown other than 1S and 2S. You want the red prop, do you, Eric? Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How big is it? How is it? How big is it, drone man? Is it a 5-inch bird? I'm sure it'll take 4S. What kind of connectors it got on the butt? Does it have an XT60 or do you know? Yeah, but you know, on your Moby mic, you're probably running it 2S or just using the two 1S batteries in series to make it 2S. There you go. See but China Line hobby batteries, I don't know about the best, but they were recommended by Adam, I think, yesterday. And then he mentioned one other brand that he's had good luck with, but I can't think of the name of it now. He's not real good at messaging. How are you sending him a message? I don't know what kind of falling out he had, but maybe he hates his guts now. I don't know. Yeah, he does, Eric. So, I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. If this 5 or 6 inch, there's no way it doesn't take 4 up. I mean, what size are the props? I saw that one, Mars. I commented on it. I'm pretty sure he had gates all over the place.
I'm using gold bats. Gold bat 4S
That was
1500.
the other name. That was the other name I was looking for, Ryan.
That's what all these are.
Gold bat, yeah. If it's that big, man, if it's 5 or 6 inch, if that's the size of the prop, there's no way it's anything less than 4S. So, if you've never flown it, start with 4S and see how it works. There you go. Thank you, Mike.
All right.
Pyro.
There's some Wind Dancer 5043s. They're kind of hard to see, but they're purple.
I know it. Okay, I understand. Sure, man. I really didn't take sides either. I kind of, you know, I was like being Mr. Switzerland. That was an ugly bit of drama at the time. So I'm sorry that it went down like that. No animosity was shown to me for remaining neutral, so to speak, which I'm grateful for. I don't know. Sometimes things need to be water under the bridge. You know what I mean? And so it was ugly, and I didn't like it. And I'm not one. I hate drama of any kind. You know, and not everybody gets along with everybody all the time. That's just the way it is, because we're all individuals. And we all screw up and we all do stupid things. I know I've certainly done my share.
I did 2 stupid things this week.
Well, I mean towards other people. I don't mean I do a lot more than 2 stupid things every week. But it doesn't affect anybody else but me, you know what I mean? And the one stupid thing you did, apparently, Ryan, only affected your flight controller.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, everybody does, Mike. Hey, Mike, what the deal is just don't do it twice. The first time you can chalk up to a learning experience. After that, then it becomes stupid stuff, you know. Although I've certainly done my share of stupid stuff more than once.
I flashed that flight controller last night. It was 351, and I flashed it with 357, and I lost my OSD and battery voltage, and I couldn't figure it out. And I went to bed, figured I'd sleep on it, and I'll figure it out today. And I couldn't figure it out. And I asked Paducah, and he's like, "Well, did you flash the right target?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Is OSD checked enabled?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I don't know. That's weird." So probably a good hour went by. I couldn't figure it out. And I went into Rulin's live stream because he's always, he's got the 4 different FPV feeds going at once. So I figured I'd go in there and maybe ask. And as I started typing out the question, it hit me. I had the wrong flight controller. So I went back and flashed the right flight controller with 357. And imagine this, everything works flawlessly. What an idiot. I was so embarrassed. Like, what an idiot. I told Paducah, I'm like, dude, if you were here right now, you could punch me right in the face. I couldn't even say a word.
Drone man, yeah, hook that bird up to beta, and when beta comes up, connect. Hopefully you can connect to it. And anybody in here, feel free to say something, but you should be able to type version, and you gotta go to CLI, type version, and it should tell you what flight controller you have in your bird. And
I don't think you have to even go that far. If you just go into beta flight, it should tell you in the upper left-hand corner.
Tell you what?
What flight controller and what version.
Okay, well, really?
Yeah.
Will it tell you what battery that flight controller is built for?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
I just can't imagine if it's that big a bird that it wouldn't take 4S easily. And if you've never flown it before, Drone Man, don't go bigger than 4S. I mean, it could help. For all I know, it's 6S capable, but start with 4S.
I agree.
Because I'll tell you this. Every bird I ever flew until I got the Batman, the biggest was 2S. And yeah, that's exactly, Eric. And the what a difference between 2S and 4S, man. Wow. We're talking, let's see, what is it? Let's fully charge 2S battery.
Would be half, right?
Yeah, half of 16.8. So
yeah, so you're at 8.4.
8.4, yeah. So you go from 8.4 to 16.8, and literally, I mean, even more than twice the power, because my biggest 2S bird were running 1800 milliamp hour back. Oh, okay. They were 1800. But you put 1500s at 4S, and the difference in C, let's see, the 2S were maybe 30C. You do 75 or 100C, and you're talking serious power. So it's best to start off with you might even want just get a couple 75C packs for that matter. My first Batman batteries were 1300, and then I went on up to 1550 because the Batman's a beast and it could lift the heavier battery. There was no problem with that.
Roadkill sent me one the other day. He sent me an Amazon code for this one. I don't know if you guys could see it. That's
there you go.
It was $2. It's a 4S 1600 75C, and it came with 2 voltage checkers.
That's awesome. How much?
It was like $2. Yeah, it was amazing.
Indigo Rhino Drone Man Productions, and he does. He's built a few of his own birds, and so he's more knowledgeable than I
I don't
about
know if
most
I agree
things.
with that.
Most everybody here is more knowledgeable than I.
I just get lucky sometimes.
Well, the sun shines on every dog's butt once in a
That's right.
while.
Sometimes my flight controllers don't burst into flames, and sometimes they do.
Yeah, Raymond, but that was a Tyro 99, wasn't it? And I'm not knocking 3S. I've never flown 3S, so I don't know. You know,
I never have either, but my philosophy was why get some training wheels and then bump up to 4S and then have a whole bunch of 3S batteries laying around that I'll never use. So I started with 4S.
oh, the Wizard 220, huh? I mean, really, I have no frame of reference as far as that goes, Raymond, because I don't know. It was like, I guess, I wonder if I have that handy. I don't think it tells me here. No, it doesn't. I must have looked it up. This is the extensive documentation I got with the Batman. Shows the wiring diagram. Shows you a couple things about. It tells you very minimal crap. It really tells you shit, to be honest with you. So I don't know why. For whatever reason, I think it'll fly on 3S. But I'm like, me being me, I'm like, well, I don't want to fly with the smallest battery voltage it can take. Nah, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Because it, it's 6S capable. So I don't know. Maybe it said 4S. But I had to have looked it up. Hey, Mike,
Oh
how you
hell,
doing,
let me
bro?
cheat and not use OSD. Why not?
What up?
What's going on?
Well, here's somebody else that knows a lot. Drone
No,
Man
I don't know
Production.
shit, dude. I read everything I know on YouTube or a web page. Yeah, nah. I only know what I think I know, man. And if you're in droning, you don't know shit. I don't care who you are. Joshua Bardwell don't know shit. Watch his Q&As. You think he knows some shit? Watch a Q&A from start to finish. He's looking up shit on the web going, well,
Yeah, right.
he don't know shit either.
It's awesome.
That's what droning's about, man. When I got into droning, I bought an Eachine Racer 250. Wasn't even the Pro yet. And I bought that and I was like, oh man, I'm in. I got FPV goggles and a Fly Sky radio. Oh, Fly Sky's the best out there, man. Low latency, you know? Anyway, so I got that and it took me about 7 battery packs or something like that. And 2 months later, I got another drone built. Anyway, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's still the E-Scene Racer still does not fly. It's in parts. I have all the parts. I've replaced the parts. I need to get a new Adruno because the one that I had, the Uno I had, that I don't know if I fried it or what, but didn't seem to want to work the last time I tried to use it. So they're Simon K type ESCs on it, so I got to flash them. Other than that, I think I might be able to have it running now with the knowledge that I have. But everything that I learned was from the internet. It, watching video after video after video going, man, I don't understand half that shit. And then watching it again anyway. Because
Yeah, how
maybe
about
the
it?
second time you might understand some more shit. Because you watched 7 more videos before that. You know, that's how FPV is. If it's not for streams like this, or Chris's MD95 TSI, things like that, where they're doing builds, or the NoobTube channel where they're doing builds or things like that. You're not going to learn a whole lot. You know what I mean? If you don't ask, ain't nobody going to give you that information. And everything changes so frequently, whether your flight controller matches with this ESC or this camera or this VTX or how the smart audio is hooked up, or it all changes with every piece that goes into it. It's not like a form factor, you know, everything works the same freaking way. No, the plugs are all different. The VTXs are all different. Everything changes. So you got to go out and research it. So, yeah. Same thing with 3D printing, people. You got to research that shit.
Oh my God, no kidding.
I know. I can see the setup over there, and I'm like, yeah, I bet he's a 3D printer. I bet he's a gamer with all the lights flashing. He's in the game. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you sim? Do you do sims?
I mean, you know, so much of it is like, I mean, Eric was going crazy at first because Ryan and I both started, kept throwing terms at him like BTX and RX and all that, you know, and he's just like, man, you're talking Chinese, man, you're talking Chinese.
Right. Well, that's how it was, man. Video transmitter is that. How do I hook that up? Oh, you put that to a UART. Well, what's a UART? Well, a UART is a positive, a ground, and generally it's 5 volt for your positive. A 5 volt, a ground, RX, and a TX. The RX and TX are both signal pads. And then figure out which one hooks up. Does my VTX hooked up to an RX or to a TX?
I made that mistake for a while.
Now, wait a second. Why, if it's a video transmitter, why is it hooking to an RX pad or this? You know, yeah, it starts confusing.
Yeah, that part's kind of goofy for a minute. Yeah, and then when you think about it, you're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, it makes sense now, depending on who's making the device. Are they making the video transmitter device, or are they making the flight controller? So it depends on what aspect of the device you're looking from. You know what I mean? If it's a video transmitter, it would be the opposite. But if you're looking at the flight controller, yeah, it's confusing. So
I mean, a UART is a communications channel, and most have an open one.
Well, yeah, but it's a whole new term, and to have all an RX and a TX hooked to it. Now I got 5 volt and ground, and so what can I do with it? You know, how does it communicate with the flight controller so I can utilize it? Things like that. My first flight controller that I built a quad out of was a Fly Color Raptor 390. Not even the 390S. It does one shot, 125, and multi-shot. That's the highest it goes. I still run one of my 6S, or my 6-inch rather. But everything that connects is the ESC connects. You solder your motors in, your main wire off your power. You plug it to the board up top, the flight controller. It's pins. You don't have no controls that you got to worry about this and that. And then you plug in your receiver to a UART and your communications to a UART for your video, your LEDs and your buzzer all go to UARTs. There's no solder pads. It's all UART, and it's plug. So I had to learn how to figure out how to unpin and repin plugs, to cross plugs, resolder plugs from the video transmitter to the flight controller as far as communication between. Man, there was a lot of learning I had to figure out when I first.
I think that's building in general, though. I've never.
2 years ago, there wasn't all the videos you got now, man. You know what I mean? Bardwell wasn't spending all his days and nights on YouTube building. He was doing this as a part-time thing, and the communities have come a long way. It's great to,
How
as
long
you build
ago
your
was that?
community, you also build your knowledge base. as far as where you can go and who you can go to or things like that. So if you're in the community of FPV, make sure you're adding people. If they got FPV or this or that in the title and they're building drones or flying drones, they're probably building them. Not
And
too
they're
many of
probably
them fly
cool.
it, don't build them unless you're like Thomas Bittmatter or Captain Vanover. You're building your own drones. You know what I mean? Those guys spend little time building and lots of time flying, burning
Right.
packs. If you're not up there with the pros, you're not doing that though. You're trying to get there and you're having to build. So add people to your channels, find them. A little information can go a long way. And somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody knows JC. You know what I mean? Or knows Thomas Bittmatter or knows Joshua Bar. So add to your channels with that for sure.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, I mean, it's just like Eric. Eric has a I don't know how they met, but back from the sky. And one day, Eric asked me, "Well, how does I have his friend?" And he has questions about charging his batteries, and I'm like, try to tell him a few things, and he's like, "Well, man, can you just call him? Just call him, okay?" And I did, and that's I passed on what limited information I have, and that's the way this all works. It's like because we have a common thread, all of us, which kind of makes us family in a way, because we love to do the same thing. We love to fly, and most of us love to fly FPV. And many of you started out with camera birds, streaming birds, whatever. And I love that too. But, while camera birds are awesome, they really are. But you have to go somewhere to use them because taking pictures of the same old damn place doesn't work. But when you're flying a race drone, you're flying FPV, and you're trying new things, then you can be in the same damn place you were before, but it's always different because you try different stuff.
Yep, spot on. My Phantom's dusty, dude. For real.
I got my only GPS drone is a Holy Stone HS 100. I think it is. It does about 500 meters GPS Wi-Fi.
Oh wow.
Yeah, dude, you talk about a limit. It's like, oh, that was nice. Hold on, let me run for it so I can get a better video of that. Yeah,
Right.
I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks here I'll have a Mavic. But yeah, that's my biggest GPS drone, man. I don't even take it up. It's so limited. It's like, yeah, you got to have perfect winds. It's a brushed motor. It's not even brushless on it.
Oh, that's
So
hilarious.
it's like,
yeah.
dude, it's like the top of the line brushed motor quad that's as big as a Phantom.
Yeah, but it's got to be struggling.
Sima 5 clone all the way, this or that. Or Sima 5's, I guess that depends on what aspect you're looking at. But so there you go, Ed. That was fresh off the printer right there, buddy. That's a VTX mount for the Alien. So it'll go off the columns.
Yep, nice. Did you design it? Or is
No,
that a
it was off
Thingiverse?
the Thingiverse.
Man, I'm in love with Tinkercad, dude.
Yeah,
I haven't even. I
with
stopped
that.
looking at Thingiverse, man. When I just make stuff to how I need it. It's awesome.
Yeah, I played with Tinkercad a little bit. Like I did my logo onto like a tiny root case.
Nice.
You know, well, not necessarily a logo. Just put like night train FPV.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Some basics to kind of get thinking about Tinkercad, and I got a printer. I was like, oh man, I want to print some stuff. What can I do next?
I did this the other night. This is the antenna
nice.
mount. because it's an MMCX and it's got a 90, and the way it sat, the way they had it, it just sat funky, and the wire was like smashed to hell.
It's so
And
hard to find the right VTX for the right quad. Like the ones that I've got right now, I've got some that have like 90s, and I'm pushing them kind of funny and mounting them goofy with zip ties just so I can use the VTX that came with it. For AKK is known for that. They've got so many different connector SMA styles at the end of their darn VTXs that it really got to shop around for VTXs to get the right connector, or start buying the cables and the pigtails for them at $3-4 a piece.
Oh, man.
Now, that is a very good point, Mike, because I look at I bought a assortment pack of different SMA connectors, couplers, males, females, because they all screw on with the same size thing, but they all have different guts to the inside. It's freaking confusing.
There's either RPA or RPSMA or SMA, or yeah, RPSMA or SMA. The other one is either it's got a point out of it or it doesn't. As long as you remember what you've got, that part's easier. But you've got right hand polarized or left hand polarized, so you got to remember what kind of VTX you run, or antennas you're running all the time. So if you start switching around, the best thing to do is remember that you got 98% of your VTXs, and well, I won't say 98. They're probably more like 85% of your VTXs and like that are out there now are SMA connectors. Your goggles, Fat Shark standard, come with SMA. That's pretty much your standard is SMA. RPSMA. I don't know if there's any better or worse, but your eScene tend to come with like RPSMA a lot of times. And you just got to remember to buy the right kind. And yeah, it's a little bit trickier to find because of the labeling, that we can't find them all the time. But
So I got that Mamba F7, that new one, and
oh yeah, 7, yeah.
it's pretty
The whole
nice.
stack that you got for that price, at $40, that's the whole
$30,
stack.
dude. The whole stack was
Yeah.
$30, and
I
dude,
need to
it's
hit
really
Ryan's
nice.
machine up and
But
see if she's still doing it.
I wanted to do a nice VTX with it, so I ordered an Evo,
Mhm.
and it's really nice. It's the nicest VTX I've ever had. My picture's amazing, except for one
I
thing.
don't like the form factor of it. It's so big.
Yeah,
compared to a Unify.
it is kind of gigantic, but like, here's the problem I have. It has the new Smart Audio 2.1 or whatever.
So it doesn't
And
work with most of the old stuff.
well, it's that new flight controller, but the only beta flights available for it are 355
Yeah.
and 403, and I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
So
I
it's on
heard
the shelf, man. I'm not even flying it now because I'm
heard there was
waiting.
some rumor around that the new F7 Mamba actually is having some issues with the newer beta flight versions. So
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not even gonna mess with it, dude. Baduga was trying to convince me, and I'm not doing it.
I want the new what is it, the 369 6S 3-inch.
Dude, did you see that thing? It's crazy.
Dude, Multi GP was up here about 3 weeks ago or something, and they did like some kind of drone and robotics expo up here, and they had the the 369. Dude, that thing looks bad as
Yeah, dude.
I want it. The
That's
349 is all right and everything, but that 369 is just over the top.
awesome. Right.
I mean, with the crossfire hooked up and mounted the way it was and everything, I was like, dude, forget 5-inch. I don't care if I lose a $200 quad out there like that. You know what I mean? by the time I build a 5-inch up and get GPS and this and that and the other thing and be able, I'll just send this thing. I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, they look wicked, dude.
Yeah, 124
Totally.
mile an hour NDRC out of that.
Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty insane.
Dude, I got my 3-inch right now is a Mach 1 Mini. I don't know if that's got this posted or whatever. I'm not even got the video up. I got the repeater host for my printer, but I got a 3-inch. It's a Mach 1 Mini with a HDLRC 428 stack and just a 2550 watt or milliwatt nano in it. But
Right.
it's got 1307 4000 kV running. I think it's 3056 props on it.
Yeah.
This thing will do like 80 mile an hour. Just screams. It scares the shit out of me.
I bet, dude. I bet. Those props look pretty aggressive.
Yeah, 3056s are.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly for sure.
The motors get a little bit warm, and I really get like 4.5 minutes of flight time out of it playing around. I mean,
That's
with
pretty good.
that kind of speed, you can't get too crazy. I live in a trailer park, so I fly it around here a lot. So, yeah, I actually need to pull up my DVR video from the weekend. Me and Plummet FPV went and hit a Brando, and I flew the 3-inch a little bit in there and whatnot, beat it up a little bit.
That's
Yeah,
probably a cool spot for it.
It's a perfect spot for it, dude.
Right.
So many little gaps and this and
Right.
that. It was pretty open, so we didn't have too bad of a time flying the 5-inch in there. But with the 3-inch, it was just, yeah, it's a whole new realm. You could go
Do
places.
you crank up the expo on the throttle for that?
No, I've got it. I think I'm running stock PIDs and everything on there. I don't even think I even cranked up any rates on it right now
Interesting.
because I just built it, I don't know, about 3 months ago, something like that, 4 months ago. And it's been winter here in Michigan, so I haven't got a lot of flight time on it, but I only had like 2 packs.
Right.
So I just bought 4 more packs from RDQ and got the 850s that they've got for us. And that was the first time really flying it out public and ripping on it, other than just kind of screwing around. So it was a good flight. I beat it up a little bit. I got some. I pulled up the TPU on our fence for the printer to print off this week and things like that. But yeah, my Alien's getting kind of beat. I've been beating on it for a year with not a lot of TPU on it. So I'm fixing to buy some parts for the Alien, and so lately I've been working on the prints for all that and try to get some TPU to protect it a little bit.
Right.
Is the Alien still on Fly Sky or what?
Oh no, Alien's on Crossfire, brother.
Dude, I think my plan is over winter I'm gonna ditch Spectrum and get a Tyrannus with Crossfire.
I'm on a QX7 with Crossfire on the Alien with the V2 kissed out, 32-bit all the way, motors talking, all that stuff.
Yeah, I need to learn how to do that stuff, like the stuff with the scripts. So you're only using one UART, like that's pretty neat.
I've been beating on this frame here for since like last June, so just over a year now, and it's bashed up. Arms are getting beat and everything.
Looks a little trashed, yeah.
Yeah, freestyle it all the time, everywhere.
So how far out have you been with it, Mike? I mean, that's the whole thing about Crossfire, isn't it?
You know, Crossfire is great, but the thing about Crossfire is you're only as good as your video. So I'm running the 800 on it, but I've only got a True D diversity module on my goggle. I'm running the Triumph antennas on both, but I need to get a better patch. I'm only running the Menace RC patch. So the patch I got is shit. So long range and a distance type run, I can do 3/4 of a mile easy. I guarantee it. I can do that with my FR Sky on an 800 milliwatt. So I know I can do it on that. But
So
I,
what? So
you
what?
saw that. You saw that run there. That was probably a half mile, no problem.
So what is the advantage of the crossfire then if you can already get there with Frycon?
But the advantage of Crossfire is going beyond that with good video.
Right,
That
but you haven't got the good video yet.
right. If you don't have good video, you ain't doing shit. It doesn't matter what you got. You can run Fly Sky just as far as I run my Crossfire. If you ain't got good video, you ain't doing nothing. It don't
So,
matter.
so isn't
Your
there?
video, the advantage of Crossfire is being able to go as far as your video will take you.
Okay.
That's the advantage of Crossfire. Your video will drop out way before your receiver will ever drop out, except for those tight spots where you fail safe or latency. You put yourself in a bind. You're gonna shit happens.
Shit
Here's
happens fast.
the thing I
Yeah, and with video, it's quick. And that's the advantage of having diversity is you've got some kind of backup. Sometimes it's not guaranteed.
Right.
Even rapid fire module, you'll get breakup or dropouts or
going to get.
on your video. So it's basically having the radio range more than your video, so you can take it as far as your video can take you, so that you can get out there. You can do it. I've seen people do a mile on on a Fly Sky, a mile with good video and the right equipment. You can do a mile, but you got to have your setup right and this and that. And that's all learning how to set your antennas up, where the best
Yeah.
locations are, what you're doing.
And
a long range rig does not have the antenna set up that a racer has. You
Yeah,
know what
you're
I'm saying?
right. I'm learning
Because a
about that.
race rig is looking at close range. They're not worried about far range. They're looking at protecting their gear, close range, and having good solid at that. They're not looking for that long range video and all that. And so they're 25 milliwatt because they're limited on power, guaranteed to race. So you're looking at good components for close range. You're not looking at the same components to go long range over a half mile, this or that. The gear I'm running right now is basically the stuff racers run. I'm running a little bit extra with the Crossfire now. So now it's time to start building up the video gear so that the video can take me further. 800 milliwatt on stuff. Make sure I got Crossfire receivers on stuff. I make sure I got good antennas instead of running Triumphs, running Pagodas, running Triumphs or Axes, or
You have to get like one of those 12-turn spring-looking antennas too.
right.
Yeah.
The bigger the antenna for your range.
Right.
The thing with the antennas and diversity is you got one that's like your circular polarized,
Right.
and there are different ranges: 2.5 decibel, 5 decibel, 10 decibel. There are different ranges of antennas. It depends on how much you want to spend. But then you've got your patch. Your patch is
Like your
in an
beam,
angle.
kind of. Yeah.
It's only going to go straight out this way. Basically, that's it.
Right.
So long range, it's good for going out that way, and you have your backup. But you're only going to go so far with your basic patches because of your 2.5 or 5 decibel or 10 decibel. So that's when you start getting into your like double crosshair patches and this and that. And that's what they're using towards going that long range. So they can get that higher decibel reading and higher penetration through stuff. And you know what I mean?
My buddy
And
runs
use
2
that
Immortal
full
T's.
800 milliwatts that the Unify is putting out.
Well,
Right.
I mean, I have a patch on one side of my Viper, and it's a flat panel. I think it's 26 dB, something like that. But when I have a video where I start flying, I'm just flying a little mobula, I think 25 milliwatts. But when I was facing the wrong way, and when I turned and took off after facing 180 degrees, the opposite direction through the track, as I call it, at my place, what a difference. I mean, you know, all of a sudden the noise that I was getting was gone. And so, yeah, the patches are highly directional, and you need to
Mhm.
be, need to have, you need to be facing where you're flying, basically.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah,
I have a question for you, Mike.
you see
So,
me flying like tonight. I was flying out there. I went out ripping my 3 inch. My 3 inch is only like running 25 milliwatt, and I'm running a trailer park that's full of aluminum buildings, pine trees, all kinds of trees, and we've got smart meters on all of our like gas meters and everything else. So there's all
Right.
kinds of tons of Wi-Fi and all that, all kinds of interference on 200 milliwatt, 600 milliwatt. I can run through the whole trailer park, this or that. 25 milliwatt, I'm lucky to go about halfway back. So I was running around on that, and I noticed to myself, I'm like, man, I'm getting some bad antenna feed over here. What's the deal? What's the deal? I noticed myself in the video facing like totally to the right,
yeah,
but to the direction I'm normally facing. I'm like, oh, I turned, took like 2 baby steps real quick. All of a sudden, my video cleaned right out.
Right.
That happens. Yep.
so, Mike, I have a question. So, rapid fire is the video equivalent of crossfire for your radio.
Uh, for your video. Yeah, for your video. It's the equivalent. The crossfire for your radio is the same thing basically as rapid fire equivalent as it is right now for your goggles. Rapid fire is 2 different modules, and it picks the best video feed, period. Doesn't go by antenna, which was what your diversity module did. It went by an antenna reading. And now you're going by a video reading, and it's supposed to be a little bit cleaner and catch you. Whatever the best video is what it's going to put up on the screen type thing. So
Uh,
Well, see,
it kind of mixes it as well,
right,
so that
right, right.
you don't get the latency. It's not just a switch between bad and good. You kind of get a mix between it, so that when you get out there that long range and you're on a true D, it's going to just drop.
Hey.
Whereas the rapid fire is going to keep going a little bit before it drops because of that other video feed pulling in or this or that. It may help you. So it's a little bit cleaner video, a little bit better switching. Yep, only switch is active.
but I would think first and foremost is to make sure you got some good antennas on your diversity unit.
Yeah, that always your antennas are going to be your always thing. If you're going for range, it's always going to be your antennas. Your video is going to run out way before your receiver. I have gone 3/4 of a mile across the cornfield, opened up, a clear line of sight with an FR Sky, with an RXSR receiver, a Unify 800 on a race setup, with the Unify antenna going out the back with an Axie stubby. You know what I mean? I've gone 3/4 of a mile, no problem. Come back, right,
Three
clean,
quarters
no
of a
problem.
mile is a
So,
long
and that was just straight
mile.
basic. That's your basic race setup. Your True D diversity, your basic patch, your Triumph, your Axie stubby, 800 milliwatt Unify, and open range. So you can go. They say you can go a mile, almost a mile and a half with FR Sky if you got the right range. You know, open, clear, no radio interference, this and that. So it all depends on your conditions, though. You see those guys go out there, they're flying all kinds of cliffs and stuff, and oh, let's dive this. All of a sudden, their video goes out. The next video they post is them doing a 2-hour search for their quad.
Yeah,
Their
right.
GoPros on that damn thing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's always a risk when you go that far. You know, and I've heard what
Yeah,
someone explained to me one time. What is long range? That was the question. Long range is anything you don't want to have to walk for.
yeah, right.
Uh,
Or
Long range is
so If you don't feel like walking to the other side of the field, you better keep it close.
I have a DJI for that.
If you're not planning on walking a mile, don't go it.
How many times have you seen people where they posted a video and they go flying over the wide open field? All of a sudden, the bird dropped out of the sky on us.
Yeah.
Now we got too
But
low.
dude, I've seen Nurk get poison ivy to go hunting down a quad in the chicken bushes and stuff, dude. I've seen it on his videos, dude. He went long ranging over some cliff area or something. Quad dropped out for some reason, fail safe one way or another. Ended up in a big old side of a mountain for 2 hours or some shit like that. He said he went climbing through briar pickers and ended up with poison ivy for like a week after that. But he got his quad back.
That's right.
Depending
Nice.
on how far you want to go.
Right.
No quad left behind. That's my standard setup right there, Ed. What you see on my
Okay.
right now is my standard setup. That's Attitude V4s, True D Diversity, a Menace patch, and a Triumph antenna on top.
That was what I was running.
18650 battery pack and all.
Yep. Yep.
Another TPU print show off there with my Menace patch cover.
I had those. I sold those and bought these.
Yeah, I'm looking to get the rapid fire.
There's that strap.
Hot dog.
There's that strap.
Oh, dude, I just gave one of those away, I want to say. Yeah.
I made one of these for the screens for when you're
Indigo
outside.
Rhino just got one.
You don't have to
Indigo
worry
Rhino.
about
Does
the
that match
sun.
your strap, brother? Is
Yeah,
that
look
the
how
same
good
strap?
it looks, dude. Yeah. Totally matches, dude. Awesome. Oh yeah, and this thing is clutch, man. The 18650 case is where it's at.
Yep, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, I love them hot dog straps, so man, they fit the goggles, everything. They're so much snugger on the back; they don't slip.
Oh, they're so
If you
good,
use
dude.
a Fat Shark strap, they'll slip back and this and that. But
Yeah, you're never. I'm like, it's nice having the confidence that these damn things aren't gonna fall off of my head when I have to plug in my quad or whatever. You know, they're nice,
Ed's got
man.
them FXT goggles. I don't know if those hot dog straps will fit so well on the FXT. You might have to get away from the overhead part of the FXT because they got that third strap. If you got away from that, I think they might fit on the FXT goggles. But man, they are so much straighter and tighter on your head with that hot dog strap.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah,
flying
they're
FXT?
nice.
You flying FXTs, Brian?
No,
No.
I thought you were.
You are.
What are you
I
flying, Ed?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I was saying, Indigo got that. He got that hot dog strap on the Noob Crew about a month ago.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
they're nice, dude. I'm excited about it. It's
That was the Noobapalooza week giveaway. Yeah, like either the week they were there or the week after, something like that. We gave that strap away. We gave another. What else did we give away that night? A quad or something, or a frame, wasn't it? Some shit.
I don't remember what it was.
Anyway, oh no, it was Chuck gave a custom strap away. That's what the other one was. Chuck gave away a custom strap
Oh, okay.
where they got to go put their logo or this or that on it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
It was
Yeah.
a double header night. We don't do a lot of giveaways on the Noob Crew, but if you guys like stuff and good information, the FPV Noob Crew.
Yeah, I always stop in there when I can, for sure. I love hanging out with everybody on YouTube because we're all into the same shit, and you can only talk to people around you about this stuff so much before everyone wants to punch you in the face.
Right.
So, yeah, for sure, dude. You ever try one of these little Echoes, the mini Echo?
No, I have not tried those yet. I've heard good things about those.
Man, look how little it is. I'm sure you know how big this is. It's
So
like tiny,
that's
dude.
considered a circular polarized, though, right? Not a patch.
No, this is a patch. It's
Is
a
it a
mini
patch?
patch. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just showing you
That'd be
this
good
one for
like
size
my indoor
reference
bando
because
flying and stuff like that versus my like long ranging.
yeah, it's a cool little patch, man. I dig it.
Yeah, I just seen them recently. The other one was, what was the other one? The new TBS ones, the TBS Pros, the
Mm.
Triumph Pro. It's supposed to be a nice little. It's not a patch. It's like the Axes or whatever. So
Yeah, isn't it like
real
40 or
tiny.
50 bucks? You get two of them, I think.
Well, TBS has always been like $40 for two for the Triumph anyway. So it's $20 an antenna, which is twice the price of like your Fox here. Fox
Yeah,
is going to have
right,
the same product or same quality for about half that. Well, I won't say same quality necessary either. It depends on what aspect of the quality you're looking at.
right.
The
What do
video is the main thing I'm looking at. If I get uh,
kind of loaded answer there? What do you mean by that, Mike?
well, TBS Triumph is a great quality antenna, and so is a Fox Ear Pagoda. But a Fox Ear Pagoda is not going to take the abuse that a TBS Triumph is going to take. So,
Gotcha.
which quality aspect are you looking at? Is penetration as far as
Oh,
video,
you gotta
or are
eat.
you looking at abuse and on your quad or on your video? Most people run a lot different antennas on their quads than they run on their goggles
But,
because the goggles don't take the abuse. The
I,
quads take abuse, so you
but
take very durable antennas generally on your quads.
ideally, wouldn't it be best for the two antennas to be the same?
In a perfect world, it is, but uh, try running a TBS Triumph on a nice little light race rig. A TBS Triumph antenna is very heavy compared to an Axie
A
Pagoda
little
or an
stubby or
Axie Stubby.
something. Yeah,
Yeah, or even a dipole when you're racing.
right.
I mean, depending on the class or this
You're
or
like
that, a
this
lot of
little
three
guy. These
inchers
things
run
are
the dipoles.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking at that towards my 3 incher, but I think my 3 incher. One of the things I printed this way, whoop frames. So
I mean, okay, so here's my okay. Well, let's take this step
printed
further
these for the 3 inch.
because
Yeah,
Oh,
I think I'm gonna be
so I
square.
again
Oh,
wouldn't if you're running a stick or a dipole, as you say, wouldn't it be good if you have diversity goggles to have a dipole on your goggles?
well, there is a dipole patch out there for like your whoops and stuff like that. There is a dipole patch by Menace and a couple other companies, and they recommend that as far as a patch. But your circular polarized, you can't find a circular polarized in a dipole necessarily that's going to do as well as like your TBS Triumph versus a dipole antenna. Uh, You're always going to be better off with a Triumph. It's just got more penetration and whatnot. So sometimes overrating the antenna on your goggles versus your quad is better. You know what I mean? Push a little bit more power on the goggles so that you've always got the penetration. The quads don't matter as much anymore. You know what I mean?
As
So
long as
like
you're pumping
I
out
run
power.
the same two antennas on my goggles, whether I'm running my Whoop indoors or I'm running my 5 inch outdoors. Same antennas because the video difference running decent antennas on your goggles, the video difference between dipole and matching your antennas is that limited unless you're doing long range or want really very clear video or this or that. It don't much matter. You're going to get video breakup here there anyway. You're
yeah,
going to get trees, you're going to get buildings, you're going to get this, you're going to get there's always something with video breakup.
right,
Best to run the best you can on the goggles and decent quality as far as durability on the quad and not worry so much about the quality on the quad as far
right.
as the video side goes. More durability on the quad.
All right, you gotta excuse me for a minute. If I don't go feed this dog, he's gonna start biting me. So I will be back in a few minutes.
Give him some peanut butter.
Yeah. So I get the fact that you don't crash your goggles.
Oh, I do crash. Lots of times, buddy. I just don't post the video as much.
Don't. But how many times do you crash your goggles? You don't crash.
Never. I
Right.
drop them or hang them up when I'm getting in and out of the car, or putting my strap over my head to put my radio back on. I'll hang them up on a thing. Or when you get comfortable with your goggles and you start walking around and hanging out, you end up bumping into things with your goggles more. Your goggle receiver seems to be the worst thing that you have to worry about. Pulling that damn True D or whatever it is out of that goggle bay because you hooked an antenna on some shit. That's what becomes the most part of your goggle. Other than that, you don't beat them up much. Your goggle pad, your face pad, you replace that a couple times, once, twice a year maybe, depending on how much you're using your goggles and how much you're sweating and things like that. They get funky, they get sweaty, they get dirty, they get shredded, on and off a lot for racing. You're going to be wearing out goggle pads more. Other than that, you don't do much to your goggles. You replace a receiver every once in a while. Like, I bought my Fat Sharks when I got into it 2 years ago. They're Attitude V4s, anniversary edition. They came with a receiver, a single receiver. Ran that for about a month and a half. I bought True Ds. I'm still on the same True D module that I was running then. It's upgradable. It's got a USB port. You plug it in, you upgrade it. It's got all the new firmware, runs the same way. Why upgrade? Oh, wait, because Rapid Fire come out now and it's got a little bit different diversity type moduling as far as video module diversity instead of antenna diversity. So it's got a little bit different, like, it's the new technology. It's the only reason you're upgrading, because you want the best. Otherwise, you ain't upgrading your goggles. Your radio, the only reason you're replacing that is because you left that shit on the back of your car and pulled out of there, packing the rest of your shit in and drove off, and that thing hit the road, and about 10 cars run that shit over.
Let me ask you this, okay? So, who waits, okay, because you always get notifications like Betaflight. I went into Betaflight configurator a couple weeks ago, and it says, "Oh, you're not using the latest version of Betaflight." So who waits?
Dude, up until Beta Flight 3.4, from like Beta Flight 3.2, something like that, or up until 4.0, I didn't really upgrade my quads, man. They flew good at what they flew. If they flow good, why do I need to change anything? I've already got them tuned. I've already got them running smooth. Why would I change it? Oh, because everybody's going to the new stuff. It's so much easier to tune, a little bit cleaner, man. You won't have to tune it as much. Now I got to tune my damn quads, man.
Can you screw them
Every
all
single one of them. I updated to 3.4. I got to tune all my damn quads. You know what I mean? There's tuning involved. It's not tune free. There's going to be tuning depending on your setup, depending on your flight controller, your ESCs, your motors. There's tuning involved. The props you run can change your tune. The 6-inch arms to 5-inch arms, a 3-inch arm to 5-inch arm. Every bit, every factor of the drone that you have is specific to you. You're going to have to tune. Betaflight's trying to clean that up so that it's less tuning, but you're still going to have to tune. Simple as. Same way with my KISS rig. I built my KISS rig in May last year, June last year. I haven't tuned it since, bro. It ain't I ain't flashed it. I ain't tuned it. I run it. That's all I did. Since then, I've added crossfire to it. I go into the program real quick. It comes up. I change over from S bus to crossfire instead of Spectrum or this or that. Boom. Now I'm done. No more. I didn't tune anything. I just changed it. Changed the receiver. That's it. Otherwise, I ain't tuned it. I ain't changed my pits. I ain't changed my rates. I ain't changed shit. It's all the same stuff since I started. I don't tune most of my rigs. I don't know a whole lot about tuning. I know a little bit enough to clean it up a little bit. And most of the stuff that I learned, I cheated. I took some stuff from here. I was like, oh, that's pretty close. Let me adjust this a little bit more. I see where that cleaned it up. And all right, this cleaned it up too much. Now get kind of back it off a little bit. Okay, that looks good. It's all about how you feel about your flight. It's how your rates are, your PIDs are. PIDs can be a little bit different because PIDs can change your flight control, you know, but you can fly into a lot of shit on your PIDs too. As far as your prop wash and stuff, if you learn to fly with your rates and adjustments in your flying style, you can fly out of a lot of prop wash without having any. I did it for a long time. That's why when I tuned my quads when I flashed my quads this last time, I left everything stock. Every single quad I got is all stock. Not one bit of change in rates, not one bit of change in PIDs. Why? Because I want to see what my flying habits are with that quad, the way it acts. I don't want to see how that quad acts to the way that I fly and the rates that I thought I wanted. I want to see how it flies now. You know what I mean? What habits have I picked up as to flying out of prop wash? Because I know this quad handles this way. I take a dive a little bit different. I get into the throttle a little sooner. You get into that constant management of your throttle and your quad when you're flying the same thing over and over, and you get into bad habits possibly. You know what I mean? You may, oh, my quad flies great. Oh, dude, if you flew this quad, it'd be so much prop wash, this, that, and the other thing, and it'd be like shit. Because I fly it the way that I've learned to fly it, not the way that it's built to fly.
Get what I'm saying? You just said you're flying stock PIDs and all that and stock rates, so
right.
You learn to fly the bird the way it was set.
I adjusted to the bird and changed my rates to flow with it and how I felt comfortable with it and smooth it out. And so now when I flash the back, it's like, okay, everything's all brand new. Now I got to learn to fly all over as far as how that quad flies.
You know? I do it backwards. I beat the snot out of them until they comply. I call it growth through abuse.
I do that, but I think I'm adjusting along the way. It makes it feel better.
See, I beat the crap out of mine in the act of flying, okay? Daisy. Yeah, it does.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, the whole PID thing, I watched one video that explained it to me pretty good about the PIDs, you know, a little bit about what PIDs are.
We must be having a good chat, man. I don't know when the last time I checked my phone is. It's been sitting over there by the printer. I'm like, hey, where's my phone? Because I knocked the cord off when I bent down. I'm like, wow. Anyway. Let's disconnect it, guys. Quad life.
What do you mean you destroy the crap out of yours? You mean talking about the birds, Raymond? Look. And there ain't nobody that ain't beat up a few birds here and there. You know?
Deezy wants to know how long you've been live. What?
I've been on for longer than I ever
hours, man. Still early. It says 2 hours. When Ed gets on, he's usually in a ready to have a good time. And if anybody comes on the channel with him, it's just a bonus for him. It usually goes a little longer.
It always.
As you hear the crackle.
It always gets longer because all you wonderful people coming here. I mean to do like a 20-minute stream and all these characters come in, all my brothers and sisters, and it's just
He's
awesome.
like, here's just a live shout out, man. Just a quickie, real quick. 2 hours later. Hey guys, what's going on? I'm gonna go get me some more ice. With that being said, take me a pit and roll a couple cigarettes.
That's the spirit.
How you doing, Daniel? Doing all right, brother? TBS Source One, that's the frame. The TBS Source One is the frame. I take it, Ryan.
Yeah, that thing, dude, is a tank. I've smacked it pretty good a couple of times, and no problem. It just keeps going. It's awesome.
You know, hey.
Maybe I am. Maybe it's my allergy.
You like Ryan, not Indigo Ryan, the guy on the screen, but the other Ryan, RDVFPV. He says he never crashes either. Well, I'll tell you this, DZ. If you ain't crashing, you ain't flying, brother.
Well, you know, the truth is, I crash when I do dumb shit. But that's when you're having fun, when you're trying to push yourself to do some dumb shit, and you either make it or you don't.
Well, see, now in DZ's case, I kind of get it. He tries to avoid crashes because he's got a really screwed up foot. And so he doesn't have to do the walk of shame, because I'm sure that's kind of hard to damn do now because his foot's all messed up. But
dude, GPS, return to home failsafe. That's what I would do.
That's awesome, man. I really would like to do a build like that.
Right? I think so too. And they're not that expensive, dude. I was looking at GPS boards or chips or whatever you call them, and they weren't even expensive. The cheapest one I saw was like 15 or 20 bucks. So, I mean, I'm sure you would probably want to get a decent one, and I don't know what a decent one is, but hell, that's not that expensive.
The foot's gone now. The foot's gone now, it's easy. And I'll tell you what, I just got to do another shout out for DZ because
Raymond.
I met DZ a long time ago when it was the second drone page I ever joined, New Drone Owners United States Global, and he made me spend money. He didn't make me, he kind of twisted my arm a little bit, but the laugh that's funny, Dan. Why I was saying laugh out loud, I don't know. I just laughed out loud, but anyway, laugh out loud is what I would have typed if I wasn't live and talking.
That's awesome.
But anyway, I do that all the time. But no, man. I mean, it's just like on the Batman. It's got unused UARTs. I guess you use a UART for your GPS module, and then set up a switch for GPS rescue mode. And that would be cool if you lose RX loss where it would automatically, come back to where its last location was.
Mm-hmm.
And
that is super cool.
I've seen a few people that have done that, and they were testing the switch they set up, and they have it already programmed to where the return to home height was, 200 feet or whatever's going to clear the highest obstacle that's around you. And it comes back and the freaking thing lands. How beautiful is that?
Yeah, my he's built a couple
Got a
of those
perfect
quads,
rope.
man, and they're neat. Like in his OSD, it shows you like where he took off from. Once he takes off, there's always an arrow pointing in the direction you need to go to get
Is
home.
it
I
props
thought that was
off
kind of
working on
cool.
something like that? I think props off down there. He's working on some kind of like a recovery type drone. It's got like a claw type hook on the bottom of it and the whole shot, so that he can like hover over, camera angle down, this and that, pick up with a claw so that like you can get quads out of trees or off buildings and stuff like that. I
Wouldn't
think
that
it's
be
props
that'd be
off
cool?
doing that.
That'd be fun.
Check his bait. I'm watching the sprinter. I'd pull it up and check real quick. And just starting one.
You know what's funny to me, man? What's that guy's name? Oh man, I think it's like Gap Doom. He took a Phantom and turned it into a race quad.
Oh, Gap of Doom?
Yeah, dude. That dude trips me. Could you imagine doing that? Like showing up at a park with a Phantom that's like a race quad? It's not even a Phantom. It'd be so
Mr.
funny.
Steele. Mr. Steele took a Phantom 2 or Phantom 3, I think it was. Anyway, he took and revised it and put it into a race quad basically. And he was doing like the full FPV, flips, rolls, all that shit on it. Cyclones, power loops.
That's so awesome.
That would be epic.
Right?
Yeah, there you go, Birdman. Steele did it too. See?
Dan, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean as far as you could go. I feel like I'm stuck as far as I could go in FPV. Like, I don't know, man. I haven't found that ceiling yet. There's always something to learn.
You need a new spot, a new quad, something.
A new spot would definitely be a game changer. But you know, like I used to bitch about flying at the same park all the time, and now I kind of like it because it's my park. I know where the trees are.
Specific songs, maybe even changing. I know a lot of times I fly to music, but I don't fly to specific songs.
No, me either.
The music always adds flow to your flying.
Exactly.
You're hearing
get
some
rhythm.
Yeah. So you kind of get that rhythm thing going naturally.
Right.
So it always adds to it. But to fly to a specific song, like I did Toes, or not Toes, Tiptoe by Imagine Dragons. I did 2 videos on that. One I flew to the specific song, and one I edited to the song. The first one I just flew. I had the song playing here and there, a part of it in my head kind of thing, or this or that. But I didn't fly specifically to the music. The part 2, I actually flew to the music. I was like, here's the song, here's the takeoff, and here it is. All the way through, there's your edit. That kind of shit.
Right.
So to fly actually to the song, no edits, not trying to mix your flights into me. It's way different as far as the aspect. You're trying to, Imagine Dragons is cool, but yeah, that song. There's a lot of ups and downs, this and that, highs, lows.
I want to say something to Brother Pool here. My buddy Drone Pool, I want to say something to you. Okay? You say you're not progressing because you've gotten comfortable with what you're doing, but you need to make yourself uncomfortable, okay? And do it 200 feet up in the air. Start doing doubles or
you got 400 feet, man. Take advantage of it.
So I mean,
that's a good point.
I don't know. I see him flying around. He does these circles around, and
anybody I've ever heard try to give advice as far as anybody up there, how do you start getting into flying the freestyle, doing flips, rolls, this or that? You take it way up above the trees, give yourself lots of altitude. You got 400 feet. Do some flips and rolls. When you start getting comfortable with that, start bringing it down to a lower altitude.
Yep.
Next thing you know, you're going to be doing a flip between the tree branches.
Yep.
Yeah, I have.
Yep. That's where I am right now, Mike.
Find an
That's
open
exactly
area.
where I'm at.
The football field, soccer field. The school's out, people. There's lots of schools you can fly around right now. Lots of open fields, 200. You know what I mean? Look at the space you got. And
No,
go out and enjoy that open space
awesome
with
places.
no trees and learn those specifics that way.
I don't know. I mean, it just seems like he's always in. Not always. I mean, Dan has come a ways, but Dan, you're not pushing yourself, brother. You're just not trying new shit. You know, you
Raymond, we do that shit even
start
after we think we got it down.
down and
He's
and
still yaw spinning, doing the inverted yaws and coming out into a tree. Trust me, I ripped off an alien motor. I can tell you all about it. Watch the video.
Yes.
Good video.
yeah, Raymond, you are exactly correct.
Kate.
I get so jealous. I mean, I've seen Dan do it. I've seen what's his name? I'll be drone. Dan O do it, whatever. And they go to these schools and they just go right in. It was about a month ago. I went driving around looking for there's a school off of to the south of me, off of 206. Not that y'all know where that is, but it's a huge football field and all that. It's all locked up. Gates are closed, padlocked, no trespassing, all this crap. My tax dollars go to that shit, and I'm not allowed access to it. There ain't nobody there. What the frick?
That sucks.
Yeah, Florida's horrible about that. Raymond knows. He just said it. All his schools are all fenced and locked up. That's the way they are here in St. John County, too, Raymond. And it blows.
Indigo, you said you do some 3D printing.
Hmm?
You say you do some 3D printing.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Do you use extraction on TPU?
What? I don't know.
When you print in TPU.
I never messed with any of those settings. When I use Cura 4.0, I think it is, and when I do my print files, I usually pick the material I'm using, and I think I set it to like fat bottom something. I call it fat bottom, but I set it to that TPU, and whatever those settings are for that stuff.
Oh man, what kind of printer you got?
Ender 3.
I want to say something to both Dan and Raymond. And that is remember throw. Because when you go to do something like an inverted yaw spin, and trust me, I haven't done a lot of that. I've tried, I've played with it. But just do this as a test. Okay? Punch your bird up and get that guy going up fast.
Make sure you're upright.
Yeah, to make sure you're upright. Yeah. When you get going up fast with that good punch, when you get that going up back with your good punch, drop the throttle. I mean, drop it. And then see how long it floats. Because what happens is when you punch up like that, the weight of that bird, you get inertia of that bird going up. And when you drop that throttle, you'll be surprised. It'll keep going up. That's called throw. And you're throwing that bird up in the air, and it will become weightless because you've got the inertia of the weight of that bird going up. Weight does not hurt you as much as you think because that weight
it only hurts you coming down.
That's why you can't fly a whoop like you can a heavier bird because a whoop doesn't have that throw, that inertia of that weight mass going up. And so
and the prop thrust isn't much of a whoop either.
Roll up, drop the throttle, roll up, spin around, do whatever you will. Yes, you're going to drop eventually, but when you first roll inverted, you're still going up, brother. and
You got
just
to
ride
remember
that
too,
tide.
though. You got to remember, Betaflight has anti-gravity and this and that added in, so that all inertia adds to your prop thrust. Anti-gravity helps with like when you're upside down or this or that. It helps you to keep afloat, which means your motor idle has changed compared to what it used to be. When you drop your throttle all the way down, it's a low motor idle before, and now it's more relative to the way that the quad is reacting. It floats in more. So upside down, you got a little bit more float time compared to what it used to be now. As far
Yeah.
as even at stock, I'm telling you stock because that's what I'm running right now, and even the stock PIDs rates everything right now, your upside down time is if you're not dropping that throttle all the way down to zero and slamming it down, you've got throttle, dude. You've got some anti gravity, some float time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because those motors react to it now a lot different than they used to. Feed forward's the other one. The anti gravity and the feed forward are the two things that they've added in the last 5 or 6 builds of Betaflight. They're building so fast on Betaflight now. It depends on if you're on beta or nightly builds or if you're on the actual Betaflight stable builds. But with stable builds, the last like 2 builds that they've done, 2 or 3, has had the anti gravity and the feed forward. And the feed forward is helping with your momentum so that it changes over with your momentum. It tries to catch quad or stabilize a little bit differently
Hmm.
as far as how your gyro reacts.
That's the thing, Birdman. I mean, um, it's like I was playing around with that last time I flew the bat, and I was shocked. And I didn't really do much inverter. I rolled inverter a couple times, but not for long. But I was still playing around with it, and it. I don't know. It's amazing. I mean, it's like, wow, man. I rolled back upright, and I'm still 300 feet up or 200 feet up in the air, you know. And I was upside down with propped off, or not, you know, no throttle, you know. So I do have my anti gravity turned on, Mike. Not like I knew what it did. It kind of tells you what it does. It gives you
It's
extra burst of
totally different than the way Betaflight reacted to your actions as far as being upside down and your throttle control from before. That's the only thing I've really noticed. I haven't got into specifics. Like I said, I haven't got into tuning the new Betaflight 4.0 and all that. I haven't even added rates yet. I'm like 667. That's my rate straight up. Boom. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So my last 3 videos, 4 videos, 5 videos maybe have been all stock rates. Just trying to get a feel for how it feels before I tune to how the quad actually reacts because I fly so much differently to what the quad used to react because I stayed on one tune that was so good for so long with my quads. You know, I got them to a certain point and I just left them.
All right.
So I've learned to fly around so much shit that now I'm trying to like test my skills and see where I am compared to what I tuned around or I flew around. So that's why I've left it the way it is. So it's me and Plummet are starting to fly again. Spring's come and summer's come and this and that. So we're starting to fly and he's getting into tuning a little bit more. And with this new Betaflight, I've got a tune. I know I do. I get prop wash. I see it lots. So it's definitely not the same as it was, but I see how smooth it was compared to what it was and how much I got to change. But it's all a tuning game. You're always going to have to tune, I think. Even Kiss, they say, is tune free, blah, blah, blah. No, you got to tune Kiss. If I
Okay,
didn't
well,
have a GoPro
okay.
mount, if I didn't have a GoPro mount, maybe not so much. but you're still going to have to change your rates. You're still going to have to tune a little bit, depending on if it's a 5-inch or 4-inch or 6-inch or this or that. There's always tuning, so you might as well learn it and on the basic 5-inch, which is the standard. Get that down, then the
Well,
rest will be easier.
I mean, look, Mike, you seem to be going back and forth a little bit here because you're talking about tuning, but at the same time, all the birds you got now are running stock
Uh,
up.
I,
So,
no, I know I need to tune. I knew would need to tune. The point is finding out where I need to tune now. That's why I've left them on beta flight to see where beta flight's tuning it itself and where I fly. I flew on the same tune for so long on my quads that I learned to fly out of certain things like prop wash. I dived differently because I knew what prop wash was there because of the way that I had tuned my quad before. So now I've put beta flight in there and now I have to fly beta flight. So I've learned a whole different way of flying. You know what I mean? It's different than the way I flew before to try to clean up that prop wash when you fly and feel smooth, how you dive, how it grabs, how much punch it's got off the end, this and that. It's all different now.
So do you
So
feel like
I'm
you're
doing
trying to throw
that.
yourself more aggressively into turns then to initiate it?
Yeah.
Right.
It's totally you're pushing yourself and going, oh, okay, I got to turn a little bit sooner maybe because my
Right.
rates before were up towards 1100, 1200. They're down at half of that now. So like you saw my flying in the bando, uh, I'm flipping and rolling and crashing a bunch. It's because I'm at like half the rates I was used to flying in any area. And now that winter's over, I'm starting to fly it more and beta flight. So my tune's all screwed up. I got no idea how to fly right now. I'm all sloppy as shit. Best time to
Right.
look at my videos is right now. If you want to see some crashes and all that, watch my shit. Give it another month, you ain't gonna want to watch anymore. It'll be all smooth and epic footage or this. That
I,
Chris
I
used to
don't,
hit me up. He's like, "Oh man, how do you get that thing to fly so smooth?" I put a tune on it and I learned to fly it. That's what I did. I flew around the shit. My shit looked smooth, but I flew the same exact tune for 3 months. Every
Right.
you're gonna learn to fly it. You're gonna know when it prop washes out, how much throttle you need on a dive, this, that. You're
Right.
gonna
okay,
learn all that shit. You pick up
okay.
those habits, muscle memory. It's all muscle memory. You pick up those habits.
Exactly.
So is it better to learn to fly the bird, or were you going to tell the bird how you're going to?
Well, it's good to tune the bird to your flight. It's good to do that. But there's a certain point where you get to the bird tuned in your flight, you feel comfortable, and you just say, okay, I'll work with the rest. And that becomes your comfortable flight. And that's where I'm like going back now. Beta flight acts differently, this or that. It tunes the quad differently itself. So now I'm going back and going, okay, let's relearn how I'm flying, see where I'm at, and then go from there. Now that I've been flying in a month or so on the 4.0 with stock tune, I'm going to go ahead and start, you know, I got a little prop wash when I dive. I need to clean that up. More pitch in the roll, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Add a little
Right.
bit more D, this or that.
So
So
in other words,
it was retraining myself, getting out of bad habits, seeing where I was at. Spread didn't fail, did it? Oh, it's still going. Kind of sloppy. I put that extraction on. I don't know if I like extraction or not. Extraction with TPU
I
seems
never
to
said
come
it.
up more. Uh, Generally, TPU, they say turn the extraction off. It just runs smooth, so it's constant flow. But I want have the extraction, so I ain't even got to worry about it anymore. You know, if you get a little bit of fast feed, the extraction takes care of it because it's always pulling back, pulling back, pulling back. It's not overflowing with TPU.
I gotcha.
TPU jams so easy. So I'm trying to kind of tune the extraction on some prints.
Dude,
See
I've
if I can
never
get
had
the-
a jam once. Not even once.
Yeah.
I print TPU all I print. I
Yeah.
barely ever print anything besides CPU.
Yeah, I got a Tronxy YX too, and it's like if you buy it right now, it's like $218. It's very easy to assemble. It runs the Tronxy and it runs the repeater program. Those are the two programs that it comes with. The
Wow.
repeater program I hadn't worked with a whole lot because it was so complicated. Well, come to find out, it's better. So now, over the last week or two, I've been trying to tune in my printer to the repeater program because the Tronxy program I was finding issues with. It, I don't know if it was really the program so much as my printer, bed leveling, this or that, looseness, sloppiness, this or that. Anyway, but
Yeah, that is a huge factor. In fact, I'm at the point with mine. I think I have to replace one of the motors, but I think I'm just going to end up taking the whole thing apart and rebuilding it just to straighten everything up, and tighten everything up, clean everything up. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of
yeah,
plastic debris and whatnot in little parts that need to get
yeah, I'm
like
hearing
blown
some
out and
funny
all that.
noises of this or that. That's not
Yeah,
normal.
no, like it'll be a
Maybe
hair,
I
like a
just need to
tone
tighten
off.
something, a clunk here, a clunk there. It's like
Yeah,
maybe I need to
right.
tighten some shit up.
Yeah, totally. Well,
But yeah,
mine's
so
having an actual problem. The z-axis is falling. It's like it doesn't have the power
oh,
to keep it. It like falls, dude.
like a belt stretched or some shit, maybe.
Yeah, but I've gone over it. I tightened everything I
Yeah,
could without over tightening it, and it's not doing it. I'm starting to suspect maybe the motor's just starting to take a crap because it just seems
that
like it
could
just
very
can't
well
hold the
be.
weight.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. I haven't been printing enough to know if it's going to be a motor or this or that. But
And I think I read somewhere there's an upgraded motor for the Z-axis that's like a
yeah,
must upgrade, and that might be one of the
Ender is one of
problems.
the ones I've been looking at though. The CR10, this and that, and creativity. Uh, there's a few I've been looking at, about $250 or somewhere around there right now. Is what I'm. This one I got. It was like I said, like you can buy it for $218, I think, right now, without the auto bed level, anything like that. So
Right,
it's all
right.
hand done,
Yeah,
easy to assemble. But man, I'll tell you what, it's a cheaper knockoff brand. You know, one of those clones and this and that. And, oh, I don't know. I got it for a review. I did a review, so they gave me $100 for the printer. Is what I got for it. So I got like half price, 60% off, something like that. So I was like, all
right,
right, you know, it
right.
wasn't totally free, and I gave him a 4-star review, and it was all right. And trust me, I'm running prints that are on my quads right now.
Yeah,
So it
right.
saved me money. It's been a good printer, but there's a lot of work in this damn thing.
And
It
you ain't kidding. You're
sounds
right.
like the Ender would have been the way to go versus
The
this.
Ender's the same thing, dude.
Yeah.
There's many YouTube videos like, oh, did you get an Ender 3? Here's 10 things you have to do right
Yeah.
now.
It's
So
like the ANET 8. Yeah, if you got an ANET 8, it's a great printer, but you got to print about this, 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 this. As soon as you get it, print this one so you can do this and this and this.
right.
And then by
Yeah.
the time you get done with these 10 prints, your Ender's you're going to be running smooth, man. I swear.
Right. It's
Okay. How do I hook it up to the computer now? Oh, fuck. That's a whole
right.
different game. Now you got a Raspberry and
I know, right? And it's
That's
cool,
like,
like
really?
the I
I
raspberry
just
and
want to
like
print some damn mounts,
I
man.
won't do it, dude. I'm keeping it simple. I have a little SD card reader. Like my desktop's
Yep,
over
that's
there, but I
exactly
have a
me. I'm
remote
flipping
access to the
back
SD
and
card,
forth.
bro. Yep. Yeah.
Yep,
Well,
back and
it's
forth.
not far. I'm going like this. It's within reach, but it's
The,
fine.
the chair swivels good the way I've got my little
Right.
man chair.
Right.
That I can kind of like, okay, and I'm back over here with the printer.
Right. Yeah. See, I
It
got
works
this.
out pretty good.
Yeah, totally.
Charger's over there, you know. The other half of the closet's my workbench.
Right.
It's
Nice, dude.
been an expansion. My last boy is 18. He goes off to college in August. Oh,
Wow.
gee, yeah. We'll be able to walk around the house in the boxers.
Finally.
Anyway, finally, right. The wife might wear some sexy stuff now. I don't know. We'll see. I'm
Right.
hoping. But yeah, he goes off to college. So we got 3 bedrooms. The other one just moved off like a year and a half, 2 years ago as we were getting into this place. So I took over his room when he moved out. I took over his room as my man cave. Before I had other rooms or this or that playing. We're rental. I'm 47, still running. 5 kids. Imagine that. So, yeah, we're looking to eventually here end up with a place. And I'm thinking a decent warmed garage would be all right. You know,
Right.
have enough room. I'd park the cars outside for night. I'll pull them in before I go to bed. I don't care. Fuck it. As
Right.
long as I got some room to work.
How about it? That would be awesome.
So I've had some basement areas and like that here and there, but this is probably overall for the quads. This is probably the most convenient. I've had a lot more space for other things like growing and all that. But medical marijuana, Michigan, amen.
Yeah, you guys are lucky. We got rec going in 6 months, but the agreement was they took away plants. So it
Yeah.
was supposed to be 6, which, I mean, come on, dude. 6 plants. Come
Well,
on.
well,
Come on,
medical
dude.
in Michigan's 12, so yeah.
I mean, to get anything off of 6 plants, you're going to have to veg those things for like 6 months and get
You
them
got
gigantic.
you got 2 plants in a 3-month rotation, and you better do it right.
That's it. Like, you can't even, there goes the mom room. There goes the clone room. Like,
Yeah,
come
you ain't
on, dude.
It's going to be a minimal operation. 2
Yeah.
closets and a light.
But I was like, okay with it. I was like, okay, Illinois. All right. I'll have 6 plants. I'm okay with that. And then they're like, no, dude. So, to be honest, it kind of made me mad because that was the agreement. If they took that part out and left that part for medical, then it was okay.
I'm medical living in a trailer park. I can't even grow.
Oh,
You know what I
man,
mean?
that sucks.
I'm renting, so I can't even grow in my unit.
Yeah.
I have had a couple of units where I've cleared it with the landlord and they've let me grow. So I had a couple little operations. At one time, I had like 3 patients under me and like 60 plants going at one time.
Nice.
So it was cool, but it's a lot of work too, though, man. It's a lot of work. You got patients. Hey, man, I want my meds. Dude, the plants ain't ready.
Right.
I can't change the cycle, man. You
Right.
know, I can only push them so much. So
That's always going to be the case, man.
it was a big hassle, and when it weighed out, I was like, you know what? That nowadays I just got my card. I got a club, plenty of them.
Right.
I go buy my meds each week and call it good. And
I have no, like, I will probably won't buy anything from the stores once, like I have my own thing going. And
so much available at the stores, dude.
but what I will say is all the exotic shit that you can't get from, your connections, that I will go get.
Dude,
Yeah.
look at that. Look at that. Look
Yeah.
at my can. See
What
that?
was that?
Bro? Those are Funyuns. That's 150 milligrams in a bag for Funyuns, brother. How can you go wrong with
No, that's what I
Funyuns?
mean. That stuff I'm okay with. But like I would probably get a couple little, like the diamonds and shit like that like you don't see. That's the stuff I'm going to get, dude.
My buddy came over tonight. We stopped by. He lives in town, so usually around lunchtime it's close to his house. So everybody takes a little bit with him, and I'm dabs all the way, man. I got
Yeah.
but we go over to his house. He picked up some crystals last night, fucking diamonds, and oh man.
Yeah, my buddy
Put
gave me
like
some in
35, 40 a gram for that kind of stuff in sauce. It's
yeah.
yeah. You
My
gotta have a
buddy
good
gave me
job.
some, dude. And I never, I've had wax a million times, but I never had anything like that before. And I'll tell you what, that was the best damn tasting shit I ever had. And that's for sure what I will go buy. Nice.
Here's some butter, some batter,
Oh, there you go.
like paste.
Nice.
And then there's
What are you showing there?
Look at that. There you go. That's a nice chunk.
Well, now you just make me Jones some.
Right?
what else we got? Dude, I got jars of reclaim, man. These containers are full of reclaim.
That's hilarious.
Just out of the rig. It's like
Dude.
reclaiming. Okay, that's safe for a rainy day. Usually, like a neighbor comes by, he's like, "Dude, man, you got anything?" I'm like, "Here, man, take a jar with you."
That's pretty funny. I have
A
a
week later, I
crafty.
hear back, "Hey, man, you got any more of that?"
That's funny.
Yeah, dude.
I have a crafty. You know what that is? Stores in Bickle makes it. They make the volcano.
Yep.
So the crafty's cool, man, but like after a while it gets dirty and you gotta clean it, and the reclaim out of that's crazy. Oh, there it goes. Those look pretty.
Yeah, see,
That's your high school sweetheart right there.
Right?
old school, ridiculous. I mean, when I'm 60 years old, I like the green leafy stuff, the trees. I've always been about trees.
Amen. I'll drink to that.
I spent so much money on smoke. They give me these jars when I go to the club.
Hey, man,
Plastic club. Look at that. It says right on the top, man. Those are
You know what's funny? I have a whole bag full of those jars, dude, and I've never been to one of those clubs.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine 7 grams of crumble in one of them big old jars?
I can.
Dude, it's like at the bottom of the jar. It's like, oh wow, this big old jar. I get it free all the time.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, Florida's still out there in the vast wasteland of the illegals, so I'd still be a criminal.
These are the travel tips,
Yeah.
Oh, customers around. Gotta keep it legit.
Yeah, I know. See, and see, I have trouble finding
That's
trees.
85% THC right there, bro. 85% THC in that.
Oh my God. Let's see, I'd be way out. I'd be like,
No, it's not like that, Ed. It's not like that with that stuff. It's different.
Vaping is way different.
It's different, dude. I'm telling you. It's just different. That oil it's not the same as smoking weed, man. It's just
I got rigs like
it
this.
doesn't put you in the couch like that.
I don't know about all that now.
Stick right on your vape pen. Throw some wax on the top of that and go to town.
Yeah, those are cool.
It's just like anything else. It's what the mixture is. I don't know. I've certainly been laid out. Well, I'm a weed wimp anyway, so.
Right.
But I like it that way.
13.
Cheaper to be a weed wimp.
All right.
Adam's back and forth. He's got a legit job, so he worries about piss tests a lot. But he's been smoking a little bit here and there and whatnot. So we go out there, go fly or whatever. It's like, hey man, you want to hit this? He's like, one hit, and all of a sudden this flying changes from one. It's great, man.
That's awesome.
I was like, hey man, I brought this big old fatty, man. We went out and flew over there at the bando and shit. I hit my vape pen a couple of times, so that was good, I was like, hey man, I got this big old fatty. We're on the way home, He's like, dude, I can't even drive after I hit that. I'm like, all right, man. It's all good.
I used to do the talk radio gig a long time ago, and That's all I had at the time. I wasn't flying drones or anything, and anyway, there was a live thing that was going on here in St. Augustine. There was a talk radio show, and I came on stream and we're on the live. They brought me in, and I said something about you know how I thought alcohol was far more destructive than pot, weed ever thought of being. And there were people saying, "Oh man, that's crazy." And I said, "Look, man, you're out there stone driving versus drunken driving. A drunk driver is going to be hitting the gas, racing around, doing stupid shit. The stone driver, on the other hand, is more likely if there's an accident that's going to be caused, it's because somebody ran into the back of them because they're going too damn slow." And there were people that were making fun of me about that. And then a guy from St. Johns County Rescue came on and he said, "Yep, you're right." He said, "I've scraped up a lot of bodies off the road and not one of them were smoking weed because somebody was drinking."
Ain't nobody died from marijuana. Nobody's died from marijuana. There's no report of somebody dying from marijuana itself. No report. No statistics. Nobody's been killed. How do you kill somebody driving 2 miles an hour down the freaking road?
Yeah. No. Yeah, exactly. It's because some drunk.
I stopped 3 times at that stop sign, officer. What are you talking about?
All right, but you know what's crazy? People are starting to consider decriminalizing shrooms.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, well, see, here's my opinion.
MD, yeah. They're talking about decriminalizing that. Over in, what is it? Oh, man, there's some country that they've decriminalized like meth pretty much. You know what I mean? MSD, all that stuff.
No way, really?
It's decriminalized, yeah. It's just crazy.
See,
I did hear that the United States is looking to decriminalize marijuana federally in the next couple of years because so many states have gone the way they have.
Yeah, and it could happen.
So,
it could happen.
Yeah, it will. That'll be good, man. When medical marijuana or marijuana is at the level of alcohol, that'll be good.
I know. And look, Birdman. Here's the problem with all that, and that is a lot of companies ignore pot in the blood now, THC in the blood, because
it's more insurance companies that deal with it than the companies. The companies are more legit with it than the insurance companies because of their legality, because they're really regulated.
And here's the deal with that. I mean, I've been smoking since I was 15 years old. Okay, I'm 60, so there you go, 45 years. But I think I've gone to work maybe a couple times high. And that was just with a mild buzz, but I don't like it. I don't want to work when I'm high. I want to chill. I want to have a good time.
Newfound Drone Productions, in answer to your question, what's changed in Canada since legalization? Less mayors are getting busted with cocaine.
Yeah, really?
Just saying, brother.
It's like anything else, man. You know, your time at home, your free time should be your free time. And as long as you do not infringe or endanger anybody else, then you should be free to do what you will. I mean, and that's what this nation was built on personal liberty and freedom. As long as you do not infringe on somebody else's freedom or liberty, you should be able free to do whatever you want. Okay. And when you are on the clock working for somebody, you should be completely straight, whatever. I'm not, but there are plenty of people that have legal prescriptions that are doing Xanax or who knows what else at work, and they're zombies at work, but they got a prescription, it's all good. But I don't know, man. I mean, the kind of work I do can be rather dangerous. You need to be on your toes and know what you're doing, and not clouded in any way. Being hung over from the night before is bad enough. That's why when you fly a plane, it's supposed to have been since 12 hours since you've had any alcohol. I'm sure since you've had anything else too, but that's all I'm saying. It's all about being responsible about anything. That's my little rant. Sorry. Where I think the rules are ridiculous. People die every day because there's somebody out there drunk driving. Alcohol is far more destructive than pot ever thought of being. That's all I'm saying.
That is for sure. That is for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think I would. Well, I have a rule. I won't drink and fly. Like when I say drink, I mean beyond a couple of beers. Because I can't. Like if I had my own property, then it might be different. If I was on huge property, then it might be different. But as it is, I won't do that.
No, every time I've gone to a place other than my backyard, I am completely sober. However, when I fly out back, I like to have a few beers before I fly, and it relaxes me. But years ago, I said, if I'm drinking, I ain't driving. And so that's I tend to fly, I think, better after a beer or two because it calms me down. Because I get twitchy. I drink two things, most of which are water based. I drink Mountain Dew and I drink beer. Okay, and I drink Natty Light, which is mostly water.
This live stream is sponsored by Natty Light.
I'm doing a Natty Light commercial. I mean, it's either Mike. Oh no, it's Adam. He does Bush Light. And I'm like, how do you drink that?
Beer, so it ain't me.
Yeah. Oh no, you're Jim Beam. That's right. Yeah, I knew it. You showed the picture there.
Only the hard stuff for me.
See, I can't do that anymore, Mike.
Oh my God, no way.
I stay away from the hard stuff.
The problem is I can't do it any less. Yeah, a few nights a week usually tears me up.
Raymond, it's funny you say that because, well, no, it's not. See, you're a responsible person, Raymond. I'm just a flying lunatic,
He said I'm not responsible in any way.
I quit liquor for the most part a long time ago too. See, I don't consider this liquor. This is weaker than most wines are. You know,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't say I quit alcohol, but I did quit. First of all, my liver can't take it no more because I ruined my liver years ago with when I was a teenager.
Same
We
here.
we get a quart of 151 and hammer that down, and then we'd be raiding my
I
mother.
waited until I joined the army.
I wonder how
2
you
years
doing,
in the
bro?
army of heavy drinking. Oh boy, the weed drank. Oh, don't know how many times I passed up the hill, watching the sunrise, sunset, whatever it was. Passed out, fifth down, a case of beer. Who knows? But I watched them haul me all the way down to the barracks, throw me in the shower with somebody, say, "Okay, you're good, right?" Yep. Half hour later, I was cabbed all the way back up to the hill with another case of beer. Oh yeah. I was like, "Sober up, let's go."
Let's see. Here's my deal with the hard liquor is that you know my first drink I'd make a normal drink, okay, and the next one I'd spice it up a little bit, you know, and at near the end it was like well I just throw enough mixture in it to give it a little color, you know. So you know the beers are kind of self-regulating, and I'm not a big guy. So, you know, they kind of fill you up. So there's only so much you can consume at one time, you know, because you just fill up. So it's like self regulating, you know, because there's a history of alcohol in my family. So I'm like, I don't want to be like that. So there you go. I drink cheap ass beer. That's weak for that reason. Yeah, I hear you, Raymond. I've had my share of just doing shots, and you know, hey, can feel pretty good that night. It feels like shit the next day. You know, it's
That's why I limit myself. 1 pint.
I know. Okay,
Drink
well,
a pint.
that's cool.
Anything
That's
over
all.
a pint, I'm hurting.
And see, some people don't have that self-regulation. Now, what do you consider one drink? How many ounces is that, Mike?
I said 1 pint. I didn't say one drink.
Oh, 1 pint. Okay.
No, there ain't no one drink. There's no one drink here.
Yeah,
If I
no way.
have one drink, we're on.
It's like potato chips, man. You can't just do one.
Yeah, man, I'm lazy all the way. Yeah,
I quit.
So
no one
you
drink thing here.
just get 1 pint, so you won't go to do a pint and a half. In other words,
When I send the wife to the store or I grab it on the way home, it's 1 pint.
there you go. Well, that's awesome, man.
Uh, if the pint's gone and I'm still sober, that's a bonus. You know what I mean? It don't matter. If I got a buzz, I know I ain't hurting in the morning though.
And that's hey, Bill. That's the thing. You definitely build a immunity to it. That's for sure.
But see, I can't do it every night either, though, Ed.
I'm
That's
not. Hey,
that's where,
look, man.
that's where I. That's where. Oh man, Adam and me. Oh, Adam's like, oh man, I'm off work. It's time for a beer. No, 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 no. It's Tuesday night. This and that. That I'm throwing off this week. Actually, I usually drink like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Those are my drinking nights.
Okay. Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
But last
Well,
night I
wait a
didn't
minute
drink.
now.
I'm like, all right, I'm bored tonight. I didn't take a nap, this or that.
Wait a minute.
Right.
All right. Let's turn the page here a minute. Okay. So being there on whistle stop night that you ain't drinking nothing?
I'm usually sober at whistle stops.
Damn it.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
usually sober, brother. On Thursday nights, I usually don't drink. On Wednesday nights, you might catch me like tomorrow night. You won't catch me drinking because I drank tonight. So I won't drink again until Friday now.
Okay. So that's how you keep from
Oh,
building
dude, if I
up.
got into a habit of every night, man, I'd be like sloshing drunk and I'd be feeling it in the mornings at work, especially like today we were out 81 degrees outside doing like it's a condominium complex. There's 13 buildings and each building has a minimum of 6 condos and we're painting the outside. So I'm outside doing decks,
Damn.
privacy fences, walls out in the beating sun all day. Yeah, dude. If I drank a pint tonight, tomorrow I'm gonna be like looking for shade. It's 83 tomorrow. I'm hoping the power washer's there. I can play around a little bit. Some privacy fences. I'll be looking for the like slack job tomorrow. Okay. Thursday I'll be good to go though, man. Thursday be like, let's get this shit on. Get some paint on the walls. The sprayer should be there. Some paint should be there. I should be able to get like a building done by Thursday night.
Well, I definitely sweat me some beers down here in Florida. I can tell you that in the next day.
Oh, I bet, dude. All right.
But a man has to stay hydrated. You know what I mean?
See, that's what it's all about right there, boys. That boy is 18 years old. He just came in, gave me a kiss on the cheek before he went to bed. That's what it's all about. Love
That's
and
pretty
family.
cool. That's very awesome. That's very awesome, Mike. That's very cool.
Still not
And
touching the quads.
Yeah. He's got one hanging on his damn wall over there, dude. He's got a fly sky
Nice.
radio, a quad, no goggles, no batteries. But one of my first quads, I was like, all right,
Nice,
man,
dude.
you need to fly. He's flown a few of mine here and there. And I think if it wasn't for a money issue, he'd probably fly.
Right.
But he knows if he breaks it, he's
Right.
Yeah, there's some money involved. He's like, oh, I got other things I want to do. He goes off to college in August. He's actually at a community junior college. It's not really a community college, but it's not a full college. But it's going to be about like 52,000 a year, and he's got that covered for the first year. So
Nice.
well, here's the deal.
We can save
Here's the
that one.
deal, Mike.
There's 1 year now.
That's a very wise decision on his part because as long as those credits are transferable,
Dude, I threw that shit away. I threw
you
that shit away.
know, it's best to do the community college kind of gig to get some credits under your belt or whatever.
Definitely.
And it saves you a lot of money, and that's the way to go. There's a
When I
lot of
graduated in 1990, I was on delayed entry program. I had $52,000 for college for sign-in bonus, people. All I had to do was 3 years, 4 years, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I did 2 years, 10 months, 2 days. I got out on a general under honorable, not a full honorable. Sorry. But when I got in, I got young, dumb, and I was having a good time. And I got married and had a kid. And the military was taking me away too much. And I said, I want out.
let me out, let me
And I found a
out.
way out. So I got a general under honorable conditions. It's under honorable. I still get some, but I don't get all that benefit. That 52,000 that I had built up for college, I pissed it all away by getting out early. 52 grand at a general community college, that's like 2 years right now. That's enough to get you an associate's, people. That's a degree. So I pissed it away. He's not pissing his away. He graduates high school and he's everything he's got right now. I think he's got like 2-3 grand out of 53 that isn't covered right now. So yeah, I
Nice.
pissed it away though. When I got out under general under honorable, they took those college benefits away. That was one of the things they took from me. So getting out early wasn't a great thing. It wasn't a bad thing, and I did it for, in my opinion, all the right reasons. But I still pissed a lot away. So college is big time important to me. He'll be the first one of my kids that actually went to college officially since they graduated. So out of 5,
Mike,
he's
Mike,
last.
I don't think there's a person around here that hasn't pissed away some money at some point
Oh,
or
I know, but 52 grand, that's a lot of freaking money that I pissed
yeah, no,
away.
I
And if
agree.
I'd have taken advantage and not like been like high school graduate, 3 days. I graduated June 10th. On June 13th, I was in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, people. There was 3 days of partying, and that was it. Graduation to basic training, there was 3 days. So I went to basic and I pissed away a lot because I was young, dumb, and wanted to have fun. And I enjoyed life. I don't regret things that I did, but certain things I do have some dismay.
Bad ideas are the only kind I have.
But we learn from it, and that's what makes them great. Is bad things that we do, decisions that we make. I mean, don't get me wrong. I loved the military, and 3 years in the military, near 3 years, 2 years, 10 months, 2 days. I went to Japan for 30 days. I did 2 years of training in JRTC, which is Fort Chaffee, Arkansas, which is Joint Readiness Training Program.
That
It's
must have been
basically like a 30-day field exercise. You go out for 2 weeks, you fight the people that live in the land, that live there constantly, full time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You fight them on their land, and then they come back and try to fight you on their land, that kind of thing. And then they evaluate you on how well you did as far as your military training and this and that. So I did get to go to some places. I was stationed permanent party in Alaska, Fort Richardson, Anchorage for 3 years almost. So I've seen things that most people can't see. So I don't regret anything I did except for maybe pissing away some shit. It's not really a regret, it's just a disappointment.
Yeah,
well,
I know what
thing
you
is,
mean.
Aspect.
beautiful kids, and you had a good time. So there you
Yeah.
go.
And, dude, the 30 days we spent in Japan was an experience that if it wasn't for the military, I guarantee I'll never get it again. I
Right.
mean, how many of you plan on going over and just hanging out in 30 days in Japan? You work from 9 to 5 in the morning, and then after 5 o'clock, Japanese military, if you are not in a field exercise problem, being full time military, blown out war, you're off work. You work 9 to 5. So they were like hauling their cases of beer out in their like tanks at 5 o'clock hit.
That's
It's a
awesome.
chair out on the back of that baby. I don't care if we're in the field, we're drinking. You know what
That's
I mean?
awesome.
It's party time. We're
Right.
training. We're not real. This ain't no war. Get real. So yeah, it was some good times.
That's pretty cool.
But it's things I'd never experience anywhere else. I'll never go over there and experience the things I did. Hanging out with, uh, we had like families that adopted like certain members or this or that. Like so many. There's only so many they can do. Not everybody gets a a family adopted by. But I was lucky enough to be in one of the groups that, like, one of the local families said, "Hey, man, come on over." We went over and hung out like for a night in their house. And they cooked us up a big old meal and their standard meal cooking, you know, how they do dinner, everything. You take off your shoes, you lay down on the pillow, this or that, they, all their aspects and learn what their way of life is like. And
Right, their customs are
yeah,
different. Yeah,
exactly. So it was an experience that you'll never get anywhere else. You can read about it, but you'll never experience it that way. So everything I did was cool for the 3 years. I got to go out on a glacier while I was in Alaska 2 times. We spent 1 week complete. We camped on the side of a glacier, like on the rock formation, put a 2-man tent for a couple, there was like a tent village, but you got a 2-man tent and a couple guys, and you hang out on the side of a glacier, get up in the morning, have your breakfast, and your day is spent out exploring glaciers for a whole day, learning how to rappel, learning how to climb, do all that shit, and be
that's
right.
crazy. That's pretty
But
wild, man.
that was just your normal training. I mean, it was just a way of living. So to see what I'm like now, and then I was so active.
It's on a
Amazing.
glacier. You could just keep the beer just outside next to the tent.
Right. Yeah, dude.
Even
You wake up in the morning, it's like 35 degrees, 40 degrees. You're in a 2-man tent, and you fire up a little 1-man stove, The next thing you know, 20 minutes later, it's 90 degrees inside your tent.
Right.
You're all like still in your skivvies. You're outside your sleeping bag now. And it's like everyday living. You go outside the tent, 70 degrees outside on a glacier, the sun's shining. You're exploring an ice glacier with, you could be in a t-shirt. You know what I mean?
That's
Just
crazy.
like Colorado kind of thing, snow all around, but you're in a t-shirt and skivvies.
Damn,
So,
dude. You probably could have got some crazy FPV footage.
oh, it would have been. I know a few people in FPV that are actually up in Alaska. Dude, the stuff they get, I was like, man,
Yeah,
if
that's
I'd been
wild.
there then. When I was in Alaska, I was actually in the radio controlled cars. In my off time, I got into like RC-10T race trucks and stuff like that. We had indoor tracks at like the local school. They had carpeted tracks like gymnasium, and we'd set up like little courses and run on their carpeted course, you know, and do that. And then during the summertime when it was a little warmer, which was only a couple months, but you could go out and you get the ripping of the dirt and all that, and stunt tracks and jumps and all that shit, and do
That's
some real
crazy.
ripping. But we ran RCs up there. That's what got me into RC originally. Is one of my neighbors when I lived here was kind of into it. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. When I got up there, I had money. I was like, oh yeah, all right, let's play
Right.
now. So I
Right.
got into RCs. When I came back here, I got divorced and this and that and separated. We had a storage unit. I lost like almost $4,000 in radio controlled cars and trucks in that
Uh,
storage unit. I mean, I had like airbrush for painting the bodies, all the different stuff, the batteries, chargers, the radios, trucks, all that shit. 12 scale, 10 scale, all that shit. I
damn,
was
dude,
into
that sucks.
it.
Yikes.
So I got out of it for a while, you know.
Right.
When Rotorite came around and DRL came around, that's what got me back into the radio control hobby. And uh,
Ah,
7 quads on the wall deep, FPV, couple more in the works of builds, a couple
Right.
whoops, all
hey,
this. Yeah, we
Right.
deep. We deep.
hey, Greg, we're all noobs here. We're
I'm a
just
noob for life, man.
categories of noobs, Some are a little bit more noobs than others,
It's
but
all
we're
about the
all
stick
noobs,
time. It ain't about how new you are. It's all about how stick time is. You get a lot of stick time? No? Well, we can teach you. That's what it is. If you ain't getting a lot of stick time, we can teach you how to get more stick time, how to do this or that. It's all about the stick time, though. If you
Yeah.
ain't getting stick time, you ain't learning. Because if you're getting sick time, you're crashing, you're building, you're flying, you're doing everything.
Stick
You're
time.
researching, you're building, you're researching. If you're buying ready to flies all the time, you crash it and you break it, you throw it off to the side and buy another one. Well, I don't know if you're flying yet.
I'm glad I started building. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Four
Building,
packs is awesome, Greg. 4 packs a day. They say a pack a day keeps the crashes away. Well, that's bullshit. I'll tell you that right
check
now.
out my channel. You can watch, I'll even tell you, watch 30 days before. Hell, I'll tell you, watch 2 months before, and then watch my 30-day challenge videos. It was a pack a day for 30 days during the middle of winter in Michigan. I flew at negative 20 mile an hour winds, and got a quad stuck 80 feet stuck up in a fucking tree. No quad left behind, bitches.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, dude.
So I flew some stuff, but it will make a difference. One pack, you can watch it from the beginning 2 months before. That's why I said that. Watch 2 months before, watch the 30-day challenge, and then watch my flying after the 30-day challenge and see what a difference. Making sure that you fly at least one pack every day for 30 days will make on your life as far as you're flying.
That's muscle memory.
Well, it's not just, well, I guess you can call it muscle memory, but
It is.
It is muscle memory, especially if you're flying the same quad. It has the same
It's
characteristics.
see that.
See, that's what the pack a day challenge does, though. It's not always the same quad.
Right.
You may break that and have to switch.
Yeah, I don't have that convenience.
Pack
Right.
a day means a pack a day. It doesn't matter what kind of quad.
Right. Yeah, I
Doesn't
get
matter
it.
GPS, drone, FPV, this or that. As long as you fly one battery a day. So during that time, I was like, I think maybe 3 quads deep FPV total. But I had like 3 or 4 GPS drones and this. So every once in a while, I'd have to like, all right, we're gonna fly the toy drone a little bit, but here's some FPV video Wi-Fi for you, just to get a pack in.
Right.
But it was still stick time. That's
Right.
the thing, it's stick time.
Okay.
You put in the pack. Johnny FPV did not get to where he is by flying 2 packs, 3 packs a day. He got to flying where he is by flying 20 to 30 packs a day for a year and a half.
Yeah, and like
got sponsored, and now he flies 50 and 60 and 70 packs and whatever.
even if I had that many, dude, I couldn't torch my spot like that. There's no way I could fly that many in my
4
park, dude.
packs ready to fly, counting my 3-inch. I've got 15 packs, 16 packs, I think, total. That's all
Nice.
my packs ready to fly. If I take every 5-inch quad, every pack I got for 5-inch, and every pack for my 3-inch quad, which I've got almost as many packs for my 3-inch one quad as I do for 5-inch quads, I'm still like 16, 17 packs. Take a charger with you. Find a spot that's got power. By the time
Right.
you get through them packs, you got 6 more charged already. Especially if you got a Venom Dual.
Yeah, dude.
Stainless plug.
I would
Venom
have the
Dual,
cops. The
badass
cops would be
charger, dude.
there.
For $100, you can't go wrong. For
Our
$100
quads are too loud, dude. If I did 20 packs at the park, dude, it would be a problem.
right?
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Me and Adam, I charged up all my packs. I got 17 packs. That's 5 and 12, something like that. 5 for the 3-inch. The 3-inch broke. I busted a wire off the low ESR capacitor, the positive wire, of course. It wasn't the ground. busted the positive off the low ESR capacitor in a crash.
Ah.
I said, fuck it. I wiggled it off. I was like, fly it. Just send it. Did a couple more packs, but I didn't fly all my 4-inch packs. And my 5-inch packs, I didn't fly all of them. I flew like 6 packs. But I've already put out 2 videos. Got another one coming for the 3-inch packs on DVR. That, you know, how much do you need for a 1-day shot? We were only out there flying for 2-3 hours. You know.
So do you have your Brando footage up yet, Mike?
Yeah, I got a Brando. I got a Brando and I got a long range up from me and Adam's flying. I got a first time flight with Brando. First time Brando flight with Plummet was the first one. And then this morning, I think it was, I put up, I took my Alien and I went out to the tower and back. And that was about a half mile out, maybe 3/4 of a mile out. But I was standing inside the steel structure, the Bando, where we were flying from, and flew it out. So I had the roof of the Bando and the steel structure interfering with video and still flew it over. And a Brando is a brand new, uh, basically structure. We call a Bando just a structure that's abandoned. A Brando is a brand new abandoned structure, like they're building it. So it's like, figure I want to say this one was probably about 80 by 40, and then it had an expansion of 2 stories off the front by another 30, 20, something like that. But it was all steel structure. They were just getting the steel roof put on. It was about half put on. Yeah, everything's all steel. You got no concrete down. There's no flooring. It's all like, yeah, it's a constructo, right? Yeah, we call it a Brando so far.
I thought it had concrete
yeah.
floor. I thought it had a concrete floor of that.
Yeah, we were inside it. We pulled up. It sets off the road. It's some kind of complex that they're building. Great Lakes something. It seems like some kind of like sports venue complex or something. I'm not sure exactly, but they've got an elevator shaft put in. They've got concrete flooring put in the front half, like it's going to be like concessions or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what it is yet, but Plummet found it. He lives down the road from it and he passes it every day. It's like right on the corner where he turns to go to work. So he's been watching it build. And so he saw it and he's like, oh, and Chuck come up and they were the first ones to hit it, him and Chuck. And so I saw it in their videos like, dude, we got to fly that, I got to hit it. So last weekend, Saturday, he got out of work at 3. We went down, flew for about 2.5 hours there. And then, yeah, Chuck had sank his quad in the elevator shaft, right?
Oh, no way.
Thank you. So, yeah, I didn't do the shaft. And when Chuck and Adam were there was no roof. When me and Adam were there like 3 days later, it was half steel roof. So
No
the
way.
video was like half of what they had. So
Right.
we were kind of limited, but we ripped around, had some good time, beat up some shit. I ripped the motor off the Alien. I went to longer screws, hoping that'll fix the problem. Same motor, resoldered a couple wires, put it back on. It's still going. I busted the low ESR capacitor positive wire off on the 3-inch. The next flight, I think I ended up busting the receiver wire, or the flight after that, I busted the negative off the receiver wire off the damn thing. So the 3-inch was down, and so we started getting down. We're like, he only has 2 quads total. Not well. Let's say 2 5-inch quads. He brought his Chameleon and his CL1, I think it is. And by the time that was done, one of those was kind of down. And we spent
Damn.
about 2.5 hours, beat up on some shit, broke some props. It was a good time. We had fun. So we ended up calling. I was like, hey man, let's go past your place and we'll hit your place up. I got the soldering iron there. I can do a couple motor wires and throw some longer screws in this alien. It'll be good. We can go hit Parts Park. He's like, oh, I don't know. He got humming high. I was like, fuck it, I'm hungry. Let's go home. But yeah, there's one more at least video coming out of the Bando or Brando, whatever you want to call it. I have not pulled any DVR video yet, and my 3-inch all runs DVR, so there's still at least a DVR video coming there. And my Ghost 5-inch at that time did not run GoPro, so I've got some DVR from that. So I might mix that in with the 3-inch and just do like DVR 3-inch like mix up video, because I did do some like there was a like a bucket loader out front. I had the whole arm off it or whatever, so I took the 5-inch out with the Ghost with no GoPro and flew around a little bit and
Yeah, see,
shit like that on that. So I may throw that in.
the only footage I think I've seen of that Brando is what Adam published, put up. I don't think I've seen yours, so I have to check that out.
Well, it looks like you'll be busy tonight, brother. There's 2 videos already.
Okay. Well, I'll be looking
Get
at
my
it.
page. They're the last 2 videos I posted. One's a 5-inch rip, and the other one is a 5-inch alien doing a long range run for the tower. It was a tower run, which the water tower from the Bando was, I'd say, close to a half mile, something like that.
Can you put something
From
in
inside the Brando with all the steel roof and everything else, I was like, let's just see how far it'll do with penetration, because I wanted to see what structure had, like interfere. It was all steel. So I ran it out to the water tower and back. I didn't see Chuck or Adam do that. And they were right there. And I know Chuck's on Crossfire, so I'm not sure why he didn't go dive the water tower. Adam has actually been kicked off the property for the water tower like twice now.
Nice.
They told him to leave. So to send it from the Bando and hit the water tower and not have to be there was like an epic thing, you know what I mean? It was like a fuck you.
That's awesome.
I'll do it anyway. So yeah.
Could Mike, could you and Indigo both put something in chat just so that people can check your channel, please? You can do that. Hey, hey Jay, how you doing, brother? Where are you at these days? Haven't seen much from you. Maybe it's because you changed your name.
How's that for you, Ed?
There you go. See, I'm being lazy because this way I can go to your channel and have that queued up so I can make sure that I
he's like, I don't want to forget now.
Check that out. That's right there. You know what the hell?
The long range run was kind of boring. It's decent music and shit, and it was pretty good for the music. But the other one was pretty good for the music. It was Hard Working Man, Brooks and Dunn was a song that I put with it was all steel construction. You know what I mean? That's Hard Working Man right there. So it seemed kind of fitting for the footage.
Nice. See, I think long range has some challenges that you don't have when you're just trying to fly freestyle. From what I've seen, like you have a wide open rip that you're going for, and throttle management is a lot more critical.
Consumption,
right?
Video is, even though you're opened up, sometimes you get some sketchy video. I mean, going out, Adam actually, he doesn't have long range rig, no crossfire. He's just on a QX7, this or that. So he doesn't really push his range. I push my range and he flies, and he's like, dude, I got to get he's talking about crossfire. He doesn't have it. So he doesn't know what kind of video range he's got with his quads or anything.
Right.
So when I said, "Hey man, I'm going to send this baby to the tower," he's like, "All right." He leaned up against the old wall and put up his goggles so he could record. And he said there was only like maybe a second, just a glitch, basically going out and back where he didn't have video, and he's got Commander V2s, whatever. So there's the Commander diversity, no extra this or that. And he said my range was great on it. So it's kind of nice when you get somebody that doesn't have all that capability or isn't pushing that range or hasn't done that range to be able to say, "Hey man, that video was pretty good." I kind of wish he'd given me the DVR. I could have done like a screen and screen. If he'd have recorded the DVR, I don't know if he did, to put his capture down in the corner.
Yeah, picture in picture. Yeah.
Say, "Hey, here's a second DVR on regular basic," and give a comparison between Fat Shark with the True D and the Commanders would have been a nice video too. So
I think Fat Shark or DVR just sucks. All my Fat Shark DVR footage has always sucked.
I never know because I either got DVR or I've got the GoPro. You know what I mean? So my DVR footage, I fly through some shit. Trust me, I fly through some shit.
I have a question. Okay. So on those that say they're DVR recording stuff, do you mean by that what your DVR records is worse than what you see?
I just realized I left
Correct.
the structure enabled for support.
How is that possible? That's bullshit. Because, okay, I've only got two sets of goggles, and I can't say that any of the recordings I've recorded via the DVR are any worse than what I was seeing when I was flying. And here's the deal.
I can't say that the DVR is any worse than what I've seen.
Okay.
As far as the actual video, I fly through some crap, and my DVR on an Attitude V4, the anniversary edition, the DVR, I don't see, from what I see in the DVR, it's pretty comparable from what I remember as far as the flight. I didn't always fly like 10, 15 packs. It was at times when I started recording with them, it was like 3 packs here, 3 packs there, and take the best recording as far as the flight wise. But the video has never been bad. I went to True D. That could be a lot of it too, though, is a True D diversity on the goggle, comparing with the DVR too. Though.
I just think Fat Shark DVR itself isn't that great. Like, I could definitely tell you what I see in my HDOs is way better than Fat Shark can record.
Your HDOs is way better than your DVR by far. Your screen quality, the DVR is at what 780 top. You know what I mean? Whereas your HBO is putting out more of a 1080 type footage through your goggle.
Here's the deal. I mean,
you always see better there.
Raymond brings up a good point, and I agree with him because the high def video that you get is awesome from your GoPros or whatever, but you're not experiencing, to me, as much of the flight that the pilot actually had. So when you see a guy flying a track or flying through gaps or whatever, when you see, yes, there's breakup or whatever, but that's what's real. That's the real footage that guy is seeing. And what's really cool and what's really amazing to me is that when people get the noise, get the static, and then they're still able to pull it off. And it's like when I first started this FPV stuff, when I hit noise like that, I would freak the F out. I would freak out. A lot of times I'd disarm and just drop it. And now I know, like when I do the track, and y'all see the place where I fly, and you see where I go around. And I know when I come around, and I'm going through all the trees and the metal shit that I fly around. When it gets bad, but I know the track, and I know where I'm at, and I know if I come on around, the signal will get better.
Right.
And it just, to me, for some people that are starting out in FPV and they get that noise, if they realize, if they see the real DVR footage, then they know, okay, he made it through that, and so can I. The picture in picture is cool too, Rosalind.
All right. Well, my argument to that is, I have an argument to that because I think the DVR footage is cool for that reason too. But for the sake of playing devil's advocate, I can't tell you how many times I've gone back to edit my footage and seeing the whole thing in HD. Man, I saw stuff that I had no idea was there when I was flying because my feed isn't as good as HD. So it's fun to go back and watch in high def because I can't, I might fly over a person and I know they're there, but when I go back and watch it in HD, you can see them go like, "Holy shit, Jim!" Like that's awesome.
Look, I get that, brother. I get all that. I get that. And that's what Roland was saying. He likes to see both, and I get that. And trust me, I love putting footage up that's just clear and crisp, even though I just got a Firefly on mine, but still better than the damn
VGS. A lot of times that some of my videos, probably I would say 3/4 of my videos are full flights. They're not cuts. They're not edits. The only thing I might cut out is like, okay, I checked my video. I checked the arm. That's on video.
Yeah,
now we sit there for like 45 seconds while I make sure my video goggles are set up.
Right.
So I cut that crap out. But the flight itself is like start to finish DVR.
That's how I do mine too. Yeah.
And it gives you the crashes. It gives you the near crashes. It gives you the full. It gives you everything. To me, that is so much more epic.
I agree.
Oh, let me take the best thing I can find out of the 17 packs that I ran today and give you that.
Yeah,
because I'm a good pilot.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not a good pilot. I'm just a pilot.
No, and I like growing. I like seeing my crashes, dude. Like my crash videos.
And you see me doing some edits. I mean, I'm doing some edits, and it's good for the channel. Yeah, it's great. Hey man, you take 17 packs and throw a bunch of video together. This is what I get.
Right.
But at the same time, like I put out one video that was an edit. I put out one video today that was a 5-inch long range 1-pack run. There was no edit in between. You saw every crash. You saw everything from it. There might not have been a crash. Sometimes you might see a crash. In my epic video of all the things, I even tried to make sure that you saw some of the crashes in it so that you could see it's not always just cool flying like Johnny FPV all the time and shit. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Mix some of that up now more. So because I'm trying to base it on new people coming in, getting an interest, building the hobby, making it look simple, but yet it's not perfect. You know what I mean?
Simple,
simple, but not perfect. I mean, I got some good flying here and there, and I got some good crashes, and it wasn't always like that, though. You know what I mean? You ain't got to have these cool, epic videos that got all the perfect music and all the perfect edit. It ain't got to be all complicated like that. You can make it simple, just a quick little videos. cut some clips out, throw them together, throw a song in it. Uh, I'm not doing any coloration. I'm doing very little audio clipping as far as making my videos. I
Yeah.
make it so that my flight videos, so that you hear the props, are dropped down as far as the audio, and the main audio is up a little bit. I may do some fades from where I'm talking on the GoPro into where you actually hear the GoPro fly,
Right.
things like that. Other than that, it's basic shit. It's not colorations. It's not all this complicated stuff like West Side FPV's doing. None of that. Dude, I'm doing some clip, and making it look good, throwing a song on it. And I'm not even clipping my stuff to the song. I'm throwing a song on there and going,
That's way
clip
too much
looks good. It flows pretty good. Okay, we'll clip it here, make it flow to the next one. It just works out here and there with the video by sliding a song over a little bit or sliding it over that way. Just works out on the beats a little bit more when you have that natural flow because you're listening to music when you fly, or thinking about music when you fly. You get that natural flow and beat thing.
Yep.
You're automatically going to throw it into a music. It could be fast, could be slow, could be mid beat. You're going to hit beats here, there, and everywhere.
It's weird when you say that because I remember years ago, Mike, when long before I flew drones, like when I was a teenager, a youngster, going to the skate land and skating, roller skate. And I always skated better when there was music playing and you go with the beat and you go with the rhythm of the music.
Dude, I
And
got a tedious
I
job,
would get
man.
I would get hauling ass around the roller rink, and then the music would stop because they're changing songs or whatever, and I'd crash. You know,
On a standard day as a residential painter, I will get 25% more work done listening to music than I will without.
because
Because
you
I'm in a
get the
constant
rhythm of the
flow.
music, and
Because I just get into the music, I hear the music, and I get into my thing, and I do that thing. I do
Right.
the work. I don't. You don't have all the side distractions and whatnot. Music is known to be a producer of work. It's given fact that I'll produce 25% more work, and the work I produce already is 50% more work than the people that are working with me. So, if I play music, I should be getting a bonus. That's what I'm saying.
there you go. 'Cause you work so much. I know, dude. I'll go out back.
I don't know.
I'll hook my
Synthetics,
phone
whatever you want to call it.
and play some Pandora, the music streaming channel, or Jam House. Jam House, I love Jam House when he's live. He does a live stream, and I'll have him going on the Bluetooth while I go out and fly, and it's awesome. It's epic.
I can have music playing. I have a Bluetooth speaker, but the other thing is, it's a pretty popular park, so I'm half listening to the speaker, half listening to what's going on up in the sky, and half listening for who else is showing up at the park.
Stereo cranked, and you're hearing overflow of other music, and yeah, cars out revving it up.
There's like a nice pavilion there too. You guys have no idea how bad I just want to like fly through it and do a flip under it and power loop it, and I'm terrified that somebody's gonna get in there and I'm not aware that they're in there, and I'm gonna hit them with my quad in the face at 60 miles an hour.
Everything is cured with a Mobula 7. I tell you what, dude, you can do stuff with the Mobula 7 outdoors with the 2S that you can't do with the 5-inch or 3-inch or. When you go to a park and you're flying a Mobula 7 on 2S and you're ripping it 4.5 minutes a pack, and you're doing the same shit you're doing on the 5-inch, but the people around you are like, "Oh, that thing's so cute," and the kids are like running up to it because they don't care and they're not scared of it.
You
got
can
so
ram
many
that.
options,
You
dude.
can
You
ram.
don't have to worry about all that harassment.
You
And
can
when I'm
ram
doing
that
a 5-inch, I gotta like watch
full
for where the
speed.
people are and who's around and what parks are visible and where I fly. You don't have to worry about that on like a Mobile, man. A 3-inch, I still gotta watch. I mean that
Yeah.
3 inch
3 inch is gonna
30
hurt
mile an
someone.
hour is
Yeah.
screaming.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
It's a very angry mosquito swarm, you know. So
Yes, it's
yeah,
hostile for
people are
sure.
still turning heads, but with the Mobile, they're like, "Oh, what's that?" Oh, you know, and dude, we've had here in the trailer park. I had this one kid. I was flying around with the Moby. He's like, I'm out there standing, and I'm 2 trailers away from him, and I'm flying around. The kids are out playing basketball, and I chase one down. I kind of do a loop around or this and that. And he's like, "Oh, you missed me." I was like, "Oh, really?" I was heading back towards me at that point. I was like 30 meters away. All right, full send, baby. I was right in the middle of his back, dude. He's like, oh, he turns around, that thing bounced off of him, hit the ground real quick, and it flew away. There ain't no problem with the Moby, man. He crashed it. The kids are like, all right, nobody's got hurt. You know what I mean?
That's
He didn't get
hilarious.
stung or nothing. He got hit. He's like, oh, what was that? So,
Yeah, I
I
need to check them out, dude. I have an Indy. I have the Inductrix BL, and it's a 1S, and I don't like it. I just
but
don't
it's
like it.
brushed, man.
No, it's a brushless,
Is
dude.
it brushless?
Yeah, it's a brushless whoop, but it's on a
One S
1S,
to
and it
2S for
sucks.
Moby is a big difference. I'll tell
yeah,
you.
Yeah.
yeah. Hey,
I
here,
don't even
here's
fly my Mobile on 1S anymore. I
my
don't. It's not worth it. I got a
my
whoop for that.
Yeah, right.
my landlord had seen my landlord. He's the one with all the crap in my back flying field, and he's seen the Batman flying around. And I've whizzed over his head. About 30 feet above him, whatever. But you can just hear that thing, and it sounds evil. And it can be evil. You know.
What props you run on that normally? Like 46 pitch?
50-43.
50-43? Oh, so you're like HQ type prop.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Oh, man.
anyway,
Put some
he's
put some
hard.
50-51. Put some 50-51 like racecrafts on there. And see what he does.
Well, anyway, this thing scared him. Okay. Well, then I got the Moby, and I was flying the Moby, but I was more like 10 feet above his head when I buzzed his ass. And he was like, he's thinking Batman, you know. And so after I flew around him and went on around, and whatever, and landed, and I came back around and goes, "Hey man, I'd really appreciate it if you keep that thing like 20 feet above my head or higher." I'm like, and then I showed it to him. I'm like, look, dude, man,
Dude,
it
15
couldn't hurt you. I could run it into you full blast, and it would just bounce off your head.
exactly, dude. Exactly.
Or as the Batman would lay your head open, you could be bleeding, cut your throat or something.
If you watch Plummet's page, man, you'll notice he rips his 5-inch anywhere. But when it comes to where he lives, you won't see any video of his 5-inch. Anywhere, anytime he's ripping where he lives, his house, like he said he got a few packs in tonight when he was in. That's because he was out running his 2.5-inch Sonic, dude. He was ripping the trailer park. I'll bet on it. If he was ripping anywhere else, he might have gone down to Parts Park. He might have. Or over to, what's the other park? He's got another park by him, too, that's got some good stuff. But most of the time when he's ripping after work, he gets out of work at 5. He goes home. We got daylight until about 9:30. By the time he gets home, charges up packs, this or that, eats, all that. He's ripping a Sonic 2.5-inch out in the yard around the neighbors, dude, pissing them off. Same thing I'm doing with the 5-inch over here. You know what I mean? When they see my 3.5-inch or my 3-inch running, they're like, "Oh, that thing's cute." They're like, oh, he's out just flying his toy. When I'm flying my 5-inch, they're like, oh, he's out ripping packs.
Yeah, for sure. For
The
sure.
5-inch is
It
more
knows
like
the
a weed
difference.
whacker.
For sure, dude. When I did my hover test in the driveway, I did a couple of punch outs, and I definitely had an audience every
I've
time.
only had one complaint so far. Ripping in this trailer park, I've been ripping for almost 2 years, 3 years, something like that. I've only had one complaint in here so far. The one guy that complained, his baby's mama lives in here. His daughter goes to sleep. She's a light sleeper. Usually goes to bed about 7:30 at night. I'm ripping up and down the main road. Okay. This trailer's right off the main road. That's fine. There's only 2 roads up here. One
Is
on
that
one side, one on the other. Anyway, I'm moving up the main drive that I always rip. I got a camera on my drone. I got some. I think the drone that I was flying at the time was a 4-inch, so it was 40-35, something like that. Props, bullnose. So they made a little bit of rut sound kind of thing. There was a camera on it. The VTX on it was not transmitting power. Okay, no VTX antenna. I'm flying line of sight back and forth up and down the road, like 10, 15 trailers away, just back and forth, sending it out, sending it back, up down the road fast, punch it up to the sky, come back low. This, he's like, you got a camera on that? That's illegal. It's making too much noise. It's keeping my kid awake. It's past 7:30 at night. Can you stop that? I was like, no, I'm legal to fly. 3 more packs later, he calls the cops on me.
Yes.
He's like, dude, you're making way too much noise. You got a camera on that. That's illegal. I'm calling the cops. He had actually come down here and stood in front of me like 5 feet away, in my face kind of thing, like, you can't be doing that. That's illegal. Blah, blah, blah. My kid's sleeping. Stop it. That was the second trip. You know what I mean? He'd done it once. I said, no, I'm not. He went back down to his house and kept doing it. He come back. He's like, oh, you got a camera on that. He called the cops. The cops come. They were like, well, he complained it was too loud. There's a camera on it. Can we see the drone you were flying? I showed him a little quad. I was like, video transmitter is not hooked up. It's a 4-inch. It's raining outside by then. You know, I was getting a couple line of sight flights in before the rain come in. By then it's raining outside. I'm conformal coded. Cop's like, can you fly it? I was like, well, I can't fly it in here. It's raining outside. I said, I'm conformal coded. I don't know if it'll fly or not. I said, I could send it up real quick and let you hear it or whatever. I took it outside, put a battery on it real quick in the rain. I launched it up to the top of the trees about 3 times. He's like, all right, cool. I brought it back down. I brought it in. He's like, hey, man, this yeah, checking it all out and everything. He went back down to the dude and said, you got no problem here. Walked away. I never heard anything ever since, dude.
Nice.
Never a word. That cop's like laughing at his face. He's like, no, he's good. No loud noises. Because that was his complaint. It was too loud. So I threw it up. I did a couple throttle punches, top of the trees, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, all right, you're good.
I mean, how
awesome.
many of the cars that drive down that main drag there
Oh,
are
dude,
twice as loud as that?
dude, since then, I've got permission from the trailer park owners. I've got permission from the trailer park managers. The manager of the trailer park that sits in the office all day will actually come out. My buddy that I fly with, Howie, lives straight across the street from the trailer park office. So the trailer park, when you see me doing the loops around the trailer park, it's right across from the office. She actually comes out and sits in front of the office to smoke her cigarettes and watch us fly. So, yeah, I got no issues with that. The biggest issue I got right now is there's a lady whose dogs, she's got 2 dogs. And it doesn't matter, man. I can send up my 3-inch, 5-inch whoop. It does, as soon as I send up a drone, and her dog, she said the other night they were back and forth running up and down the hall. I was out flying out here
Yes.
up and down the road. They were up and down her hall in her trailer just a barking. She's like,
Yes.
stop. I'm like,
That's awesome.
I'm legal, lady. Fuck off. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
That's
She's like, I
awesome.
hate your drones. I'm like, I don't care. Everybody else loves them.
Right.
Get rid of the dogs. Train them. I don't know.
Get rid of it.
Oh
You
my
taught them to
god.
be that ornery. They didn't naturally come
Right.
up.
Well, I mean, the dogs probably love it. The
Like the
dogs
drones.
probably chase it.
They'll get used to it or get over it. They're a dog.
It
So
was Slippery FPV. He was like some guy got in his face. Slippery is in the UK, by the way, but he was flying. He had some guy get in his face, saying he was scaring his dogs. He's being a real asshole. And
Yeah,
when I saw
the sky.
the video, the dog looked like it was having fun. It was chasing after the bird. It was getting exercise. It's like, what the hell?
I launched my whoop in the house right now. I got 2 dogs in the house. They're both Siberian Huskies, dude. They're like 60 pounds apiece. If I launched my tiny whoop in the house, they will literally run from my master bedroom. They're like, clear the area that I'm flying. They're like, fuck that. I'm out of here, man. They don't care.
It's like a vacuum
These
cleaner.
dogs want to chase it down and just ornery and fucking they need to get an attitude adjustment.
that's awesome. My dogs play with the whoops. They love it.
You look at what is it? Who's the big RC one? Can't even think of who they are. Oh, dude, what's the big RC channel that does reviews all the time over in the UK? Him and his wife. They got little
Sailors.
Yeah, RC Sailor. They got that. I can't even think of the dog. It's been so long since I watched their channel. But their dog, every time they launch a drone, dude, it's like attacking the drone. It's like half the fucking fun of watching their channel. Watching the dog attack the drone. He's like, hey, get down, get down, get down. It's just going after it. Out in the backyard, it don't matter where it is. Attacking it all the time. Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know. There's some people that are dronophobes. That's all they think about. Oh, that thing has a camera. It's spying on me. And I like, anybody that says that to me, I'm like, well, let me show you some of my footage. And it's like, what do you see? You see, you can't identify anybody as it goes by. You can tell if somebody's car is in their driveway. You might see a person there, but no, you just went by at 50 miles an hour. You can't tell.
Those same people have every window on their house closed up and only the porch light on until they go to bed. After they go to bed, there's nobody here, man. Don't come around here. We don't want no company. Stay away.
All right. What time is too early to fly?
There's a time?
I don't know. I'm just curious. Like
pilots, brother.
Like, do you think 10 a.m. is fair enough? Do you think that's fair game? Like 10 a.m. tomorrow looks really nice.
Disturbing the peace.
Yes. Yeah.
First of all, okay.
Sunset's like 6:30, 9:30 right here in Michigan.
I have nothing against landscape people. But there's plenty of landscape people that start their damn lawnmowers, start their damn weed eaters, their damn blowers at like 7 a.m. And they're way more noisy than any quad I freaking got.
At 8 o'clock in the morning, you can hear our maintenance crew. Like the roof across the road, they decided to go with the steel roof this year instead of the shingle. So our maintenance crew was over there 8 o'clock in the morning. Tunk, tunk, tunk. Still shingle, still roof. putting it on.
Yeah,
So-
but see, at 8 o'clock in the morning, someone somewhere is motherfucking those guys. I don't want to be
Right.
that. I don't want to be that guy.
So, I mean, 8 o'clock in the morning, somebody's pissed off, but that's generally where I call it. 8 o'clock in the morning. Anything past 8 o'clock in the morning and up till about 10 o'clock,
10 o'clock.
right, somewhere
I'm
around.
thinking 10 is fair, right? 10 is fair game.
Yeah. I've sent out packs at like 9:30 at night, sunset. The lights are coming on out on the road. I do lots of light flights. My golden hour here. I mean,
Yeah.
my golden hour for the sunset to get a good sunset view without getting too much glare. I have to do it later. So like right now it's like 9:15, almost 9:30 for me to do a golden hour flight.
There you go.
Me over the trailer park.
I've done those with the
Street
Phantom.
lights are on, all that shit.
It's just not as loud.
But I live in a trailer park, man. It's ghetto, dude. Last night I went to bed at 12:30 and there was fucking noise next door, cars rolling in and out, bang, 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 bang on the door. You know what I mean? Depends on what trailer park or what area. You know, really, it's personal preference. But how comfortable are you with your neighbors? You know what I mean? Do your neighbors know you fly?
I think they're starting to know. I mean, the neighbors know.
Morning flights, I might hear a little noise in the morning.
Well, I don't fly like right here. Like I go for a ride. So like I go to a park that's close, but I don't want to piss those people off. It's a rich ass area. It's all super huge houses, and I'm pretty sure that equals that there are douchebags in there somewhere. But that look nice.
Do you like the butter better, Birdman?
I like the butter. I like the diamonds though, man. That diamonds and the juice is just amazing.
I get, dude. I got this is crumble. I got for like 20 grams all day long.
Nice.
These are like
Well, nice.
jars. I get these in baller jars for like 5 for 100, 8 for 100, shit like that.
Nice.
All crumble. So it's not bad being medical and whatnot, but the shatter's so back and forth and this and that. It looks good and it's all golden and then like tastes like crap, and it depends on what comes out of it and the extraction and all that. But usually the batter's pretty good. But I don't know. It tastes good. I tell you what, a vaping. My favorite thing now is like a big old butter dab, a nice low temp. Do that and then hit a vape as soon as you get done blowing that out. Your next intake, do a vape with like some strawberry or watermelon type vape flavor. Oh, dude, it's like,
That's hilarious.
wow, man! It's like fruit flavor in your mouth. It just intensifies so much more because your pores are open from the dab. It's crazy. I don't know. That's been my thing lately, though. I guess stuff. So I get from shatter to crumble to wax to hard shatter. Dude, I can get like $20 half ounce keef, some shit like that. Keef.
Wow, that's a lot.
$20 for half ounce.
That's a lot of keef, yeah.
Yeah, it's all shit they're getting off their grinders, crumble, whatever. I mean, they're throwing us singles like the raw tubes.
So what do? Do you press
They throw
it?
us those when we go to the club. They give us those full.
What do you do with the keef? Do you press it?
I usually don't buy the keef. It's selectable. When I go in, I can pick and choose. I mean, I can get whatever I want, from Funyuns to wax tips to edibles to
I used to take
batter, whatever I want.
I used to take keef, a lot of keef. I would get one of those big mason jars and I'd fill it up about a third of the way with keef at the bottom, and then I'd pour in ice water, and then some ice, a little bit of ice on the top, and just shake the shit out of it, dude.
Get all the trichomes off the top.
Yeah, you do that shit like a good 5 or 6 times, man, and you'll end up with some really, really golden looking sand.
Breaking down your keef.
Yeah,
Like
it works good, dude. It works real good. You can make some nice hash like that.
kind of like my grinder. I got a 3-stage grinder, so the bottom of it
For sure. I got a space
keeps up.
case.
Yeah, it keeps up or this or that. But yeah,
Let me ask you a question.
way to get hash.
Mm-hmm. Yo.
So when does that? What are the hours of that park?
Oh hell, I have no idea.
Well, it's
Early hours, man.
probably sunrise to sunset would be
I'm a
my.
residential painter, and I found this guy. He actually one of the houses we worked on last year, and I haven't tested this out to see if it works, but he's like 19, 22, somewhere around there. He lives at mom and dad's house, but he works for the country club. He is a lawn maintenance caregiver, taker, whatever, for the country club. He's like 6:30 in the morning, during the golf season, like from now to
Yep.
like August. He said 6:30 in the morning is the time where they're out mowing and whatnot.
Yep.
So that's pretty much your golden hour as far as morning time to go fly FPV, where nobody's at the parks, this or that. Your lawn maintenance is usually going on. He actually told me, he says, "Hey man," he says, "come on down." He says, "I'd love to see you fly over and check some of our lines because they're like the country
Yeah, that'd
club."
be cool.
But
Yeah.
in like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, the 17th, I think it is, something like that. We are actually in our hometown, our country club, that 5 years ago I helped 32 miles of putty holes, nail holes in the wood trim. I helped fill with wood putty. Anyway, 32 miles. Catch that part. Uh, anyway, our country club is actually hosting the women's golf tournament for the majors.
LPGA.
The actual LPGA, is coming here to town. So I want to go fly that. I've flown it once.
Dude,
But I want to fly
that
it more.
like ripping the golf course
Oh,
is
dude, it's epic.
imperative. You have to do that.
I'm hoping, Ed, before they get here, I'm hoping to have a DJI Mavic 2 Pro.
You can't rip it
Oh,
with that,
dude, no, I can't rip it with the Mavic, but I can get some epic footage of it and then rip it as well. So,
Okay.
because I have at the same golf course that they're going to be at, I have maintenance friends that do lawn maintenance. Get it? It's all adding up. It's a build up.
Right.
So, yeah, hopefully this next month can be an epic month.
Are
Okay.
you 107?
Okay. All right. Okay.
What's that?
I have a challenge.
Did you go 107 already?
Challenge.
No, I haven't. I've started studying, but I haven't. I'm not an official 107 yet. So it's all just freelance footage.
Like, okay, you gotta do this.
Even better, I can do more. No limitations.
Park the Mavic. Park the Mavic over a good spot,
Oh, dude.
and then have it catch you whizzing by with your race purse.
Well, that's what I mean. Outside the back of the country club, they got this big old building, right? It's like 4 stories. The bottom story is like where we did all the wood puttying and whatnot. The rest of it's kind of painted trim, but the bottom story is wood putty. It's all like stained trim. I mean, their lockers that they have are all custom wood doors. Like we had to fill all the nail holes in the custom wood doors for their foot lockers and all that shit in their door, all the way through their cigar room. The entire thing, instead of wall, it's trim pieces, like custom angles, this and that, with all the dude. It's epic place, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's one of those places you're like, dude, if I could get in there and fly that, I'd like to get inside and fly the Moby, something like that. I want to get an HT Moby this summer. But there's a racetrack. It's like a golf or go-kart track that's like 45 minutes away from me in Plummet here, indoor type thing. And like they're open to public and all this and that. I want to get down there and talk to them and see about like getting a time where I can fly like the Mobula HD, that kind of thing, around, do some chase video, like highlight them, promote them, that kind of thing.
That'd be fun.
So
Hey,
next
Mike,
month I'm working towards 107. That's my big
how different is the Moby HD frame from the Moby 7?
The Moby HD frames like the V3 basically. It's pretty beefed up.
Well, the reason I asked,
because I think it's still from I still think it's from Happy Model. I don't think it's the totally Beta Flight beefed up one though. But it's fairly close. It is adjusted and beefed up more than the regular Moby 7.
well, the reason I ask is because I think my Moby FC took a dump. So as I was searching for a new Moby FC, the Moby HD came up.
Anybody know what the hell I was going to look up in Google? I got my hometown typed in, and I was going to look up something, Midland, Michigan, and then I forgot what the fuck I was looking up because somebody asked me a question about the Moby.
All right, you know what that means. It's time to do another dab.
Yeah. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Ooh, got a little bit better. It doesn't help me almost to find
Good flights from the Moby HD. So I don't know, and that's why I was asking.
I haven't seen one yet. Personally, the video footage on DVR is worth it all from what I understand. The capabilities of the DVR and the flight of the Moby combined between the two, the HD Moby is definitely worth it because of the DVR footage, because of the places you can go with HD. You know what I mean?
All right. Have you seen the
So
FXT DVR? FXT has a DVR module.
I've seen that.
It's HD.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be bad, even if you had a stock camera, like a whoop camera.
So much coming out with the split cams, DVRs.
Yeah. I know.
The 2-cam fucking.
Yeah, because one of them's 4K.
One's 4K, one's regular, and it's
Right.
going the same feed and this and that. And
dude, it's too hard to keep up. Ever since the brushless whoop thing took off, man, it's been crazy.
More electronics getting beat up. The wire,
that's for sure.
Dude, I don't know about you, but I prefer silicone wires, and silicone wires suck because they pull, they tug. Every time you take the top off, you tug a little bit. Oh, all of a sudden you got no fucking video here. You know what I mean? The wire splits inside the silicone. You didn't even know it.
Right.
It didn't just pull apart like the old wires. You pull it hard enough, it pulls apart. That's when the wire splits. Nowadays, you pull the silicone, you pull the wire apart, the silicone don't pull apart, and you're like, where the hell's my video problem? All of a sudden, you're pulling a wire a little bit, and it feels a little spongy. You're like,
feels loose, yeah.
I got a split wire break. It's only getting half a connection. Yeah, it's the RXSR, all your connections now. Everything's
so the installation is still intact, but the conductor
right. The wire itself broke, but the silicone didn't. Yeah, because they're such small, finite wires with like your receiver and your cam and this and that. It's just a few braids, a few wires. It's not braided wires, it's straight wire. Once that breaks a little bit and wiggles a little bit, all of a sudden it's loose and boom. Oh, shit.
So, okay.
All your videos shit, and you're like, man, why'd I go down? Why am I looking for my quad?
Being an electrician, know a little bit about that, but most of our
Every
wires
connection
we
is a bad
deal with are
connection, right?
not silicone.
Every
So
connection is a bad connection. If you ain't got a straight connection, it ain't a good connection. That's what it comes down to in electricity. If you ain't got a direct connection straight up, you got a bad connection because every connection can be an interference connection.
well, I mean, it's like with the Batman, dude. The motor feels fine. I didn't even crash. I'm thinking the wires got separated in the wire.
It could be. Without looking at it personally, you know, it's always self-diagnosis. But
There's nothing obvious on
the best way to feel it, if you take your motor and you take the wire and you kind of like pull, and it feels like a spring, like a slinky, like you could stretch that silicone a little bit. Most likely the wire inside's broke. It's got a bad connection. Change out the wire. Check it. If that fixes it, you're good to go. If not, well, if it's a motor wire, cut it back a little bit. Put an extension on there if you have to. A good solder connection is better than a broke weak. You know what I mean? So you're still fixing. It just means it's not as strong as it once was. Still get you up in the air though. But yeah, I mean, cut back if you got to this or that. As long as it's not all the way back to the stator, you shouldn't have any problem. I got motors that I've got re-extended all the way back to where they put that when they build a motor and they put the 3 wires coming out and then they put that shrink wrap over it and that shrink wrap comes out so far. I got motors all the way back to that shrink wrap.
Okay.
I mean, at that point, you could just
I was like, send it.
take it off and put a new set of wires on.
Put some shrink wrap on, extend that shit, good to go. It don't matter as long as the motor runs. As long as you ain't in the stator working about where your ground and negative is and all that shit on the stator, you're good. I've even fixed some that went, man, what motor was that? Just recently I had a motor that pulled and ripped out a little bit. Oh. Dude, tell me it's this one. I bet you it's this one. I don't know if I can even find it because it was so close to the motor. But I pulled the motor off the quad, like I crashed. It wasn't nothing big. It was low to the ground, but generally on my quads, I'm only running 2 motor screws. So it was a stronger prop, and it probably vibrated. I hadn't checked the motors in a while to see if the screws were tight, this or that.
2 motor screws?
Yeah, 2 motor screws instead of 4.
Oh my god!
If you use safe lock, shrink, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Red lock, you're usually pretty good.
So you have to put them diagonal, obviously.
Yeah, you're doing diagonal instead of side by side. You do diagonal.
See, the problem, like I have, I have a set of motors sitting here, but like they're shit motors to begin with, so I don't really give a shit. But like 2 of them are stripped out, and 2 of them are good, but it's not like they're diagonal; they're on the same side. And I tried making a spacer for. That's probably what I'll end up having to do is making a little spacer just so they sit evenly.
My alien rig, I bought RDQ motors and I put them in. I got TPU mounts, so the screws are probably not as long as they should be. And I did like a upside down inverted jaw and like come out of it. And the song Medicate was playing in the video, and I come out of it and I ended up ripping off a motor because I only had 2 screw mounts instead of 4. But the advantage is I've got 2 more screw holes. Put a fresh screw in, they're good to go. Well, I also beat it up a little bit more, and at that Brando that we were at this, I ripped it off again. It was the same damn motor.
Oh,
I put like 4 holes in, but 2 of them were now I've actually extended because I still had plenty of screw length that I could go with the motor mount. I actually went to longer screws. They were a little bit shorter than they should have been to begin with. Which is probably why I ripped off in the first place. I should have used a longer screw. But anyway, so yeah, it happens, man.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, as long as you got two screws holding, your motors are pretty strong, dude. Most racers run two screws. The diatone frame I just bought only has two screws in the motor mount.
4, dude.
Okay.
4 all day. 4 all day.
Here's your diatone. What is this? The 539 tower? 530. There's 2 holes. There's your arm, dude. Look at that.
Holy
Where
crap.
are you gonna put any more holes, dude? That's your whole quad. That's a 5-inch quad right there, dude.
Dude, did you see that new diatone frame?
This is the JC edition, brother.
Oh shit. You're
This-
right. I didn't even notice. Dude, that's insane.
539, but the JC edition.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Edition, but it's
Nice.
frame. That's aluminum chassis up top. The whole top plate, that's aluminum. So it's tight, dude. I like it. But again, there's only 2 screw holes for the motors.
Yeah, wow.
Only 2, because it's a race frame. It's not a freestyle.
Yeah, I get it. Shit, I gotta decide what I want to do, man. Because
That's
I was gonna order it. I was gonna order that diatone frame, but it was like $150 or $160 or some shit. I don't remember. It wasn't cheap, but I asked Diatone Tina. I'm like, does that expensive ass frame come with a warranty? And she's like, nope. And I'm like, all right. So I think I'm going to get a Marmotte. That's gonna be my frame.
That right there was $50 for the.
No, they got like a new one out, dude. It comes in like a wooden box. It's like a padded wooden box and shit.
You can get the Diatone 6-inch or 3-inch that does 124 miles an hour is only $200 right now for the full built quad. You're not. There's no Diatone frame out that's going to cost you that much. Nothing.
Here, wait, I'm gonna show you.
Unless you're talking the new carbon one that looks like the Helix.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? The Helix? That was supposed to be like this new system and like all carbon fiber, molded shell and all that. Yeah, that might be, but that's all carbon fiber, molded shell and whatnot. But the new race frame by Diatone, they've got it in like a multi GT or multi GP pattern print. As far as like just like that one was printed with JC's picture and all that. It's got like the multi GP flags. It's the same frame. Got the same aluminum chassis over the top. It's only like $50. It's not warranted, but $50. Shit.
No, this one I was looking at was crazy expensive.
I bet it's that new one that they're doing prototype. It's got the F7 already in it, and it's all carbon fibered, like rounded shell arms, and it's totally. It's more like the Oblivion, but like a carbon fiber shell over the top. It's really badass.
Dude, I'm so dumb. I'm trying to find it. I bet you Diatone Tina sent me a link to it. And I already have it. I better already have it. Hang on a second.
Oh, I ain't even. Dude,
dude. Here, wait, bro. Here, hold on.
I've been staring at the chat screen. That's all.
Hold on, watch this.
If I get the videos up, dude. Not even like the Hangout screen. Hold on. Do I even have the Hangout screen open, or did I kill it?
I don't know. I can see you fine, brother.
All right.
Hey, there's the Hangout screen. Now I see what's going on.
Boom. Check it out, dude.
Yeah, don't go to Diatone USA. If anybody's looking for new and latest and greatest and the best Diatone stuff, don't go to the Diatone USA supply. Go to Diatone itself. The actual Chinese site, whatever. Go there. You'll get more information. But
So here it is, like you were saying, pre-built. It's $360. But
Yeah,
if
it's
you
all
just
that
want
carbon
that frame,
fiber top, shell, one piece.
yeah,
Like the Helix, I believe. Oh no, that's the same top that I've got on mine, dude.
the Exorcist frame kit. That's what
That
they're
is the
calling
same
it.
exact top that is on mine. The difference is the bottom section. The bottom section is like all like new wave carbon fiber and like webbed molded type stuff. It's not like your regular carbon fiber cut, then rounded and squared, this and that. It's like some new molding. Look at the frame part, the lower part, not the top. The top is just your aluminum chassis with a couple carbon fiber pieces that screw in. I can give you details on the top. I just can't give you details on the bottom other than what's on the Diatone site because I don't have that.
Well, this is the one I was looking at buying, dude. But for $150 with no
Yeah.
warranty, I can't do it, man.
Well, that's
all,
is that just frame? Was that just frame
look
for that?
That's just
Yeah.
the frame, bro. 150. If you
Yeah,
want the whole
that's the
thing built, it's
prototype.
360.
That's that new stock process pre-order extra. Yeah, that's the it's P and P though. Plug and play customized edition.
Yeah. Yep.
That's complete built quad. That's motor,
Yes.
flight controller, all that.
Fly out of the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I got was just a frame for $50.
Yeah, that's all I
They're
wanted was
3
just
inch.
this.
They're 3 inch, ready to fly right now out of the box. 6 inches, $200. 3 inch.
Right?
But it'll do 125 mile an hour.
Exactly.
Oh shit! On 6S, ready to go out of the box. You can't
Yeah.
find that for 200.
I know. No, you can't, dude. No, you
Diatone's
can't.
on top of it.
I know.
And the carbon fiber, from what I understand, dude, people have been racing that new race frame, the exact same race frame that I got. Not exactly that print, but like the multi GP or this or that edition, the prototype. They said they've smashed it and beat up motors, beat up cams, this, that, and the other thing, but the frame's still good.
Damn. Damn.
They custom chamfer all edges,
Right.
all sides are all combined. Reef, yeah, dude. They put money into their frames for $50 for the basic frame.
Right.
Build your own components onto it, dude. You ain't gonna get nothing like that. That's a race style frame. I got two Ghost Mode 2s up here for $50. And
Right.
the quality that comes on those is nothing comparable to that Diatone.
No
the
doubt.
the screws alone are
How about it?
tops, dude. Look at this. See if my camera will pick this stuff up. Ed, can you put me on screen display? Or I gotta do it? You're on Hangout, so you should be able to put me on capture. Where you at, Ed? Put me on like display. Click on my picture once. Go ahead, Hangouts. So they see me. If I do it, it won't matter. I can present myself.
His arm just looked so spindly.
Did you see those screws?
No, it's not. It's out of focus, dude.
The screws are chamfered, like the top edges. They're not your normal round. See how it's black in the center? That's a chamfered edge. The silver part is chamfered, but the side is not like chamfered. It's just the top. It's a whole different screw set. Every screw that goes into this has a chamfered edge as far as that top. Just like totally different. I don't know if let me see if we got some over here.
So talk about the sail fly props off. I don't know, and Bill, I don't know what a sail fly X is. What size bird is it? You know, whatever. I don't know. obviously there's two of y'all interested in it, you know. And I know Diatone, Drone Pool just got a Diatone.
Diatones are awesome, dude.
And no, I've heard a lot of praise about the Diatone. Oh, it's a toothpick. Yeah, how quick I'd break a toothpick, Bill. Good God Almighty! Oh, Moby size, huh?
Can you see that? My hands in there. See how the edges are all chamfered around?
Oh yeah,
It's not.
Shit, I
right,
bet it's fast on 3S, Birdman, no doubt.
Every little screw that goes into the frame is custom.
right.
That's how much time they spend on their shit.
Yeah, I dig it.
I mean, it's not like you just got a box of screws and yeah, we got these screws here and throw them in the box. They're all
Right,
black. These are like custom and checked and high quality type screws and everything. You ain't gonna find that in any company. Even Armaton doesn't have that. They may get like your tempered or this or that, but not every screw's chamfered and all that. They're not high
right.
quality. Just that one step up.
Yeah, that's beyond me at this point, where I need those.
It it's just the quality of the frame that you order. It's not beyond me. I mean, I paid $50 for a Ghost Mode 2, the same Ed. It's the same type of carbon, this or that or whatever, I guess, in my opinion. But Diatone's gonna spend $50. They already come with chamfered edges. They already come with painted fucking carbon. They come with custom screws that are high quality steel or this or that, and they chamfer them to make them a nice quality look for the same price.
I'm not.
Sending them custom screws, man. They didn't chamfer shit. They didn't chamfer the carbon. But Diatone's chamfered, painted, and everything. You know
Don't
what
get
I
me
mean?
wrong.
Uh,
Dude, I'm just saying it's beyond what I need at my current stage of development. Let's just
right.
put it that way.
It depends on what you're looking to spend for a frame. I'm just saying, there's good quality frames out there like Diatone. They are one of the top notch for budget type quality price. I mean, I can spend $50 on a Ghost Mode 2, or I can spend $50 on a Diatone M539 right now. As far as frame wise, I'm going to get 10 times the quality at least in a Diatone over the Ghost Mode 2 for the same price. So they're just above and beyond their game right now. As far as
Let me ask you this. Okay, so when you buy a frame like that, I understand it has all the special screws and stuff to put it together, but does I imagine that they're built for a specific size
race frame.
or whatever, so that you can just place that back in there without any extra hardware, or how does
Yeah, it's a 30 by 30 stack on that one. It's set up, I think. It might even be set up so you can go 20 by 20. Let me check. I haven't even. No, it's a. Yeah, actually, it's set up for 30 by 30, or you can do a 20 by 20 stack on it. So you can do either or on this frame. So it's versatile there. This this is a Diatone frame, race frame. This is a Ghost Mode 2 race frame. One's built, one's not.
yeah? I was going to say,
Right.
what's
They're
the
very
little
comparable. They're both $50. I've replaced many parts on this. This one's way lighter,
Yeah, right.
a lot cleaner as it comes for the $50. I had to chamfer all the edges. I had to sand all the stuff. I had to finish all the edges. to make sure that it was sealed back up. Put some super glue on the edge to make sure the carbon isn't splitting. This is all done, dude. Look at the edges on that. They're painted. They're chamfered. There's no rough edges, dude. I mean, this is top quality, completed, finished carbon for the same price I got this for. So what would you pay for it?
Well, that's kind of a rhetorical question.
Somebody's already done the work. I'm going to pay the same price, or I'm going to pay that same price, and I'm going to have to do all the work. Which would you pay for? So, in my opinion, Diatone's got it right now.
There you go.
$50 you could buy this, or $50 you could buy this. Which frame do you want? One you got to work on, right here, or one you ain't got to do shit. You will put your components in.
I want the frame with all the guts already in it myself.
You ain't gonna get that for $50.
Yeah, I know.
And but yeah, I mean, that's the kind of look you gotta look at. How much do I want to spend? What do I want? What kind of carbon do I want? I mean, I can go buy a Martian 2 frame for $25 and replace it in 4 flights, 10
Dude,
flights.
my Source one was only $25, I think.
Yeah, how many times have you broken an arm?
Actually, none, and I've beaten the hell out of it. I'm pretty impressed.
So for $25, you could do that. You know what I mean? It all depends on how you fly, where you fly, the carbon you fly, what you put on it, everything, every little component that you do, and every factor of your flight. Each flight is a factor to how your flight's going to be. What's going to factor in the carbon fiber, the crash, the impact. It could be a soft impact into the ground and break a fucking arm off a chameleon. It could be a hard impact into a steel pole and watch an alien replace a GoPro and fly the next day.
Right.
I mean, and here's the other.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
have you seen the Tyrant?
Yeah.
Dude, that thing looks pretty raw too.
Right. There's lots of good frames out there.
To me, you can't really judge.
It props out, man. That's a JT frame. That's a commemorative. They're sold out.
I mean, there's been times when I've crashed and it felt like a hard crash, looked like a hard crash to me, and very little damage, if any, or maybe a bent prop. And then other times when it was like, that crash wasn't so bad, and I broke an arm, or broke something.
Right.
And it's just like,
it's just a matter of impact sometimes.
How you land. If you just land the wrong way, it can screw you up.
Dude, I don't even know if I got any up here in this thing. I had some motors that I first started with when I started building. They were 1850 kV, and I was looking 5 to 6 inch, with the Martian, like doing a 5-inch frame with the 6-inch arms. So I went to like 18 kV, 1850 kV, 2150 kV, I think it was. I think they're 2150 kV. They were baby beast. They were great looking motors, and they were green. That was what really sold me, is they were green.
You know how you like the green.
Don't let color buy your motors, people. Anyway, I went through 3 sets of those almost 3 sets. But dude, my neighbor down here, we live in a trailer park. He's got one of them like the mesh chicken fences, okay, with the 6, the poles sticking up. It's only 2 foot off the ground, and it's green coated and all this and that. Dude, I'll tell you what, they'll tear up some props, and they will really tear up some cheap ass motors. Dude, I couldn't brush one of them with the prop and not break a motor. I mean, rip it right. The shaft in the motor would split right at the top of the bell and be gone. Like the bell come off, motor prop. Yeah, I got a dozen of them sitting up in a box right now. I've kept them all. They ain't thrown none away. They're in my lucky bag of shit not to buy again. But yeah, I've broken so many of those. I was like, dang. So I went to tattoo motors after that, man.
Why did you keep buying them if they kept breaking?
Tattoos, man. Look at that. That motor's brand new. Look at that. There ain't a scratch on that bell. Not a scratch on that bell.
But it doesn't work.
That motor's junk. You know what? Because I crashed it one time and the bell was enough that it tweaked and the stator is so close to the bell housing that it scuffed the stator wires. And now when you run that motor, my quad will do a fucking death roll.
Damn.
Sweet
That sucks.
$75 for a set of 4, and you cannot buy them individually. Only a set of 4 can you buy them.
Okay,
That sucks.
$75 a set for tattoo motors. Kind of like their batteries, huh? A lot of money for nothing.
I don't know if you can even see those.
4 freaking sets before you figured this crap out, or what?
No, it only took a couple sets on the tattoo motors. The other motors, they were $13 a motor, dude.
Okay.
$13 a motor is cheap. They're easy to replace.
That's what these were, dude.
This or that.
These are 3B Hobby Trainer motors. They were $13 a piece.
I just okay.
That's the only downfall, dude. I guarantee it. They have a V2 out on this motor, and I have not flown the V2 of this motor, the Baby Beast motor that I broke so many of. They have a V2 out now, and it's actually the screw-on type. You know, the adapter that goes on top for the screws for the main shaft. It's a screw-on type over the stator, and that's probably what fixed the whole problem. I don't know. After breaking so many of the basic production, I never went to the V2, even though they were $1 more. I said, the hell with it.
Yeah.
I'll spend $3 more and get me a real motor.
Right. How about it?
Okay. All right. So let me interject something here. Okay. Just remember that time you spend replacing a motor, and I know you say it's easy, Mike, and quick, and I'm sure it is for you because obviously you've been through a motor or two because you have lots of practice that. But remember that time is money. Okay? Your time is worth something. Now, do you want to spend that time replacing the motor or do you want to spend that time flying? That's my question. As he digs through his box looking for something. He's not responding to that question.
To show you. I'll show you the exact problem with all of them. Here, there's another one.
He found this box full of broken motors.
All right, Ed, I think you convinced me to go get a beer. I'll be right back.
The shaft broke off right inside the bell.
I got to let Loki out too, so I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
See that, Ed?
No, I see that. I'm just saying, man, why you keep buying these shitty motors?
Well, I bought a couple sets, man.
Okay.
That's what happened on every single motor. Every single one. Busted off right there. The rest of the shaft's right there. There's a screw in the side of this right here. Okay? A real screw that locks that shaft in. The reason I've kept these shitty motors is because if they ever come out with a replacement fucking shaft, I'm going to fix these motors. They're perfectly good.
I got you.
That shaft broken in them. I got the C-locks in them and everything. All the motors are good, dude. Look.
So in other words, okay, so the outer bell housing has the magnets in it?
The outer bell housing has the magnets. The shaft that mounts to the top where you mount your prop, right?
Yeah.
So the shaft that comes out of that goes through the stator that locks in by the bottom of the C clip or a screw, right?
Right.
That shaft broke right at the top of that shaft, right where it mounts to the bell housing. So there's a screw that locks that in the side, a set screw, you know what I mean? And a keyway. It's not like a complete round shaft. There's a flat
Yeah.
side to lock a screw. That screw is there. So if I can find a shaft that fits that, I could actually replace the shaft that's in those with that screw, take that screw out, loosen it up, drop the broken piece of shaft out, put a new shaft in, and replace those motors and use them again for the cost of a shaft. So I've kept them. I don't see them ever coming up with a shaft though. They come out with a V2 motor and change the whole design. But they're there. I got like a dozen of them or so, man. Just like I bought 2.5 sets of tattoo motors. These motors here, they're $75 for 4 motors. They only come in a set of 4. They're 2450 kV. They're the smoothest motor I've ever flown at 2450 kV 5-inch. But they're so fragile. You bang them up a little bit, and the shaft, the bell housing on top comes down inside and strikes the stator wires that wrap around each little stator inside. It strikes those and flattens them off and gives you a bad connection. The next thing you know, they're doing a death roll out of the sky.
Ah.
But I've got like 2.5 sets of those too. I liked them. I liked how they flew. Same thing with them 2150 Baby Beasts. They were smooth motors as far as how they flew, but they were fragile.
Well, here's the deal. Okay, you think about that. Okay, that's an interesting take on that, Mike, because it's just like the drag cars and all that you see that haul ass and tear it up for so quick, but every time they do a run, they have to rebuild the motor. Kind of the same difference, because I mean, you love the way they fly; they're just fragile. So it's kind of like a race engine in that you have to rebuild them every time, almost every time you fly 'em. So I guess that's the way you look at it. You like the way they fly, you like the way they respond, but you recognize that they're fragile. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. They're fragile, they're smooth, and everything else. I've kept them around. If I ever find a place that I can find a shaft that'll work for them, I'll put them back together and put them on a quad because I like the way they fly. You know what I mean? But like the tattoo motors, that's a different thing. I got tons of bells, but no stators. What's the chance of finding good stators if the stators are always getting chewed up? These maybes right here, man, I'll tell you what, I can spin them right now on this motor. It spins so smooth and so clean, nice and dude, it's just that nice, tight coggy, almost like an electronic controlled cog as far as how the motor feels grippy. That kind of smooth, but the motors are no good if the stator's getting banged up real quick because of the bell housing being so close with a couple of small crashes, and then you're screwed.
One of
I
those
mean,
3B hobby motors spins
race
like it has
motors,
a bad bearing
give me
already.
good. You know what I mean? It, if a stator's going to throw you out of the death roll because the stator's banged up from a couple scuffs from the bell housing, you're screwed. Doesn't matter what you do. They basically, with the tattoo motors that I got here, the hype trains and the tattoos came out at about the same time, the original hype train. And this is basically, if you look at a hype train, this is the same design, except for its flatter top. It's got a 3-spoke top, just like the hype trains do. There's only 3 spokes up top. Here, let me pick this up, see if it presents. There's only 3 spokes up top on the top stator, just like the hype trains, but it's such a low profile and flat that I think they got a little bit too tight, so that you get a little bit of flex. I mean, when you pinch a motor, you can get a little bit of flex, and that little bit of pinch that it gets is enough while it's spinning at 40,000 RPMs that
Yeah.
it stuffs those stators, and that's where their issue was. They didn't. They went too tight on the criteria that they didn't give enough room for air. You know what I mean? Banging, bushing, and that's the only problem with those motors. They're smooth as dude. They are smooth. The 2450 tattoo motors are smooth, but you're going to go through them quick because of the stators. It's the only thing I didn't like about them.
Ugly shit happens.
Okay, so what are good tank motors, dude?
Tank motors, grinders. What's the new Beast motors from Rotor Riot? You get a $10 warranty on the motors. $25 a motor, $10 gets you a lifetime warranty. This or that. If you crash the motor, you pay $10. They replace your motor. Some shit like that, or you pay an extra 10 at the beginning and you get a warranty. And
So are they tough?
they're supposed to be pretty good. Adam's got a set he's been beating on. I haven't tried them yet.
What's the deal with the blasters?
That's the blasters. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. That's the
Yep.
hype train blasters. Okay.
Hype train blasters are they're a basic minimal. They're not like super power type motor, but they're durable and they're a warranty.
That's what I want is durability, man. I want to be able to beat the fucking snots out of them.
Durable. Adam flew those on his quad for the last 2 times he's hit that Brando that we hit, and he beat up his quad quite a bit. So
Props off says ions.
Ions. But I hear the Zen motors are really good too. Everybody's talking real good things about the Zen as far as durability, power, everything. Zen is really good.
I like the 3B hobby ones, but man, it was, I'll tell you when, it was when I smashed into that gazebo. It almost feels like I dented a bearing or something. Like it just feels a fucking tiny bit off, dude. You can hear it too every now and then. It's just a little bit off.
Props off unless you're a racer. It doesn't matter about weight. It really doesn't, man. Even as a racer, if you're good, it doesn't matter about weight. You can take Captain Van over and put him on any quad, run the same freaking track, and he's going to come within milliseconds at the same time because he flies the same and this or that. It doesn't matter the quad. When he was over in Korea, he put out a video. He was over in Korea. He said he broke all his shit. He ended up flying like Nims or whatever that Korean dude is. He ended up flying one of his quads or something like that they threw together for him. It was like 100 grams, 150 grams more than what his quad was, and he still ended up taking tops.
Nice.
So it doesn't matter. Freestyle, it matters less.
Dude, are those wings behind you?
Behind me in the hallway there?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude, those are wings.
Holy shit, dude. That one's like 5 feet tall. 6 feet tall, easy.
Look, man, Mike had these quads in the house where he painted, and he's got birds, big wings from hell that he has yet to fly. So Mike
have
entering the big
planes that are built
wing world.
and possibly I don't know exactly what's wrong with them that I got given from a customer that I did some painting.
Yeah.
Her husband was into the shit, and like they were down in the basement, and she's like moving into an old folks home. She's like, I need to get rid of this stuff. Is there anything you want? Um, I'm only interested in planes.
Wow. Wow.
2 planes.
Killer.
I got a full kit over there for another electric plane that is the full kit that needs to be built. It's all the balsa wood and all that, like the wing that you just saw. But yeah, I've got an electric and a gas powered plane that need to go up this winter or this summer. And what you don't see is the mast at the very bottom on the right hand. I don't know what side it is. Anyway, there's a yacht out in the hallway as well. It's like 590 inches of sail on a sailing yacht, no motor, just
Damn.
sailboat and yacht that I got given to my customer as well.
Damn.
It's been a good summer or winter so far. But yeah, that's some of the summer projects I got are the 2 planes that are out there have to come up and fly, or at least attempt to fly. And the yacht I need to get sailing. The yacht, the guy invited me. He lived on one side of the lake in a $500,000 home.
Oh,
In March,
nice.
like last year, not this year, he moved out. In March this year, we were in it painting his new home and doing some remodeling on the other side of the lake in a $500,000 home. But he still owned the one on the other side and was still paying for that at the same time.
Wow.
Not only does that, he's got a cottage up north on the lakes. Anyway, so the dude's got a boat and a Phantom 4, and he's like, dude, you're into the radio controlled and this and that. He's like, I bought this when we got the house over there, and it was in the old house, and we were painting it. And he's like, you want it? And like 2 weeks later, we were over painting the new house. I'm
That's funny.
like, hey, man, come on back this summer, this or that. And he's invited me to like 3 parties already this year, and it ain't even spring then.
Nice.
He like
Nice.
drives the boat around the lake and flies the Phantom with follow me mode and this and that. And he's like, come on back this summer and party and hang out. He says, I work during the winter time. During the spring and summer, I'm off so that I can boat. He says that there's a party every weekend. Bring the boat out. I want to see it float, all that shit, you know. So, yeah.
See, here's the deal, Mike. You know, and what's so cool to me is that there's something about flying RC or even sailing RC for that matter
Anything RC.
that brings people together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I originally did radio controlled cars, and my neighbor got into it, and I got into it a little bit. And then when drones came around, I actually saw them on like DRL on TV and that. You know, I was like, "Oh, what's this?" I'm like, "There's got to be some YouTube shit," you know. So I went looking and found DRL and DR1 and this and that, and then a whole new the Dubai National. I was like, "What?" and about 2 months later, I had a job. That's all.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the way it works. I mean,
Yeah.
it
But it was that RC interest, and it's still look Earl over here hanging out, trying to become FPV and get into some stuff. Yeah, he's a ground guy. You know, they just clash so much together, and even the planes. And I think the biggest quo between the two, or foe between it, whatever you want to call it, is between GPS and FPV. That's our biggest downfall with RC, is between a GPS drone and an FPV drone is what's better. Other than that, the RC flows so much together. It doesn't matter if you're ground or air or this or that, or fly a helicopter or plane or a quad or this. Until you start talking about a GPS or an FPV, then it's like, oh, wait a second.
okay. Well, here's the deal with that. I don't know if it's necessarily the GPS aspect, as if, yeah, it kind of is. Well, you know, like on this chart, you see what Calvin is doing. He's pissing on DJI, you know. And that's because us FPV guys
Nothing wrong with DJI either.
kind of make fun of the DJI guys because
Because it's not flying a drone.
we have to fly. Whereas a DJI guy just kind of operates. You know what I mean?
You control what it does, but it flies itself.
That is for sure, hands down, the truth.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's the difference between operating a drone and flying a drone. Okay? And I understand, hey, don't get me wrong, the GPS birds are fun. Especially
ready to get
if
another
you're
one.
feeling lazy. If you're feeling lazy,
Wait to be lazy. You know
Yeah.
what work it is to fly FPV? Oh my gosh, you guys got it so easy. Really?
I
To make that kind of video, just go
Look.
up and like point,
dude,
and shoot. Point.
it's
Dude,
just like
I can't wait.
I bought two birds, the first two brushless birds
Push
I
the button and it lands itself. What?
Yeah, right.
You mean it ain't gonna flip over trying to get that epic?
Push the
I
button.
got you guys.
Oh, you want to do a
Check that out.
flip? You push the stop button or whatever. You know, I mean, that ain't flying. That's operating.
When I
That's
see videos like flying out here, I'll fly like 5 videos, and like there'll be one that I don't crash on the landing and flip the quad upside down because I'm coming in too hot. And that'll be the one that you see in my video for the whole day of flying. This is the one that landed right.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've seen some great footage by, the DJI products, and I wouldn't mind
there's
having
good
a
video.
Spark or a Mavic.
It's a different
Don't get me
aspect of
wrong.
video. It's a different aspect of flying. But
Yeah.
you can't sit still. There is no way you're going to fly a 6-inch quad up 200 feet in the air, zoom in, and get a picture of that damn tree over there. I don't care who you are. You're not going to do it with a 6-inch quad. You can do it with the DJI, but you can't do it with the 6-inch.
But I mean,
at the same time, you're not going to take a DJI and go follow that damn drift car around the damn drift track and get that close video where it's like smoke rolling right into the camera either. So you got to look at all aspects, people. I don't care who you are.
You're not going to be following
aspect of
You're not going to be following behind it and roll like that and keep it centered in your camera view either.
DJI. I don't care.
It's just different kinds of
I
flying.
don't care if it's Mr. Steele's DJI Phantom 4. You're not going to do it. His quad is not tuned and going to get that kind of video either.
Dude, like, I love going to the park to go fast and fly around trees and do stupid shit, but, like, it's kind of cool taking the Phantom and launching it right out of the driveway and just cruising around the neighborhood, just checking shit out, like, just looking around.
It's like spring and this and that.
And
like,
I do it.
I try to get one video of FPV that's like real epic edit type thing. I try to get one video of FPV doing some DVR type stuff.
Right.
And I try to get one like sunset cruise. So I get like that whole aspect of FPV covered so that I try to get the overall view for the week.
That's
as
pretty
my
cool.
view for the channels.
Right.
To catch all that type of different viewing.
You know, I was thinking about going back because, like, my flying went in stages. I started with a whoop, and then I started with camera stuff and DJI stuff, and then I started getting into, like, the acro stuff. But I was thinking it would be cool to go back and take highlights from those cinematic flights and mix them into, like, acro flights with music. That would be kind of dope.
And with the right music and this and that, you know, where you got that climactic type music where it builds up a little bit of momentum and then it kind of drops off into a soft.
Right, exactly. You got to have like slow and then
you could do that, right? And there's lots of music out there.
To be honest, dude, I'd probably just run my own loops because there's enough free software you could make loops and just time it yourself.
You use Fruity Loops, do you?
No, I have shit. I
Everybody
don't know. I
pretty uses
actually
that free software that does that.
All right. Okay. Indigo. Okay. And I already threw this out to Mike. I mean, park that Phantom in the air and then whiz by the front of it with your race drone. Just saying.
Uh, you know,
nah.
the trick is that anymore, um, I find that DJI products and our FPV have a lot of clashing. Do
Ah.
not go fly with
Interesting.
anybody that's trying to fly a DJI Mavic Pro and do any type of video coverage, because while flying around your FPV, everybody's going to have shit coverage. The DJI will cover, but the FPV will not, because the DJI flips between FPV channels. It's not one strict channel. It floats for the best frequency
Right.
that it can.
That's a good point.
So flying around FPV with DJI products is not necessarily recommended. Just
Okay.
so as a heads up for people.
But see, I mean, I've attempted to do it. I don't have a DJI product.
Wi-Fi is different.
Uh, the the bird I was using as a GPS bird was the F200C, and it's not even Wi-Fi. There
Right.
is no.
Yeah, I had no problems flying. Like my HS100 is Wi-Fi to 500 meters. So I could take my HS100 up on a calm day. And me and Adam have tried that, where I took it up. Actually, I let him fly it because he hadn't flown it. And he'd had a Hubsan before. And he like took it up and tried to do a power loop over his Hubsan 501 and like power looped into it and took it out of the sky. It was actually his brother's Hubsan. Anyway, so uh, we tried it before where he took it up and I tried to like get some video of the drone up with my FPV feed and this or that. With the drone product that does like the still, it's a little bit easier. As far as the FPV footage, you almost never see the DJI or whatever it is.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah,
very,
yeah,
it, it's still sitting and you're like gone. It's like boop. It was a blink, a dot in the screen. That's what it becomes. But
not.
the other way around, you usually get a little bit, but yeah, it's real hard to get that double footage. So as far as that type of GPS drone, you're more to get like B-roll footage of like the area, like the group of people hanging out together down there doing something or something like that. But as far as the actual flight video, it's
Yeah,
pretty
no,
limited because of feeds or exactly what I was saying with being so fast on the screen. It's real tough to get any B-roll footage other than that. We tried it though, man. I was like, "Oh yeah, man, that'd be cool, man. Watch me power loop my drone." The dude was like, wait, was that a drone or a bird? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's gone and so quick you don't even know. And the other way around, you don't even. It's just a dot. It's gone. To try to even find it on the screen while you're flying FPV to figure out where the drone is. I mean, mine's a big old black thing. You know what I mean? Full size Phantom 4, and it's black up in the sky. And I still couldn't fucking hardly find that thing in my FPV footage.
no, you know, and you're right. I mean, I know what I was saying.
It's a cool aspect, but I thought the same thing. And I'm like, oh yeah, man, that'd be great. You see these people get footage, and you're like, what are they doing to this? Dude, they're like catching just some slow motion or just the right action, and how many times they've flown that to get that one shot that just happened to work out. They were like, hey man, I'll just throw this in there because I got it. You know what I mean? That's what the footage is becoming to me.
No, I mean,
Can't.
I parked one of my birds in the air and then flew another bird while it was sitting there in its stationary spot. And the bird I parked, I never saw shit. And on the FPV bird, I saw it when I went by.
73%, but still printing. I guess that's a good sign. no,
Oh,
no jam on the
did get
TPU.
a mid-air collision though. A bump. It's just a bump.
No, I've done that. Flying FPV to FPV, like me and my buddy down there. Down the road, we were flying. We used to, when I first started out, we used to lap around the trailer. He's got enough room that we had just enough of a course that we could go in circle, circle, circle. Unfortunately, I always went the same way, but those circles ended up. I was like, how many times can I lap him before a pack runs out? Like this battery, we're both starting at the same time. Let's see how many times I can lap him before our batteries are done.
Nice.
See how my speed was and my control. And there's a couple times I come up and I've got some video I think in it where I come up behind him, man. I just like ass munch him and just push him like 2-3 feet and like both of us crash. But yeah, just come up, see ya. Yeah,
That's hilarious.
see them straight up in video. But yeah, it's fun. But those are the kind of times that make it more fun though, because you can crash it and you're like, oh, that was cool. And you like overtook me and we crashed and you get up and you're like, clean the dirt off the props and straighten them out a little bit from a bend and you throw it back up in the air and finish off the pack. You know what I mean? It's just, that's what makes it so much fun.
Somehow,
10 minutes, you go solder up a motor back on real quick and you're back in the air.
somehow it's always more gratifying, even if it's a crash, or whatever, if you got footy. If you got footy of it, it's okay.
I get mad at myself when I don't get DVR footage. Even though that 98% of my flights that I put on video for everybody to see are not DVR, I get mad when I don't record the DVR footage. I get done with the flight and I'll be like, I'll push that button and I'll be like, beep. I'll be like, oh no, that ain't right, man.
Nope, that's the oh shit beep, dude.
Thing? You mean I didn't catch that? That would
Yeah.
be good to do like an overlay, a like, cam on cam. Or I'm like so mad at myself.
Here's the deal with that too, okay? Because if you're not religious about having your DVR recording, if you're not religious about that, your best footage will never be recorded because Murphy's Law, when you aren't recording, is when the best shit happens. That's just the way it works.
Fucking look at Alvin over there. It's cool. We're all the cool kids here. What other kids are there, man? Where you been, brother? Oh, that's right. Hiding out. I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, Alvin, it's great to see you, man. I haven't seen you lately. Where you been? What you doing with? You got an FPV bird. What the hell are you doing with that thing?
Oh, man, I ain't seen no footage of that wizard yet.
Exactly. My point exactly, Mike.
Time. He's blowing smoke now. He's blowing smoke. Tough pass, brother. Make you think of another time.
You gotta get there, Alvin. It will free your mind. And you did very good with your line of sight flights. I was impressed. I guess you were waiting on goggles or something, so you could do the FPV gig. Have you done the FPV with that thing yet? Or are you still waiting on a VTX or camera or the goggles?
This Logitech 922 does pretty good on 1080, though.
Nice.
Some bang.
Dude, what do I got? Like 6 more months and I'll be showing off my stuff too. I can't wait.
Dude, I used to grow, man. I had like 60 plants in my basement at one time. And now I got like 6 jars. They're all like little tiny like jars with a little bit of nug in them.
I got
look,
an X, dude. I got an X on my back. I got caught with a lot, dude.
Yeah,
I used to grow a lot, dude.
I got caught with stuff, but it wasn't weed. Oh,
that sucks, bro.
I did my time and got out of it quick.
Same.
I had a couple people. I was playing with that hard.
I've been a good boy since, man. I went face first into FPV though, and I gotta admit, like, FPV is just as expensive.
Well, I did 143 days in probably one of the worst counties, second worst county in the state of Michigan, Saginaw.
That sucks.
I did 143 days there. I watched two people that I was actually buying stuff from die. Like, I read their name in the freaking newspaper. Like, oh, they never woke up the next morning, kind of shit. I'm like, nope,
that sucks.
I'm done. You ain't gonna see me back there.
Yeah, how about it, dude?
Back, dude. Fortunately, that was at the beginning of my stay, and it took the rest of the time. And yeah, but I played one time since, and I was like, oh man, that ain't good. I started to get those same effects. I was like, nope, I ain't going there.
Nah, I quit all that crazy shit, man. I haven't done nothing crazy in a long time. I don't want to. I can't. I don't think I could. I think I would be one of those stories where my heart explodes or something.
That's how it is now. If I don't want it, if I can't grow it in my yard, I don't want it.
I just figure I like the organic stuff, dude. I like the flowers. I happen to really like the stuff under the cow shit. Like the organics, bro. And I gotta admit, Deemsters, I don't know. I feel like DMT is organic too. So
yeah, it is. I mean, the cow shits, and all of a sudden you just flip over like cleaning the stalls, and hey, what's this?
Yeah, what is this? Oh, you know what this is? This is we're gonna laugh our fucking nuts off this weekend. That's what this is. Oh man,
yeah, dude. But bulls are good for that too. Bulls, they're a little bit more stamina driven. So
interesting.
Processing.
Bulls grow the best mushrooms. Is that what?
Yeah. Bullshit is the best shit.
Well, that is the quote of the fucking evening, if I may say so myself.
Yeah. I got a buddy that's got a farm up north that he's got a bull and he's got cows, and he keeps the fertilizer separated, you know, because the pastures are separated, this or that. And the bullshit produces better organic than the cow shit. It's just stronger because of the digestive system.
Organic what?
Organic. That means
that guy is someone I want to be friends with.
That means it's all natural, Ed.
Yes, sir.
I know what organic means.
You didn't have to do anything.
Are we talking green?
Are we didn't have to give us
greens or shrooms here?
Caps. Mushrooms. Organic mushrooms.
And you know, I've actually had a pretty good fair share of experimenting with those, and I'll tell you what, the best way, dude, is to make tea. It really is, man. Tea is the way to go. It's the smoothest up and the smoothest down. Your stomach is never upset. You don't have fucking mushroom shits ever. Like, it's all good, man.
I always mix my stuff. But back in the day when, I mean, it was commonly around with mushrooms around Michigan, I was smoking like cheap weed, like, you know, compressed shit we got out of California or Mexico or whatever, coming a brick.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, okay, that was cool.
Right.
Mushrooms, we always kind of like chopped them up and like laced their joints with them and whatnot. It was like an intense buzz from the joint instead. It wasn't like that totally organic mushroom where you were tripping or anything like that. Almost like
I've smoked them before.
It was just like a really kind of offset, organic, like really intense weed high, basically.
That's a really nice way of saying you guys fucking wasted those shrooms.
Well, yeah.
I've done it too, for sure.
I've never done LSD.
I
The
have
heaviest thing
many
I've never done
times.
besides smoking crack was like in high school we did a little bit of rush. Like math class was always a rush. And
Nice.
some dude that was always into that. And he'd like come in, he'd like, hey man, hit this. He's always got that little pill bottle, you know, that little brown fucking
Yeah.
bottle. Take off the cap, get you a snort real quick. Next thing you know, math class is over. It's like, all right, cool. I had an A, so it didn't matter.
They got those little bullets now, man. I mean, if I was still into that shit, they're so convenient. You'd never know. I could be like, you'd never know, man.
Little pill bottles type thing. And
But
they're
like, it's a built-in grinder, so like you can grind it up and tap in, just fill up a little bit in the tip, and just boom. Like it's crazy. I had no idea that shit existed. My buddies opened they were all partying, and I was like, oh my god, I'm glad I don't do that shit anymore. I don't, like I said, I can't.
I was
I
born in
die.
Southern California in 1972, so I mean, for me to say I did drugs probably isn't surprising to anybody, huh? Happy Nation, baby.
Right.
All right, man. I grew up. I was born in 1959, so I pretty
Oh,
much
you're at the heart of the drug
been
capital. I mean,
crack a few times, and
it wasn't such a long drive. You'd have been over at old Woodstock.
I
New York was too far.
hey I tripped about a month ago, so there you go.
Nice.
A trip is probably the farthest I've been. I've had some kind of trips or this or that through a little bit of this, you know, smoking some weed with some cocaine lace or this or that. But as far as a trip, yeah, I would have to say a little bit of mushrooms the farthest I gone, but I've never done like none of that
Well,
booty.
that's where you talk about the
Come
old.
on, you never did a DMT? I hit a DMT.
MDMA, all
Ah,
that,
Oh man.
shit,
there
dude.
was somebody trying to tell
That
me that.
was the part of the buzz I didn't care. The being out of control and not knowing. That was the part I didn't care. I'd rather uh, be able to like, oh, I want to move and can't move, than not know why I want to move.
Never been there.
I mean, that was like, oh no, so I never did all that kind of stuff, like the acid and stuff. Dude, that stuff was all around during high school. Window pane, all that. Dude, I was helping people make
I
it.
loved
Never did
window.
it. You
Window
know?
painting was like I loved window painting.
Yeah. I
Nice.
helped make shit like that, but never did any of it. I stayed away from it. I was clean. My mom was a Christian, so I mean, shoot, for me to smoke cigarettes was
Too, we
the
were
first thing. So it was hard
heathens.
for me to do anything. She kept a close leash on me because I wanted to do everything. I was the black sheep. She was like, "Oh,
Right.
I was the one that was being brought home at like seventh grade, like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. Oh, what were you doing? Oh, I just stopped by my buddies on the way home from school today, Mom. We decided to play hide and seek." Yeah, it lasted a long time, and the cops pulled us home. But yeah, things like that, you know. So I was always, she was tight on me when it come to the time where I started experimenting. So, and then I got in the military straight out of high school. 3 days later, I was in from graduation June 10th, June 13th. I was at Fort Leonard, Missouri, starting basic training. So there was 3 days. But yeah, I didn't grow up. So all my growing up was after.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd probably be in jail or prison or dead. Half my friends wanted to do that shit. I was like, no, I'm gonna get in trouble. Mom said I got to be home at now. She done, she done told the cops the next time when they brought me home. They can keep me. I ain't looking for that.
Right.
Till about 16, 17. Then they brought me home at like 1:30 in the morning. Me and my buddy took off on the bikes. Met some girls at the local beach. Oh yeah. Hey, you want to go skinny dipping? Oh yeah. We live right here in the subdivision, right next to the beach. Okay.
Perfect.
We'll meet you there. Dude, we were throwing pebble rocks at the window and everything. Nothing. They ditched us so hard. We're like, fuck it. We'll run on down to 7-Eleven, get us something to drink for the ride home. We's hot. Summertime. Yeah, the cops saw us riding bikes 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Age, past curfew. It was downhill from there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We didn't have
Those
to ride
were
home.
the days, my
We
friend.
didn't have to ride the
Not
bike home.
never end.
Give us a ride. Luckily, it was home. Mama said, next time you can keep them again. I believed her that time. They never brought me back home.
Yeah.
But then again, every time I got caught after that, they kept me. There was no asking Mama if they were keeping. It was, nope, you're going. It was military. I was already gone.
Yeah, they own you when you're there. And by the way, sir, thank you for your service.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being you and letting me serve. It was only my duty as a fellow American to serve what I believe in, and that's our country. And I didn't believe in everything they served for, but I believe in serving for them.
Well, I mean, here's the deal with
That's
that.
probably
I
why
mean,
I got out of the army when I did. Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that. I don't mean to be down on it and all, but I just got a strong distaste for the military because I know how they treat their people, and I know what their people do and how they treat them back. So, for what we do for our country and things like that, I never actually had to serve in war. I served during war. I served during Shield and Storm, but I never had to deal with that. I never had to deal with that up front. My brother did. He served 5 years over in Shield and Storm, and I know what he's like now. The shit we go through now, and it's crazy.
well,
Fuck.
my brother was.
Do anything for us, but we'll do it for them. They're still
I
not doing shit for us, but we'll do it for them.
I never served, but my older brother was in the Air Force for 18 years,
Yeah.
and because of where he was in Germany, we believe this is where he got it from because there's no history of brain cancer in our family. But he
But
got brain cancer when he was
when you
serving at
go overseas,
Bremerhaven.
this and that.
The
Oh
Air
man,
Force kicked his ass out.
experimental. You're military. It's experimental shit. We won't tell you about it till after you're done with it. Yeah, that my brother was over at Shield and Storm. The shit they served him. I mean, that he's 2 days short of a year older than me, and he looks twice as old as me. His body, you know what I mean? Uh, my uncle just passed away like 65, 70 or something like that. He served during Vietnam, all that shit. He was military, survived the whole time, retired from the military, all that shit, pension, the whole shot. The place where I went to basic training, he served as an instructor there at the schools, teaching the idiots like me coming in. You know what I mean? And served his whole time. And what's he got to show for it now? Short life, fuck around,
Right.
and a little bit of freedom while he was here. That's great. Is it? I don't know anymore because our freedom ain't free. You got to fight for your freedoms now. Shit, carry a
Agreed.
gun. Go ahead. Smoke some weed. Do this. Do whatever.
But see, that's
This
what
is a
freedom is
politics
all
channel.
about.
We better get off this subject. I'm gonna get. I gotta fight. We get crazy quick.
Again, that's the thing about freedom. I mean, that's what the station was built on, and it's people like you that have served that give us that freedom. But freedom is personal freedom and liberty is all about doing whatever you want
It
as
was
long as you do not infringe
whether
on the freedom or liberty of others.
yep.
So as long as what you do does not harm anybody else, hey man, you're good to go.
What I did while I served isn't why I served. Why I served
Grabbing another beer. Be right back.
free, and to keep it free, to protect the land, that help protect attacks like 9/11, this or that. You know, and it's the first time our country, other than Canada, coming into the United States, has ever been attacked on the ground. So it's done pretty well. And you're not going to prevent everything, though.
No way.
More to come. There's a lot more to come. But at the same time, somebody's going to be there to help protect, to slow down, defend, do whatever they have to do. And they didn't ask anybody for anything. So
I will
I appreciate all of that I served
I will
with.
tell you this. I will tell you this right now. And there are many who have served and many who have not, but many that are in the right frame of mind.
Yep.
And that's why there is
I got lucky.
nobody, I will guarantee you,
I got lucky.
people have there are probably enemies abroad that have studied this, and they have said to themselves, okay, if we were going to invade the United States, where would we go to first? We would infiltrate the gun-free zone. Because I can tell you right now, for the most part in the South, your ass best not be trying to invade us. Because
No,
we
Virginia, New York, Chicago, LA, San Francisco, Dallas, your big major capitals, Florida area. Well, that's probably going to be Jacksonville, stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, my area, Michigan. Well, your secondary is going to be like your major things that are going on in the state. Oh, wait, what's the biggest supplier of all chemicals in the United States right now? Dow Chemical. Where's their headquarters? 15 minutes from my house, walking distance. Tell me where he's going to get hit. You know what I mean? Oh, that goes up. Where am I? It don't matter anywhere near there. You know what I mean? We're done. We'll be walking funny and glowing. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. But that's what there to do. Even the deterrence, just knowing that we have that military most of the time has been enough. You know what I mean? Someday it's not going to be. Well, someday our enemy's not going to have enough that we decide that it's too much and we're just going to take over too. One way or another, it's a power push and politics and this and that, but that's not why we served. We served because our country's free based on the protection of our land, and that's what we're there to do, regardless of whether we agree on it or not. I never agreed with any Desert Shield, Desert Storm is the way they had it, but it had to be done, I guess. You know, the way the government saw it, and you do what you do, even if you're in. You can't say, no, I'm not going. Fuck, man. I don't think you got this one right. I'm staying home today. It ain't going to happen that way.
Well, I mean,
you put your ass on the line regardless of your discrepancy of the view or anything else because of your view on what you're there for. And that's to protect your fellow American, your brother. It didn't matter what your brother's political view was. It didn't matter if he was for it or against it. You were there for your brother. You're there for your country, your fellow American. So, yeah. Same thing with all those other countries. One of the interactive DNA, give a shout out right now. If you don't know him, go to his channel. He's top notch, dude. As far as his heart,
Yeah.
I don't care if you agree on everything that he does. Sometimes he's a little stubborn. Sometimes he's a little tough.
Yeah.
That with what he thinks and this and that. You don't have to agree with him. He's a great guy. He's from a different country, people. The reason he sent the computer that I am currently talking on right now was because I needed a computer originally. Well, he sent me one and it came smashed. It was an all in one flat screen touch pad like monitor, 24-inch. Comes smashed from FedEx. He's like, don't worry about it. I'll send you another one. He said you could probably hook that one up to HDMI and hook it up to a TV. You probably still get all the stuff. He says, check it out, whatever. Don't worry about it. Keep it. He sent me a brand new computer, a CPU tower, 24-inch monitor, a fucking a Logitech cam, a sound speaker, all that. He found out I was military and said, thank you for your service. Thank you for your wait. He said, thank you for your service in the military, even though he fought against our military. He still thanked me for my military service. That's deep, people.
Yeah, I agree.
Above what your country stands for, but what you stand for your country. And that's what the Army's about, in my opinion.
Dude, Nay,
So
Interactive DNA, he is one. Do you know
he's not from the
how
U.S.
many people I know that he's helped set up with OBS and all that? And he spent countless hours helping them.
He spent, I added it up, dude. He spent a 40-hour week so far, plus just in live stream videos doing Magic Mantic's OBS setup. 40 hours he spent live streaming setting that up.
Wow.
No,
damn thing.
Dude, that guy is cool, man.
Charged him a penny.
I need Nay to tell me how to deal with losing Google Hangout for Christ's sake.
Yeah. Right. That's going on forever, man. I'm looking at the time.
He's awesome, man. He's helped so many people. It's ridiculous. And so he lives like in California or something, doesn't he?
Lives in California and works out of Arizona.
Yeah, where's he from? I can't remember.
I don't remember. I don't know for sure. It's like some weird offset.
Some weird offset.
It's like a tiny little country type thing. You know what I mean? It's nothing real big or major or anything, but still.
You can tell. You can tell he's very happy to be in the United States. I think this is he is an American now, I think. You know, in my view, that's the way. I mean, he loves America. He's so quick to put up an American flag on this and that. You know, he loves America. You can tell he loves America, and he loves his people, and he wants to help, and he loves being here. You can tell that. And I think that's awesome. Beer, of course, beer, DZ. You know, hey, look, if I ain't drinking the dew, I'm drinking a beer. I can't believe it. It's freaking 1:30. Okay. All right. I gotta get up at 4:30 in the morning, and it's
4:30.
Holy hell, dude! Are you serious?
You got like 3
yeah, I got a service change at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I guess I ought to run.
I'm gonna be moving slow tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it's not gonna be a fun job either.
Hey, I get away with this shit because tomorrow I'm the supervisor and I got like our like call in 2 days a week guy working tomorrow. I'll be lucky if I got a ride to work, but because he's my ride, but you know what I mean? I I'm the supervisor though, so I can like piss around all day and make it look good. Nobody will know
Look
nothing.
like we're doing something.
All right. I've been doing that for 2 days already.
Well,
I get paid an extra couple of like
congratulations
$5
on
an
your
hour to do
promotion,
that. You know what I
brother.
mean? I love it when that happens. He's
Right?
like, "Oh yeah, you're the ground guy. I'm going to pay you $5 an extra hour." All right, cool. That means you won't be around. That means I can do whatever the hell I want.
So
I can
in
say
other,
like
so
these
in
other
other words,
assholes have been doing all week.
you get paid more to do less.
I get paid more to do the same thing that the normal crew does on a daily basis,
Okay. Well, because you're a go-getter. That's
which
cool.
is like half the work that I normally do. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, a
Well,
lot less.
me supposedly, I'm supposed to be somewhere at 6 o'clock in the morning, and hopefully FPL, Florida Power and Light, will have turned the service off so I can move a mirror can that the power flows through and put a panel on the outside of a building because currently the panel is on the inside of the building and it's in a newly remodeled ladies' restroom. And some reason the city didn't like the main panel being in the ladies' restroom. So I have to move it to the outside.
You get to wire the whole panel in though?
Yeah.
Oh, that'll take you like half a day to begin with, though. With all them
Yeah.
freaking
Well,
wires
first
that
of
come in.
all, the
It's got to be like E1, what? Huh? All them numbers
it's
start
like,
fitting together
dude,
and all that.
this
Oh,
is
it drive me crazy.
this is St. Augustine, man. The shit, the building was built like 100 years ago.
Right.
It's all
So you
brick
got
and
extra
block.
wires and all that. Like, does these even connect to anything anymore?
I mean, dude, this ain't no fucking 2x4 house. Okay, it's freaking 100-year-old shit, foot thick walls, and I got you know, okay. There's no way I can explain
Yeah, dude, I think you probably need to get some sleep before you finish explaining this because, yeah, I don't see it getting done before you got to be out the door for work.
it. So anyway, uh, I appreciate. I ain't even eaten yet. So
Damn.
Yeah, there's the problem. Bam.
hey, Mrs. Green Thumb.
I
Yeah,
live in a trailer park, and once a week they do like this during the summertime. They do like this free community meal from some church group that comes in. Tonight was cheeseburgers, chips, and some carrot sticks. But I
well,
didn't have to cook, and it was free.
well, there you go.
Nice.
So
Me,
I
I'm gonna
got a
do.
Whopper or like quarter pounder with cheese in the fridge from lunchtime, just in case it wasn't enough time to move.
Well, I got some stofers in the
There you
freezer,
go.
and
You
so
better heat something up before you get to bed. Get some stomach.
all right. You all have a good night. Thank you all for being here. Thank
Yep.
everybody in the chat for being here.
Hey,
It's
thanks for
definitely
the
been a
unboxing,
slice.
Ed. If you even still remember, that's what this was for.
What?
The unboxing.
Yeah.
Oh,
The soldering iron you got today. All right.
Nice, dude.
Everybody missed it. I got any soldering iron today.
here's the unboxing.
You may see more of that later on this channel.
Unboxing go. Let's see.
Nice, dude.
Cheers, Ed. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for having us.
All right.
Yeah.
Later, everybody.
Good night, guys.
Sticking around later. Bye.
Let's see how I stop this now. In broadcast.